Ugh. Go. That's so glary. Man. I don't like when there's some glary bullshit. Man. 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 So much better when it's cleaned out. Damn. That's so much better when it's cleaned out. My God. Mm. Nice. Nice. Uh, tea. Good old tea. Oh, my goodness. Might be a little bit before probably people work their way in here. Doing it a little earlier than I usually do, I guess. Been wanting to try to like shoot for these earlier anyway. A lot of it I can't really help because of work, but luckily at least it ain't a work day today, so I don't have to worry about it. What the fuck is no? Just tiny little. There we go. Slight annoying little thread. Don't like that shit. Don't like when there's like a little thread just right there annoying me. Just right on the peripheral. Don't like that. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Let's see what's happening for today. Let's see what little shenanigans are going on. Damn, heavy rain drenches much of Florida, grounding several flights. Oof. The great flood of Florida begins. The inevitable flood of Florida begins. Oh my goodness. Oh, those poor Floridans. This apparently is brand new. 8 people are in custody for running onto a field during a congressional baseball game. Were they streakers? I would assume they would be streakers or something. That seems to be kind of a tradition in a lot of baseball games. And just like sport games in general, you always at least get like every season like a streaker of some sort. Maybe not every game, obviously, but at least like somewhere during like the season, the in season for a sport, whether it's baseball, football, or anything. There's always at least like one of these streakers or something. I don't. I think it like at this point it's just kind of like a tradition for that to at least happen once per sports season. Just like 8 dudes just like run out. I can imagine now. You got like these Congress dorks, just all playing a game. And just like 8 random ass just naked streakers are just like running across the field. All of them probably like, whoa, oh my goodness, the incivility of it all. I for one think those 8 people are heroes. They're like, I mean, it's, at least the top news thing says it was from like an hour ago or less than an hour ago. So I'm assuming there has to be some clips, right? Here, let's see if I can. I'll just do that. Oh my god. Well, they weren't streakers. They're actually all wearing white shirts, white polo shirts, and khakis from what it looks like. And it's so fresh that there's like literally only one thing from an hour ago from another link that's a shorts. There we go. I want to see this a little bit. Oh man, really. That's lame. This is annoying. But yeah, you can see him up there being corded off, kind of. I find that amusing. So what were they doing it for, though? Like, I'm assuming no one knows, I guess? I guess it's just, like, something that hasn't really been mentioned yet. I mean, they're wearing, like khaki shorts, like cargo shorts and polo tees. And honestly, the only time I ever really associate that is like with weird IT tech geeks or like white collar weirdos or just like Mormons or like those like tiki torching, like weirdos, from like that Charlottesville shit. Like I really only think of like 3 things. Like weird white collar like tech bros or like Wall Street bros. So I guess technically 2 there. And then Mormons or tiki torch bros. So now I'm wondering, what was their whole motive? Very odd. I mean, it's not really that odd though, but it seems pretty normal for a baseball game. But for like 8 people, and usually streaking, it's not like they usually aren't wearing like some shirt where they all like had like some lettering on their shirt. I only saw the backs of their shirt. So were they like trying to like make a message or something? If there's 8 people, there would be only like there's only so little that you could really do with like 8 letters. I mean, I have assumptions, but like I am honestly not too sure. I am trying to make some assumptions here, but I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't a politically motivated thing. Maybe it was just a bunch of weirdos just having fun. Got a little too drunk. I mean, it was a baseball game after all. I imagine they probably were like, hey, guys, want to crash this and just run across the field for the lulz? Be some streakers, bro? Like, I guarantee it was probably some shit like that. What are you doing, Zukov? What are you doing, you curious little string bee, you? Oh, I forgot that. This poor dog has no idea what to do with this whole hose that you're holding here.
I'm sitting there with this big old long ass hose flopping around everywhere. The dog's just like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, he's
curled and all type of shit like that.
He's just like, what the hell is this? What are you doing? Whoa. But I too also am wondering what the hell he's doing with his big ass hose. What is he doing with all that? What is he doing with those hose? I feel like Zukov being over there is not helping. My God. Hey, you, Doggle. Hey, buddy. Well, hello. Ooh, hello. Huh? I thought you had it, dude. I thought you had that. What the fuck? Doing this shit? Come on, get back up here. My God. Fucking goofball, dude. Had it there perfectly formed to just like, hold it in there like it was a cigar or some shit, and then he just drops it immediately. And now you're eating it right here. Instead of like wandering away or something. You big little drum. You drum dog. Big goofball. What the hell? Go on. This dog is like incapable of like not being in a way. Like he always has to be somewhere where he's in the way of people. Or, an obstacle for people to have to traverse in some way, shape, or form. Well, here he goes again. Now he's doing that for him. Going back to Pops to annoy him with that shit. Goofy dog. I'll never understand that little goofy thing, honestly. There's just an element about that dog's behavior where I'm just like, I don't understand it. One thing I will never really get about is like sometimes he tries to like take a deuce sometimes on his walks, even though he doesn't have to, because he already did. And he just like, is holding, holding it down, like, no. And like, it's looking like he's popping one. But every time, it like, he'll do it the first time. Maybe the second time. But then like, after that, it's nothing. And then he will just like consistently do it. I don't know if there's just like, I don't know what that's about. But that really is like, kind of absurd to me. I wish Zooks would just like be satisfied with his business, but I guess he isn't. I don't know. I know he's got like good gut health too. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with any of that. So I don't know. I'm just assuming it's like a weird behavior thing. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's like a way for him to like like mark turf maybe, because I know they got like hormonal gland things going on there too. I don't know. I'd assume it's probably something like that. It's just one of the weird quirks of having a little doggo. Is learning about these weird little things they do. And next time on a Paul stream, I should ask him, be like, Coy, whenever you walk down there, does he ever do that? Does he ever try to pop squat, even though he already did, and and just nothing happens from it? It doesn't happen with every walk either, too, with Zukov. Like, that's the one thing I find a little weird about it. Like he'll at least do like a single, his daily little deuce thing, and then after that, usually it's chill. But every now and then he gets like a little hair up his ass about it. No pun intended. Well, maybe I don't know. Literally, at this rate, I don't fucking know. Maybe that could be it. It's just like a little hair. It's just like stuck and just hasn't gotten out and tickling him in there or something. It has happened a few times too, where he'll do that, and then I could just like notice that he's really having problems, and I'm just like, oh no, and it's like a little string of hair, and it's like, great, well, and better grab a leaf or a glove or something, and just like kind of navigate carefully and just like whoop, yank it out, because I mean, kind of have to do that sometimes with the poor little boy. Man, I'm just realizing that sometimes having a dog can be kind of gross. Because there are just some things that you might have to like deal with when it comes to them, and it's just like, oh my god. What are you doing, you big little puppy? What are you doing? Curious little thing. What? Now he's starting to smack his little food bowl. Like, what the hell? Really? Really, there, buddy? You just ate food just like a second ago. I literally saw you do that. I literally saw you do that like 10 minutes ago, buddy. What? Are you really that hungry? Jesus. I guess you are. Oh my lord, bro. You are truly a needy princess, you know that? Ah! You just shoved the bag out of the way, dude. Like, you were that, like, seriously, like, yo, get the fuck out of the way. Give me food. Damn, son. Literally just saw you eat, and you were going fucking psycho. You literally shoved his whole head out of, like, the way of the bag in my hand to be like, get right into it, dude. Jesus. Must be hungry today. It's like the third food bowl he's eating. Damn, bro. Damn, doggo. Damn, doggo. But anyway, here, let's see what's happening with that. Let's see here. Actually, I have a little something that could be kind of trouble. Oh, jeez. Macklemore comes out swinging for Jamal Bowman, slants his 8-pack funded opponent. Oh, shit. Wait, did Macklemore, like, drop a new song, or did he just, like, come out with a statement? Well, shit. This has got me curious. Streamlabs, don't fuck up on me. Good. I know you do that sometimes. Is this like a state? Is this song? Okay, it's not. It's the same song.
When they're doing the wrong thing, you have to tell them they're doing the wrong thing and hold them accountable. I don't want my taxpayer money going to commit genocide.
APAC. I mean, this is historic. The amount of money they're expected to spend in this election cycle.
This is a right-wing organization. This is an extreme organization. This is a racist organization. And they're the ones trying to come in and buy this seat.
As for reaction, Bowman minces no words.
Hell no, man. I'm here working for the people of this district.
Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about investing on one piece. The problem isn't the protest.
Well, definitely a base statement. Like it. Dig it. Cool.
The video you just watched was posted by none other than Macklemore. So he is crushing it lately. Not only is he using his platform to speak up for Palestinian human rights, he's also
I
directing.
like how this guy went from a former cringe lord, like kind of like a cringe lord rapper, a little bit, to like an unironic, like kind of like bassist, like activist rapper almost. I like in a span of like, what is it, like 10, 15, some fucking years, he went like cringe lord rapper that was kind of obscure and just kind of people just memed on to like, whoa, damn, bringing fucking fire out of nowhere out, and all of a sudden,
1 million Twitter followers to support politicians like Jamal Bowman, who supports the ceasefire. And he added, quote, AIPAC is spending millions to defeat Jamal Bowman because he supports a ceasefire. He then provides people with a donation link, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And this endorsement from Macklemore couldn't have come at a better time because a poll conducted by Emerson College found that Jamal Bowman is actually losing to George Latimer by 17 points. Now, sure, 21% of people are still undecided, but I mean, that is such a massive deficit to make up. And if this holds, Jamal Bowman will lose this race. Now, the reason why...
I mean, I don't know what like all the, numbers say about this whole thing, but I mean, all I know is I would certainly would rather Bowman win, but considering like the heavy AIPAC funding, his race has been kind of like on, the top sphere a little bit just because of like how contentious it's been. So, seems like maybe a coin toss. Hoping he wins.
This is such a tough race for an incumbent like Jamal Bowman is because AIPAC is spending more money on this race than they've ever spent on any race in the history of this organization. And the airwaves have been flooded with attacks on Jamal Bowman in this district, and obviously they're starting to work. Now, additionally, a Politico analysis recently confirmed that AIPAC is by far and away the biggest source of GOP money in Democratic primaries, with nearly 50% of its donors also recently donating to Republican politicians as well.
Shocker. I mean, because this is like a far-right organization, and when it comes to Zionism, that is inherently like a far-right, philosophy. So, of course, it's going to go right in hand with this shit. I mean, this is like one of those whole, like, bipartisan things that, a lot of people will crow about. Whereas, like, you have these, like, super PACs, like AIPAC, for example, that will go across the board, to prop up and push, a lot of these different, really, at quote-unquote, best, moderate, like, like conservative, like, style Democrats, or just really at worst, just, like, full-on unhinged GOP nationalist types.
So any Democrat that accepts money from this genocide-supporting racist organization needs to be named, shamed, and confronted by their constituents because this should not be tolerated by the base of the Democratic Party. Now, to be clear, when I say that AIPAC is racist, which is what Jamal Bowman has also said, I'm not just saying that they're racist against Palestinians because I think that that's obvious, but they're also racist specifically because they're using GOP money to disproportionately target black and brown members of Congress. And candidates that they've recruited, like George Latimer, he's used dog whistles when talking about Jamal Bowman. And on top of that, he's engaged in the same race.
I mean, that, and also, like, AIPAC is, also is always, used this whole idea of, like, Islam being tied to just Arabs across the board and how, like, they, bring in extremism and, like, Islamism and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, they'll push, that type of fucking narrative and dog whistle, that type of shit, too. I mean, there's a lot of, like, little kind of key signs, or like kind of key signs that you can like, look at, when it comes to this type of bullshit with them. I mean, especially when it ties into the idea of like, an evangelical, like, holy state, like supporting the idea of Israel.
That Republican candidates have also engaged in against black members of Congress. But I'm going to let Jamal Bowman explain for himself. This is an interview from Illuminati. Let's watch.
You've also had like these attacks, these mailers, right, where they've been darkening, really darkening your image. Please tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean that's a classic racist attack in campaigns. It usually comes from right-wing Republicans, but it's coming from a Democrat, so-called Democrat now, who's running against me. But yeah, the mailer with the darkening of my skin to make me look scarier. But it hasn't only just been the mailer. It's also been, after our first debate, there were people from my district commenting under my opponent's Facebook post saying that they hope I have a stroke and they referred to me as a thug. And
what the fuck? I hope this man gets a stroke so that it could be like John Fetterman, so we can probably make him more conservative. because he had a stroke and somehow became he literally became a full-on conservative dipshit because of it. And that's not even fucking hearsay at this point. Like, he even admits it. It's like, yeah, after my stroke, I just realized I should just kind of tell how it is a little more and be just honest with my thoughts, which is basically being a conservative dipshit, on the equivalent of a Joe Manchin or a Kirsten Sinema type. Honestly, even worse than that. So it's if anything, if being more honest about yourself means, is what the outcome is, which I guess sure, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But if this is who you truly were, then it would have been better if he just was like this from the fucking get-go. And just end up, running as a Republican instead.
Condemn what they said, and all he did was simply take it down.
Honestly, I would have more respect for Fetterman if he honestly was just yeah, I'm more of a blue-collar Republican type that's kind of pro-union, but, fuck everything else. It's at least then I'd be all right, at least I know where his fucking cards lie. But, he decided to be the two-faced, little fucking snake with it the entire time. He took off.
Also said that I take money from Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. To which when someone told him to show proof, he sent them a Free Beacon article, which is the most right-wing, crazy, psycho article you could get. So the credibility there is shot, but you see where he's getting his information from.
Just to remind you all, we're talking about a Democratic primary here, where George Latimer, supposed Democrat, is darkening Jamal Bowman's skin on mailers and accusing him of taking money from Hamas, which
Jeez.
is incredibly stupid. Because,
might as well make him look like he's lurking in the shadows, just I'm in the shadows from the dark within.
Hamas doesn't have a lobbying firm or any influence whatsoever in American.
And also, Hamas isn't even a thing in the United States. That's just ridiculous. That's just beyond comically fucking absurd.
But the goal here is to make Jamal Bowman seem like a scary terrorist. But this right here is the kind of gutter politics that AIPAC-funded Democrats are engaging in, and it's really not surprising. But that's not all, because pay close attention to what George Latimer said in this online debate.
And he will tell you that what we've done at White Plains isn't good enough. What we've done is accomplish things. What he's done is give speeches all across the country. And when you get as much money as you get from outside the district, your constituency is Dearborn, Michigan. Your constituency is San Francisco, California. It's not Harrison. It's not Tuckahoe. It's not Scarsdale. You're not even there to be part of the events of those communities.
That's an ironic thing coming from a guy who's funded by a fucking other country, funded by Israel. Oh, well, your constituents are Dearborn and San Francisco and blah, blah, blah. Well, hey, guess what? As an American, congressman, he predominantly represents the constituency of his district, but he is a representative of the United States, and their citizenry, at the end of the day. So, what fucking point are you trying to make here, dipshit? Sometimes, you're, go above and beyond to try to represent, more than just your district and all of Americans. I said, it's kind of probably the point of going into fucking Congress, is to be a voice of a district, among many, of all Americans to represent their fucking voice on issues in the halls of Congress. That's kind of the fucking point. But let's take the fucking lectures from a guy who's literally getting money from Israel and from super PACs that are foreignly funded by these fucking other governments and other nations. Yeah, sure.
I think what has to happen in the next 2 years is you send somebody to Washington, a serious legislator. You know what I've done. You know what I can do. You know
even Jamal's laughing over here. He's just even he's laughing.
Dearborn, Michigan is a majority Arab city, and Latimer here is claiming that Jamal Bowman's focus is on them as opposed to his own constituents because, I don't know, I guess he has some secret dangerous agenda that he's not disclosing to his constituents. Listen, when
the Islamic American state will rise from Dearborn, we must be careful because people like Jamal are going to introduce that. We can't allow Hamas to win.
Say that Jamal Bowman is taking money from Hamas and you darken his skin in mailers to try to make him look like a scary black man, and you're also supporting a genocide against Arabs currently, I think it'd be insane to pretend like this isn't Islamophobia, because that's what this is. You're saying he's taking Hamas money and representing the Arabs in Dearborn, Michigan, as opposed to the people in New York 16. What else are we supposed to conclude when you make comments like this? But it's ironic that he called out Jamal Bowman's outside donations because, as Brian Metzger points out, just 2% of Bowman's campaign contributions came from Michigan. Now, he adds that it's true most of Bowman's direct contributions are from out of state, while most of Latimer's direct contributions are far more local. But I do want to explore that a little bit more because outside funds from indirect contributions are telling us a different story. Common Dreams explains, despite Latimer's claims that Bowman was receiving outside money, it is he, the Westchester County official and former member of the New York State Assembly, who has benefited from the overwhelming majority of outside funds coming into the race, most notably more than $9 million from the United Democracy Project, AIPAC Super PAC, according to Open Secrets data. So it's incredibly ironic that George Latimer, of all people, is claiming that Jamal Bowman doesn't actually represent the people of New York 16, considering the fact that George Latimer was quite literally recruited by a foreign government's lobbying firm to run in this district.
The irony, it's just like, oh, well, we can't allow someone to just be like, doing all this grassroots funding now from other places. Anyway, let me do a bunch of fundraising from a bunch of other super PACs and from other countries. Shit.
A brief interruption. Before I get too crippled to do this shit.
What?
Oh, how to fix a hose about the thing. Put this on.
What?
Take that, ream it out, oil it up.
I just shove it in there?
Shove it in there. It's usually reaming it out helps shove it in, so it's a pain in the ass. But when it's done, just get this thing back up there and screw it down. Pretty simple.
Okay.
He should ask himself who he's really running.
Important. If you don't do that, it'll take you forever to try to stick one of these suckers in there.
I have a lot of sexual innuendo jokes I could be using, but I'm not going to.
The people in this district
included. You want to get it nice and lean out and lube it up real good so it can slide up.
Yeah.
Or the government of Israel, because based on how much money he's taken, I think that's really debatable. AIPAC isn't just giving him this money because they hate Jamal Bowman. They're giving him this money because they expect something in return. It's an investment, as is the case with all political contributions from special interests. And I say this because Thomas Massey, a Republican, maybe the only Republican in this cycle that AIPAC has actually targeted, gave us some insight into how much influence this lobbying firm has. And as you're going to see, it's pretty substantial.
And I have Republicans who come to me and say, that's wrong what AIPAC is doing to you. Let me talk to my AIPAC person. By the way, everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What does that mean, an AIPAC person?
Oh, God, Tucker. Man, I should get a warning before fucking Tucker Carlson gets on my screen. Oh, God. Tucker.
Babysitter, your AIPAC baby.
Thanks. Welcome.
Who is always talking to you for AIPAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are, firmly embedded in AIPAC. And
every member has something like this?
I don't know how it works on the Democrat side, but that's how it works on the Republican side. And when they come to DC, you go have lunch with them, and they've got your cell number, and you have conversations with them. So I've had
that's absolutely crazy.
I've had 4 members of...
That is honestly kind of not surprising, but also kind of eerie in a way. Because these motherfuckers are having these business deals, not just with AIPAC, but with all of these fucking super PACs and lobbyists and shareholders, etc. Fellow politicians as well. They do this shit on the goddamn daily, almost, for all intents and purposes. So it's knowing that, pretty much there's at least inherent, every GOP pretty much has an AIPAC, representative that they can go to. It's that is just kind of fucking wild to me. I mean, not surprising, but knowing that it is just that conditioned and just that normal is honestly fucking wild.
Say, I'll talk to my AIPAC person, and it's literally what we call them, my AIPAC guy. I'll talk to my APEC guy and see if I can get him to, dial those ads back.
Why have I never heard this before?
Because it's just on the books. This is legal for all intents and purposes. It's just, seen as a part of the game. I mean, and knowing you, Tucker, you fucking know. You know better, dumbass. Like, you know better than this. Because, in this situation, it's like, that guy's, talked to people in the halls of power and had probably even some of these weird little dinners himself, just on a media side of things. But when it comes to, super PACs and, shareholders and all this other shit, it's a totally different ball game. I mean, same, field, but, they're playing a little different style of, ball a little bit. It's just like, and the idea that, how come I never heard of this? Because, well, for one, it's like, because it's probably the same shit that you do, but just, cooked up a little differently. And then, for two, that's just because that's just a part of business. That's normal. It's just thought of like, it's not really, it's a second thought, to these, people and to these politicians. I mean, so why would they be like, oh shit, this is actually kind of like, whoa. I mean, because they all, it's kind of expected. It's actually unusual if you're not. Hence why this guy is kind of talking about it and being open with it. Being pretty much like the one Republican where he just didn't really, stick around with it.
Doesn't benefit anybody. Why would they want to tell their constituents that they've basically got a buddy system with somebody who's representing a foreign country?
Exactly.
It doesn't benefit the congressman for people to know that, so they're not going to tell you that.
Now, the caveat, of course, is that it's Thomas Massie, so he's not necessarily the most reliable source here, so take what he says with a grain of salt. But
I'm willing to believe him, honestly.
What he's saying here is probably true, because it's not really that surprising. Yes, it's shocking to hear that members of our government have a babysitter from the lobbying firm of a foreign country. That might shock people, but this has been going on for a very long time, right? Lobbyists of special interests and whatnot, they try to form genuine connections with members of Congress, and they take them to lunch, and they meet with them regularly. They stay in contact with them, so that way, when it's time to vote on a bill that affects them and their industry, you're not just voting against that industry, you're voting against one of your friends, and you wouldn't want to hurt your friend, would you? Like, that's one of the many ways that lobbyists are able to manipulate members of Congress. And you're probably wondering, well, are they really that stupid and gullible? Yes, they really are that stupid and gullible, right? Campaign contributions, lobbying, the friendships that they form with lobbyists, these are all things that get them to be complicit with what special interests want, including what the government of Israel wants, since they have such a large lobbying firm. But Jamal Bowman is one of
this kind of part of the reason why it's just kind of seen as like the norm, and why it's never really discussed, and why it never would benefit, the constituency to know about it, or at least to let it be an open secret and not discuss it. Just like, oh, well, it's because of X, Y, or Z, or, well, I'm not like, like your puppet or anything. I just happen to support this, and blah, blah, blah. They always will, like, genuflect away from the whole fucking thing instead of actually just owning up to it. It's like, yeah, I'm bought and paid because fuck you. That's why. Like, because that's the real reason. Fuck you, that's why. I'm more loyal to a foreign government more so than our own in my own constituency. So go fuck yourself. You're going to vote for me anyway, so suck it. Like, I mean, that would be their honest position.
The members of Congress who doesn't have an APAC baby.
But that probably wouldn't sell well.
Because he's choosing morals over political expediency. He could have been safe and chose to not speak up and call for a ceasefire, but he did what was right. That's more than what you can say about 99% of people in Congress. So we absolutely cannot let George Latimer defeat Jamal Bowman. So if you live in that district, please, for the love of God, consider getting out and knocking on doors for him. And if you're able to, chip in a buck or two, consider phone banking for Jamal Bowman, because we have to protect the few members in Congress that we have that are actually bold enough to condemn genocide, which most members of Congress, they're not willing to do that. So the few that are willing to just be human.
Curious how none of them are
and say what all of us are thinking, that genocide bad, we have to defend them. So we have to defend Jamal Bowman and anyone else facing a challenger from APAC. And, even if it's as simple as sharing his policies on social media, do that, because any way we can spread the word, we're counteracting the influence of APAC since they have completely bombarded the airwaves in that district with so much negativity about Jamal Bowman. So any little thing.
I mean, honestly, I won't be surprised if like the entirety of like New York City itself is literally just like bombarded with billions of dollars of this shit. So like honestly, I mean, Oregon definitely is because there's a lot of fucking like APAC backed fucking dipshits that fucking are that made some wins here. So I mean, their money, like where they want to invest in it, they make sure it counts. And that's kind of the spooky thing about it. Like, APAC has really got a very sinister, strong fucking grip in U.S. politics when it comes to their funding and shit. And it, hopefully, will start to crack, but, I mean, we're not quite there yet, at least. Honestly, I suppose we'll see after this election cycle whether their influence starts to crack or not, because at least it stands right now, and it doesn't seem like it yet. I know the support of Zionism is starting to crack, though. But that's a whole different thing. That's a support of ideology and philosophy, not a support of like not like a money backed, influenced, heavily funded organization. Though granted, those organizations do support those things, but still. I like my dog locked himself in the lunchroom again. Not surprised. I'll never understand his like weird fixation and things like that, honestly. It's just a strange little thing. He wanted to just like lock himself in a little cave. Oh my god, I can't even bother to be mad at him about it. There's very little that I can honestly be mad at him about. You know what? We haven't honestly like hit up Reddit in a fat fucking minute. Well, it's a little fuckety, but we could probably make it work, Let's see. What's going on Reddit today? What's happening here? Let's see. Uh-oh. r/boomers being fools. And we don't even really need to have a screen up for this. Yeah, let's see. My boomer aunt is literally and non-figuratively insane. My mid-60s aunt has always been an awful person, especially to me, male 33 grown up. She used to give me Barbies as gifts to unwrap at family Christmas, some sort of bizarre homophobic joke. And whenever she called my mother, she acts surprised and offended when I pick up the phone. In the last 20 years, though, she's gone completely, totally nuts. Sounds like she already was kind of at least a bitch. So, completely and totally nuts bitch. Not only cranky or a Fox News actor, even pre-dementia, she was 20. If she was 20, I assume it was just schizophrenia, but we don't honestly know what this is. She thinks she's being gang stalked by motorcyclist rabid people. She thinks cartels, cults are disguising themselves as the dead to sneak into Walmart and steal drugs. She thinks her grandson was replaced by a doppelganger and her son's gone, no contact as a result. What the fuck? Whoa. To be honest, this is schizophrenia. I'm just going to say this right now. I have had personal experiences with at least 3 different people who are schizophrenic. 2 of them very directly in my life, and this is exactly on par with shit that, when it comes to manic schizophrenic episodes, this is exactly on par with some shit that they'd be saying. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm not being fucking serious. This is certainly, like, they even pre-emphasized, like, we assume it was schizophrenia, but we don't know now. No, it is. Assume that you were initially right, because this is literally what this is. Like, right off the bat, I could just tell that's at least one variation of something going on here. It's like, probably some other shit, but for sure, schizophrenia is involved with it. That just right off the bat, I could just tell that. The latest insane is due to another relative dying and leaving my insane on a horse. Oh no. This is already going to be bad. My mother was at the relative's house attempting to sort through the otherwise total lack of will left behind. when her sister-in-law followed up to shoe. Question mark, said horse. Aunt, my aunt is not a horse shoer. Oh, shoeing the horse. Okay, I know what that means. She never has been. She's ridden horses before, but has never, under any circumstances, shoed one. My mother may be hoping the family problem would be resolved, so go ahead. An hour later, my aunt storms back and declaring the horse has been replaced with an imposter. I'm so glad I moved and I didn't have to deal with this. I'm just going to say this right off the bat. There's a strong likelihood drugs are probably involved, or at least were at one point. Schizophrenia definitely probably played a role, because usually it doesn't just like slowly but surely happen. Usually there's like something that actually like kind of clicks as a traumatic event for these things to happen. And sometimes drugs are that. Like sometimes, getting into like meth or something, will sometimes, incite that. It'll like trigger it basically. So, and it might start off not so bad initially, but it will fucking just get worse if not treated. I mean, so it's, like, that's my guess with this one. Like, what the fuck? I'm assuming she's also like a MAGA chud too. Like, oh my god, she probably is as well. Like, oh my god. I'm kind of reading some of these comments here. Dementia could do this. It caused my silent generation Nana, who was one of a person to be a ghost, lived in her house. It's probably dementia. Dementia can cause Gapgrass syndrome. Believe someone you love has been replaced by an identical imposter. She sounds like an old cunt anyway, but this is very likely dementia. And their possibility is traumatic brain injury. Well, some people are saying dementia. Well, I guess, she is an older woman. Now, I don't know. I mean, she's old, like, mid-60s. Yeah, actually might more likely be the case. I still think drugs probably played a role in it. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But, whoa. Wow. Wow. Boomers be... Some people just be whack. Some people be whack. But... I kind of like that subreddit. I kind of want to read more, some other ones. I want to hear some other stories out of this subreddit. Don't necessarily need to screen out for it. What's this one? That sounds interesting. Oh shit, this is a freak out. Uh-oh. Boomer doesn't understand inflation, gets mad at sandwich shop owner. Oh god. Yo, I might have a tangential one about this one. Oh my god. Oh boy. This one looks fun. This one sounds fun. This is a nice little lengthy one as well. Hell yeah. So this actually happened several weeks ago, but I stumbled onto the sub, and I figured I'd share it. I had some extra time at lunch, decided to surprise my girl by ordering a few sandwiches from our favorite local joints. This place is typically $2 to $4 more expensive than most chain shops, but entirely worth it. So just like a mom and pop place or like a local place, and just obviously has higher ingredients, probably better quality, blah blah blah. Makes sense. Doing high quality ingredients and locally baked bread, baked daily, it's just better. Yeah, fair enough. Plus support local business and all that. The owner works behind the counter every day and is always fun to have a conversation with. Cool. While I was waiting for my order, in comes Boomer. One of the things I really enjoy about the shop are the unique sandwiches named for local Phoenix, Arizona things. Oh, so it's like a little Phoenix, Arizona shop. I don't think Boomer agreed. He had, as he made a comment on this. This menu's too confusing. Can I just order a turkey sandwich? Oh my god, dude, you gotta be kidding me. He looked at the menu, which I'm assuming is probably pretty simple, like any other generic menu for the most part. And it's like, too confusing. This is some liberal shit. I just want a turkey Sam. It's like, oh my god, bro. The owner explained that he definitely could order any custom combination you like and proceed the painstaking process of asking about each individual ingredient. Boone orders a turkey and provolone on white bread with basically nothing on it but mayo and mustard. Oh god, it's one of these old farts. Dude, I've made sandwiches literally just like this so much, dude. Oh my god. Dude, I know these motherfuckers. Holy shit. I'm painting the picture of what this guy looks like in my head already. He comments as he sits down. Wait, hold on. Total came to $11. Geez, that's an expensive sandwich, as he comments as he sits down. My order was more complicated, so I was surprised when the sandwich came out first. He gets up and grabs the bag and starts heading towards the door, and underneath his breath says, "You should try to lower your prices." Owner, excuse me, sir, what was that? Very politely. Boomer turns to him. "You should lower your prices." Owner, sir, I'll definitely lower my prices when the supplier lowers theirs, but I just had to raise my prices 50 cents to cover the increase of the price of our bread. Well, if you want people to come back, you need to lower your prices. That's not what? That's not how anything works, dipshit. Like, I still get, like, the burritos that, at, like, this little family, like, burrito place I go to that's, like, right next to my workplace. And straight up, like, those burritos used to cost, like, $8 back in the day. Then they used to cost about $9. Then it went up to about, like, 10, and then 11, and then 12, and then 13. That's what they are now. And it's just, like, and look, it sucks, but whatever. It's because of their suppliers and all sorts of shit. Like, I mean, they still have to, like, I don't know, live and pay, pay their rent and pay their own bills and all this other shit. I mean, they're a small business, It's like, good lord. They're not like some major corpo, like, fucking chain where they can afford it. But as far as costs gone up, and even with the increase in my prices are comparable to similar shops, even close to chain stores, and our ingredients are higher quality, I'm sorry you feel it's expensive. Boomer. I'm just saying, if you want people to come back, you need to lower your prices. It's just simple business. And then he storms out. The owner just looks at me like, what the fuck? A look on his face, and all I can reply was, don't worry, I'll come back and laugh. My order was done shortly after, and was delicious as always. Edit for my fellow Phoenicians. This was the sandwich spot off Glendale, I think, 12th Street. Oh, the sandwich spot, okay. If I, for some reason, ever find myself in Phoenix, I'm going to take a note of that. I always like a good sandwich spot. Because I actually do got some family in Phoenix, but oh my god, dude. The amount of times I've either witnessed this as a other customer or as an employee, oh my god. The amount of times I've, like, witnessed some dumb shit like that, even directed at me, oh my god. And I'm not gonna lie, it takes like some angelic saint in me somewhere to, like, these days, like, really not want to pop off. Because I even found out, like, like, pretty much most of the coworkers at my department are pretty much, like, done with shit. And they're just like, nah, fuck this. Like, and I'm like, you know what? I agree. So I want to at least, get some, like, deets and social media, stuff, from anybody and all that, and make sure I can really stay in contact with some folks, in case everyone all decides to just dip all at once. Because if everyone starts dipping all at once, I'm doing that. I because I know there was at one point where that almost happened a few years back, but I think this actually might be like a year where everyone just says fuck it and leaves. Like, I mean, like, I think this might be the summer where that just happens, and I'm just going to say that myself. Put my 2 weeks in, just use the rest of my time for vacation time, or sick pay time or whatever, and just say, because we're good. Some bullshit, I tell you what. Some bullshit, I tell you what. My goodness, my goodness. Oh, Reddit. Good old Reddit. Let's go back to the tube here because I know I saw something I want to look at here. Oh, here we go. Haven't seen it yet. Worst Dr. Eva. Okay, that's on. Good. Streamlabs, don't fuck up on me now. Cool. There we go. Sweet.
Surgery is a very scary thing. You are literally putting your life into someone else's hands. And unfortunately, sometimes those hands aren't focused on the task. They're focused on doing some of this. And maybe even a little of this. And God forbid.
What the fuck?
But sometimes even this. What I'm talking
Charlie,
about today is
goddammit, I love him.
doctor trend. It's kind of dwindled in popularity after some of the doctors participating in it lost their license because of it.
I actually know about some. I know there was like one infamous one who was, I think, like a weight reduction surgeon or some shit, and would literally do like TikTok dances or whatever the hell while doing these surgeries, and straight up botched and like didn't like outright deformities basically on different people that she did surgeries on, and because obviously shocker they were pissed off and sued. Majority of them being women too, by the way. Like a lot of them, fucking challenged her as a doctor fundamentally and for criminal negligence and actually won. Because, yeah, shocker, you have all that fucking evidence on TikTok and shit, you dumbass. It's like, honestly, I don't even understand it. I mean, I get if, like, a doctor wants to do, like, a little silly video as, like, a one-off or whatever. Not during surgery, by the way. But, like, in their office, with a nurse or two. Because, like, one of them has a TikTok, and it's like, hey, you want to do a little silly dance or whatever? Or some shit. It's like how it feels, pre-surgery, to walk in with the doc, pre-gaming. With like the, pre-game, like, strategy or whatever about the surgery, being like, or whatever the fuck, I don't know. Like, I mean, that would be fine, but like, literally during the surgery or anything remotely close to that shit is diabolically insane. And utterly unsanitary because of all the germs, bacteria, who the fuck knows what's on a phone. So it's just like, I mean, and these doctors and surgeons are doing this shit while doing surgery. Very utterly unsanitary. It's like, I don't want like some weird like E. coli, like, festering in like my open wound that you made, to fucking like do a surgery, you freak.
I think is justice served. And in fact, I think that's not far enough. I think if you are a doctor who is compromising the health of their patient because of this dancing trend that you did, you should probably face a little bit more than just the license being revoked. You literally put their life at risk for some clout. Like, that's not an exaggeration to say.
I'd say give him a fat fine and, pay for any medical damages and 5 years in prison. I think that'd be fair.
Now, this was a bit of a viral trend for a little bit. It actually predates TikTok. It actually was before TikTok, where for some reason some doctors got it in their fucking noodle that this would be like a really quirky, fun marketing thing for their practice, and somehow didn't recognize that this would scare the shit out of people because no one wants their doctor to be the zany goofball who's going to, fool around during very sensitive surgery. Would stop to film TikTok videos of them dancing with like pieces of their patients in their hands and using it as props, or just generally dancing or filming skits while operating on a patient. Just imagine that nightmarish scenario. You're about to go unconscious from the anesthesia, and as your eyes are closing, you hear the TikTok 3-second countdown. And when it hits 0, you just go straight to Valhalla. It's such a terrifying thing to think about because surgery is so sensitive. You don't need me to sit here and tell you how dangerous surgery can be. Obviously, if you've developed object permanence, you can fucking recognize that surgery is something that is not to be taken lightly. It's not small potatoes by any means. So when you're going under for a procedure, you would pray that all of the doctors there are on your team, there for you 100% to, fix whatever the problem is or whatever's going on there. But in this trend, it was the exact opposite. It's like they waited for the patient to go to sleep and turn that fucking operating room into a nightclub. Hey, is the idiot asleep? Perfect. Drop the disco ball, bring in the dancing lobsters. Jill, hit it. Where are my boner jams? We're filming a TikTok.
All of a sudden, you just like hear Sigma music. Just suddenly that shit just starts dropping.
It led to
Everything
some
starts
problems.
shaking.
Now, the one I want to focus on today is a video that actually was very popular a few years ago and is making the rounds again because there is a follow-up to this story that I'd like to get into after showing it to you.
Latoya Arsheen was among the first to see
Oh my god, it was the one I was talking about, wasn't it? This is the doctor I was talking about, wasn't it?
video of Dr. Wendell Boutte
Oh my god, it is! This is the bitch I was talking about. Oh my god.
making an incision and mugging for the camera while the rap song Cut It played.
I don't want to get DMCA'd, so I'm not letting the song play, but you know how the song goes. You need to cut it. Little acapella for you.
That's Arsheen on the table. Cut It is your song, girlfriend. You did awesome. The photo release form is signed only by a member of Boutte's staff. Where Arsheen was supposed to sign is blank.
I feel disrespected on a lot of levels.
The song's playing here again while they're dancing with a portion of her flesh. This is actual Ed Gein type shit.
This is legit some psycho shit, dude. Like, this is supposed to be like, you know, like skin reduction surgery due to weight loss and stuff. And this fucking doctor is literally just like, you know, doing a fucking TikTok dance with, oh my god. This is some Ed Gein, Jeffrey Dahmer shit. I, like, would expect Jeffrey Dahmer to be playing, like, some fucking weird orchestral shit on a fucking, like, vinyl while, like, dancing around with the flesh, like, you know, it's like, what the fuck?
This is diabolical. That's like something a Dark Souls boss would do. Use flesh as some kind of instrument. That is so disturbing. Like, I don't know what they were expecting with this video when they posted it. Like, did they think this would become like the official music video for Cut It or something going forward? Or like, I don't know.
Maybe. The sandwich idea was better than I expected. Hey, nice.
I thought this was a good idea and how they wouldn't get in trouble for it. Like, this is not what you would want your doctors to be doing while you're under. Because then you have to start to question, well, what else did they do that wasn't filmed? Like, I woke up from the surgery and my butt was a little sore. I'm questioning a lot of things now. Like, what's going on? Like, this is only what they filmed. Far more horrible things also could have been happening off camera. And even what happened on camera is unacceptable. This is so fucked.
Do you think that's your flesh?
I think it is with the Cut It, the remaining of the song.
The former patients have now come forward with complaints. Arsheen plans legal action not just about the video, but about her results. How does your body look now?
Disfigured.
So according to her, her body is disfigured as a result of the surgery, and from what I can tell, many other complaints say the same thing. That
Like, this is like literally a whole civil suit, basically. Like, a bunch of people came out. And, I mean, you saw how many clips there were. There had to at least be like a dozen plus clips in that little, like, montage of just different clips that she's done. And frankly, honestly, that surgeon shouldn't be the only one. Every fucking bitch and every motherfucker that was involved in these videos, like the nurses and all these other, like, surgeons that were involved, it should be held just as liable as her. You know, because they're complicit with it. Like, did not one of them think, what the fuck are you doing? We're supposed to be doing a surgery. If you want to do some silly TikTok thing, do it after this. What the fuck are you doing? Like, I would immediately bail the fuck out and if anything, report that shit right off the bat. But not one of them thought that shit. Then they're just as complicit and should be held just as fucking liable. Like, fuck them all. Like, I mean, like, straight up.
Had less than stellar results. As you would probably guess, if your doctor was more focused on making TikToks as opposed to the actual surgical procedure they were supposed to be focusing on. You'd probably have better luck getting your surgery done by some mysterious shady goober off the black market. You'd be risking your kidneys, but in a practice like this, you're risking your whole life here, because you might just die on the operating table because they're too busy focusing on hitting like a fat fucking Gangnam style while you're under on the table. Really dated myself on that one because I couldn't think of any of the new dance trends. But
I mean, my God, I remember when Gangnam Style first came out, dude. Oh my God, what was that? Like high school, middle school, something like that.
What I'm saying. Now, like I mentioned,
I don't know. It's Korean. I don't know Korean. I'm just gonna go ba 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 da da ba da ba da ba. Dude, I can't believe I still fucking remember that after all. I have not heard that in like over a decade. I still know it. Holy fuck. Oh my god, I still remember that shit after all these years. Like over a fucking decade, dude, and I still remember that. Okay, now I really feel fucking dated. Oh my god. What the Zoomies got for Skibbity, like the millennials had fucking Gangnam Style, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh no. That was proto Skibbity, dude.
These do predate TikTok. This one in particular, this happened in 2017 through 2018, and it was posted to YouTube and Instagram. But this trend did persist all the way into TikTok, and I'm sure some of you have seen more recent headlines about some dancing doctors on TikTok that have also faced some repercussions for that, luckily. But this one is, I think, the most shocking one because they are actually dancing around with pieces of the patient. So the follow-up to this story is there was a lawsuit launched here, obviously, from former patients of this practice. There's numerous videos of Dr. Wendell Boutte here dancing as their patients are under, and as you've seen, even using them as, or parts of them, as props in the dancing. While she's operating, also dancing. The surgical
and also her nurses and other individuals in this are dancing too.
Assistants, everyone who even enters the room just gets hit with this fucking boogie virus, and they just can't help but dance for the sake of these videos, all while they're supposed to be doing surgery. She faced numerous lawsuits, all of which I believe have resolved, and she's been ordered to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to the victims. She had her medical license suspended. But from what I can tell, it was only suspended for 2.5 years, which means she can legally practice medicine again in
what the fuck?
Georgia.
She should be in fucking prison and never be able to practice medicine ever again, as far as I give a shit. What the fuck? Why?
You can't find a follow-up on that, but she wasn't permanently suspended, which I have to raise an eyebrow to. I don't know how this didn't become like a more criminal case where she'd face jail time.
She should be like suffering like fucking like criminal negligence and violation of Hippocratic Oath. Like that should generally be more of like a criminal charge, honestly, because it is the oath of a doctor and a surgeon and a nurse and anyone in the medical field to uphold the care of the patient first and foremost above all else. Like, I mean, that is pretty much like the fundamental rule about what the Hippocratic Oath is about. Like, and any element of violating that shit should be treated very fucking harshly. Like, I mean, like, what the fuck?
I think it is super severe, especially when you look at some of these cases. So, a patient named Silma Cornelius went into her practice, and she was only there for a couple of small things, but was eventually convinced to do bigger procedures, and eventually paid $11,284, and then also had another scheduled cosmetic procedure down the line. So she went back on February 18th of 2016 to return for that cosmetic procedure, and something went wrong. 8 hours into the surgery, after anesthesia was discontinued, and before her lower abdomen had been sutured, she went into cardiac arrest. Paramedics arrived at the scene and...
What?
It took 30 minutes to close up her abdomen, and they had to carry her down the stairs because there wasn't an elevator big enough to accommodate a stretcher.
That needs to be a thing in places where, like, what?
By the time she arrived at the medical center, she was in severe distress, unresponsive, and unable to breathe without a ventilator, and suffered a severe and debilitating catastrophic brain injury, and left her reliant on a feeding tube and around-the-clock care.
Basically made her a fucking vegetable for all intents and purposes. Like, basically made this person stunted and brain damaged for life. Yeah, okay, 5 years is not enough, like, for my hypothetical what if this bitch. Like, this needs to be criminal negligence, to the most, extreme degree. Like, I mean, 25 years, or fucking life as far as I care at this point. Like, what the fuck? Basically, like, destroyed an entire person's life and destroyed their brain because, like, They'd rather do a bunch of TikTok shit or whatever the fuck for like 8 fucking hours. And, even when the anesthesia wore off, didn't even bother to fucking, search her and, stitch everything up and shit. Oh my God. This is wild, dude.
The quirky dancing doctor was legitimately ruining people's lives, disfiguring them permanently, and in this case, leaving a woman with permanent brain damage. Under no circumstances should she be allowed to practice again. It's not like this is just some kind of freak mistake that she made one time. She had dozens of videos doing this with many victims. Like, this isn't just some kind of whoopsie-daisy that someone makes, like, how was I supposed to know that dancing during surgery and, parading around parts of the patients was a bad idea? Like, what do you mean? This is new information that nobody knew. Like, I couldn't have avoided this. This was truly inevitable. It's fucking ridiculous. I really think she got off very easy in this case. Yes, she was ordered to pay back hundreds of thousands of dollars to some of the victims, but she was also an extremely successful dermatologist. I don't think that hurt her very much. Like, she got off of this, in my opinion, very easy.
She got a slap on the wrist for all intents and purposes. Like, she should be never be able to, like, practice medicine again. And yet, for all the intents and purposes, like, by the time, like, the next year happens, she could be out there doing the same shit again. And more people are going to fucking suffer for it. And it's going to take, like, another year or two, after a bunch of other TikTok bullshit for her to actually get caught again. Like, that, because it's just going to get fucked, with this. Like, this, like, if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if she becomes, like, some grifter and starts doing, like, some commentary and, like, starts speaking out and be like, oh, I was canceled and wrong because I was, like, I would not be surprised, to be honest.
Now, the anesthesiologist in that Cut It video you just saw also faced some legal problems as well. But
well, that's good, at least. At least one of these fuckers, on top of her, are getting some accountability.
Was actually cleared of malpractice last year.
Never mind. They should have not been cleared from that shit.
In that video I showed you with Cut It playing, Dr. Roland Pinkney was in there dancing as well. He was the anesthesiologist that day, and he was facing some legal issues here, but was ultimately deemed not liable in any way for what the victim had experienced as a result of.
He is. He's the one that, like, helped begin, like, the surgery process by putting the patient under. He is absolutely fucking culpable and complicit with this shit. The fuck?
100% of the fault was put once again on Wendell, and basically they were arguing that him dancing was not a breach of care. Like, the argument they made ultimately was that it was just him being less than professional, but him being unprofessional doesn't constitute breaching the medical standard of care that he needed to uphold. I have to firmly disagree here. I feel like
that just sounds like some weird word salad bullshit to justify this garbage. Like, what? Oh, he was acting less than professional and obviously was totally complicit, but, did he violate anything? Yes. But obviously not. I mean, he did his job, but just less than professionally. Did he do his job in a way that was complicit to the whole, endangerment of the patient? Yes, but let's not focus on that, actually. What word salad gobbledygook bullshit is this? Like, what?
Anyone in that operating room should know that you shouldn't be filming fucking YouTube videos and TikTok dances.
Frankly, you shouldn't even have your phone in there at all. Like, you should be utterly focused on doing your fucking surgery and shit. Like, oh my god.
Who are in the middle of a surgery. Now, in his defense, he was under the impression that the patient consented to having that kind of content made during the procedure.
No, they didn't. There's nothing in the world that would ever justify that shit. Bullshit, no.
A little fishy there with exactly what he was aware of. That is a weird thing to consent to. I don't imagine there's many people out there that would be super happy to see themselves under the knife and having their doctors like dance around with their flesh. So that still seems a little odd to me, but ultimately he was found not in violation of that medical standard of care. It was no malpractice on his end was the verdict. But yeah, pretty fucked up situation that I just wanted to talk a little bit about because I dove into it pretty deep today. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Well, damn. Well, shit. And I guess also Europe is cooked in further news. In other news, Europe is cooked. The facade hobby on the scene. Man, I was kind of hoping maybe to understand a little bit more about the trend that is kind of going on with the ticky tacks and the skibbity talks, with that, but I guess not as much, but still, it's just like the fact that this is even a fucking thing should fundamentally like be, should just fundamentally be like a goddamn utter criminal violation in every degree. Like, I mean, I wish, like, like the legal system would actually crack down on this shit, because, like, you have these motherfuckers overtly putting that out there, putting it out there for everyone to see. It's like one thing if they're in their office or just like, using some, parts of the hospital to do like a little skit, but no one else is involved, or they just got like one of their buddies involved and that's literally it. And no one's harmed in it, then whatever. I don't give a fuck. There's plenty of like, content creators that also are like doctors and shit like that, but when it comes to their actual job, do not use any of it, in a sense of like, oh, I'm gonna do a surgery, I'm doing this, I'm, hey, well, how you doing, Brenda? What's up? It's none of that shit. They're doing their own thing. Like, if they're just doing their own thing strictly, I'm okay with it, but because honestly, there's a few, like Dr. Cardon, I think his name is, like a British Pakistani doctor who, like, honestly is fucking really cool, pretty funny and very informative, and like, so it's not like, doctors can't have like that shit, but they need to know what the fucking boundary is, because at the end of the day, them as a doctor and upholding the Hippocratic Oath, is like first and foremost fundamentally. It's like, whatever else they want to do on the side, that's fine. But as soon as like it gets in the way of that first and foremost oath that they have taken, or they taken, as a doctor and part of the medical field, then that's where the fucking line ends. At least some of these, like doctors and shit recognize that, but evidently not a lot of them, because they're desperate for some fucking clout, I guess. But they can't just do it the honest way. They have to be a weird fuck and get everyone else involved in it, including, the risk of the life of the patients too. That's nice. It's not like America's healthcare system is fucked as it is and bad enough as it is anyway. Here, let's see what little things are going on now. Zionist Karen flips out on anti-Zionist Jews. How dare you? How can you say that? You're Jewish? What the fuck? Oh, I think I've seen this. I think I saw this on a Public Freakout on Reddit the other day. But we're going to wait on that, because this clip is hilarious. We'll just like sit on it for a minute. Sit on that for a minute, girl. Do this real quick. Do. I wonder if he's ever going to come out of that laundry room. I wonder if that little goofball doggo will ever come out of that. Or if he's just going to permanently stay in there. Or probably just keep his little fluffy little furry ass in there. Just being a goof. Over the little goof. He truly is kind of a goofball. Goggle. You ever gonna come out of there? You never want to, like, sleep over here at all, dude. You goofy goober. He's just a goober. I said a little goob. Said a little goob. There we go. And... Oh, what are things are happening here? Oh no. I didn't even notice that Rift City gave some updates about fucking the Naked Bike Ride. The World Naked Bike Ride was canceled this year. That means Loud and Lit would be the biggest biking event of the year. Well, it's canceled. The organization that runs it is having issues. Wouldn't be surprised if 2023 was the last year unless someone steps up and tries to run it. Damn, really? That sucks. From LT's asking, are these issues logistical or some sort of infighting? I don't know. Both, maybe. It was kind of vague exactly what the problem was. It's also unpaid, so it might just be difficult to find volunteers. That honestly seems like that might be the case. Maybe not enough volunteers for it. Damn, that kind of sucks. That would suck if, like, the Naked Bike Ride doesn't happen. I don't personally go to it, but I always support it. I always go to the other bike rides, though. Oh, shit. I mean, maybe I should have gone to the one last year if if that was the last time. If it doesn't end up happening this year or happens next year, then I don't know. Maybe I might go to it. I might just go to it a little bit. Just a bit. Boop. Just a merber. Oh, yeah. Well, let's at least check out this little thing. I'll say fuck, get right into that bullshit. Let's see what's happening with this.
Zionism means the belief of a Jewish state. That's not what that means. I can show you on the whole.
Dude, this kid is barely wearing this hat on his head. It's like literally like. Can I hold on? I'm gonna literally have to like take these and like make this smaller. There we go. It's literally like this. Like, what are you doing, kid? Sukov! Hold on. God damn it. Of course, right when I start this. Zooks! Hey! Shut up. Get over here. Are you done? Are you done being a little annoying butt? You big old butt boy. But it's just like, yeah, let me just like wear my hat like this though, because, you know, that's how the Zoomies do it now, I guess. You know what, I'm not gonna lie though. Like, out of all like the Jewish drip that does exist, these fucking like Orthodox Jewish hats right here, these hats, I'm not gonna lie, this is a fucking drip though. Like, I don't like those little like yarmulke things. Those just look so dorky and tacky. But this shit though is some drip. Like, I love these hats. These hats are dope, dude. These are cool hats.
No. Oh, you know, just the basics of Judaism.
Tell them what the Talmud says. Tell them what the Talmud says.
The Talmud Zionism meaning the Torah. Zionism means the belief of the Jewish state. That's exactly what the definition is. Of course, Zionism is what does Zionism mean? Who was the father of Zionism? That's correct. What is it? Second.
By the way, I have seen a different angle of this at the peak of it all. This bitch right here, this chick right here has a meltdown at these Orthodox Jews because they happen to be anti-Zionist. I mean, and they're about as, like, you know, Jewish as they get, dude. I mean, like, straight up. So it's just like, you know what I mean? Talking to the Amish guy with the weird hat MC. No, these are Orthodox Jews. These are Orthodox Jews right here. Which, you know, like, they happen to be, like, one of the more vocal sects of, you know, anti-Zionist Judaism. They're Orthodox Jews. Yeah. Yeah, we're watching a clip of this chick right here having an utter fucking meltdown. And this kid over here being like, oh, so, you know, but Zionist, you know, talks about, let's stay Israel, or some weird shit. And then, you know, basically having some weird religious debate. And this bitch comes in here and starts yelling at everybody. Are the Amish related to Orthodox Jews? No, they're not. I mean, when it comes to hardcore traditionalists, like the Amish or Orthodox Jews, they tend to wear a very traditional garb of, like, you know, when it comes to, like, the religious, you know, beliefs and shit. And when it comes to Orthodox Jews, they always wear, like, these, you know, nice, like, dress suits and shit, and these hats. And also they got, like, I think they're braids, you know, they either are like dreads or another braids. Like, they got the braids, you know, on either side of their head there. You know, like this guy has it as well over here in the corner. Like, it's a very common thing for them to have. I mean, because that's, you know, like the Orthodox Judaic, like, you know, like presentation, you know, when it comes to, like, their faith. Thought you just had a religious hat game, not the howdy do top hat. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, dude, this is like some hat game right here, bro. Dude, those little yarmulkes, those tiny little weird little, like, bowls on the top of their head, like those tiny little, like, teacup things, you know, the teacup plate, whatever the hell. Like, nah, dude, that shit's tacky, bro. This shit's some drip. I'm not gonna lie, I love these little fancy top hats, bro. I think this shit's kind of drippy. The kippa? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the kippa, but I like this shit. Like, this shit's like some drip. Like, for Jewish drip, I kind of like it. I'm not even gonna lie, I honestly do. These hats look better. Oh, yeah. I mean, because honestly, like, I mean, I will admit, like, despite, like, the weird, like, larpiness of a lot of, like, religious, like, you know, dress, so to speak, when it comes to hats, I will admit, like, a lot of the Abrahamic belief systems, whether it's, like, Judaic or, well, not as much, but, like, when it comes to Christian, whether it's Orthodox, Catholic, or Christian, or Islamic, or anything else, whatever, like, dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude, like, the hat game, dude, the hat game is, like, what I look at. Like, you know, you got, like, you know, someone with some drip when you look at their hat, you know what I mean? Catholic with the Pope hat, dude, honestly, like, some of the, like, lesser tier levels of, like, you know, the Catholic Church got some better drip, honestly. And also, look at some ancient medieval, like, Renaissance era pictures of, like, you know, Islamic leaders or Catholic, you know, priests or, like, the Pope and shit at the time, and tell me that their drip was not better, dude. Look at, like, you know, a fucking sultan of, like, the Ottoman Empire or some shit. Literally any of them, and tell me that, you know, their hat game was not some drip, bro. Like, dude, honestly, the ancient people back in the day knew how to do some hat drip, dude. The drip with the hats back in the day, you know, were peak, okay? Some of them were goofy as fuck, to be frank. But, like, you know, but some of the hat game, though, not gonna lie. You know, some Gucci shit. Also didn't know how to wear uncomfortable as fuck clothes. Yeah, well, at the same time, like, I mean, comfortability wasn't necessarily a major priority back in the day. I mean, outside of, like, the nobility and the elite, you know, which would be, like, the Catholic Church and, like, religious, you know, institutions and nobility and and all that shit. So, I mean, comfortability was, like, quite literally a luxury back then. But, yeah, yeah, you're right. The Framers Award would have given them permanent itchy ass.
Zionism is a political movement which is causing bloodshed. Where is the bloodshed? That's where our family is from. I'm from Israel. This is.
Excuse me, I want my mimosa. How dare you? No. We're supposed to be family. I'm supposed my name is supposed to be a part of yours. No. Anyway, where's the local Starbucks? I need a little coffee to kind of the Diagro myself. I need my pumpkin spice latte. Like, she literally sounds like a white liberal NIMBY that is just, like, whining that there's, like, homeless people, like, in her neighborhood, dude. And she's like, aren't you supposed to agree with me even though you're on the other side of the neighborhood? Like, no. And this guy's like, no, you're supposed to probably maybe give them housing and actually care about them. And she's just like, what? But we're all in the same HOA in the gated community. She's having a meltdown, bro. A straight up meltdown. And she barely looks Jewish. She literally looks like some weird, like, Irish Scandinavian, like, Angloid or some shit just coming in here being like, eh. Reminds me of why I'm on the go that I sent you.
We lived in a beautiful peace. We lived in a beautiful peace. The Palestinian people for hundreds of years.
You're not a Jew, how dare you? You are a self-hating Jew? No, how dare you? Like, isn't that more anti-Semitic than, like, this Orthodox Jew being like, hey, we're here for peace and that's what we advocate for, and the current Zionistic state is, heretic, against our, blasphemous against our beliefs. It's just like, it's really weird seeing an Orthodox Jew with Palestinian flag. Not really. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, the Judaic belief system, like, Orthodox Jews, tend to be self-hating Jews, hella anti-Semitic. And also, like, a lot of these hardcore Zionists say that shit. Ben Shapiro has said it before multiple fucking times. This woman's kind of implicitly saying it by saying, you're not a Jew, how dare you? How can you say that? She's kind of saying it. She isn't saying self-hating Jew. She's just denying the fact he is Jewish. Even though he's literally an Orthodox Jew. You cannot say that he's not when he literally is. So it's, so it's just like, it's very funny and a kind of disgusting irony, but it is still kind of funny, honestly, because, like, I mean, what's more anti-Semitic? Like, this, Orthodox Jew holding a Palestinian flag, or this Jewish woman saying that guy is not even Jewish? Ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel are even further to the right. Netanyahu, it's weird that it's opposite in the U.S. Well, because there's different sects. Like, the ones you're talking about are Hasidic Orthodox Jews, and yes, they are ultra fucking far right. And yeah, even to the right of Netanyahu. Like, I mean, and the Hasidic Jews are, ultra, like, hardcore about the, Zionistic idea of, like, of that broader philosophy, and tie it very, extremely into their, broader religious philosophy. Like, I mean, I guess it's kind of nice that, someone who's a little, like, theologically, like, taught a little bit about some of these things can at least, enlighten you a little bit about some of it. Because I will admit, like, I'm a little surprised they don't know that Orthodox Jews, especially in the U.S., are very anti-Zionistic. I mean, but also there are different sects of Orthodox Judaism, as well. There's the Hasidics, which are very, very pro-Zionist, but most of them aren't in America because they're all in, in Israel. So most of them are there. So that's why we never really see that. Because most of the Orthodox Jews that happen to be very hardcore Zionists, are Hasidics, and they pretty much are already there or have moved there. Like, or are in the process of moving there. Like, most of them don't stay here. So that's why you see, a lot of the, Orthodox Jews there that are very pro-Zionist because they're the ones that went there. Most anti-Zionist Jews are the progressive sector. Well, yeah. I mean, because most Jews in the United States tend to be very anti-Zionistic, whether because they happen to be progressive or Orthodox Jews like this man here, and with his group of, and with his flock. So it's just like, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's like a, at least, well, even internationally, like a lot of Jews tend to be very anti-Zionistic. Like, because they aren't really broadly, in support of this whole narrative of the idea of, Holy State Israel, whether because they don't give a fuck about the religious belief system around it, or because, well, they're against apartheid and are, tend to usually be, more critically thought about these things. And also tend to be very knowledgeable about this shit because they grew up, Jewish, and they probably at least have a way more knowledge about these things than, the average layman. I'll grant that. My friend in San Francisco is a progressive Jew. Yeah. And, I used to have a friend who was a coworker who was Jewish as well, and, and a pretty cool guy. And, like, every now and then we would talk about stuff like that, but I actually didn't realize he was Jewish until I actually kind of got a little heated about, like, this Nazi with an SS tattoo. I'm pretty sure you remember my little, like, vent about that, because I know, like, later that night when I streamed, I went off about that. I know that much. I don't know if you were there for it or not. But, and I went to him. It's like, yeah, I'm Jewish. I totally get it, bro. And I was like, oh, well, actually, funny enough, I didn't know that, but, yeah, but you kind of get the idea, though. It's like, you kind of see why I'm heated, because, like, I mean, it's like, I could pop off, and I kind of popped around the corner. It's like, I swear, if I see him walk out, I don't even care. I might go on break early, or something like that. And they all were like, hey, I get it, but, they kind of, talked me down, frankly, because honestly, I really wanted to confront that motherfucker, but I will grant that I think my coworker is the one who kind of talked me down and be like, no, don't do that, because, dude, I'm being serious. Like, the guy, like, literally wearing a tank top with a big SS tattoo, protruding off his fucking arm. It's like, you got some fucking balls showing that shit off, like. Because, I mean, you're just waiting. Because honestly, like, it just takes the wrong motherfucker to see that, for you to fuck around and find out that shit. Either get that skin graft off or carve that fucking skin off, yourself or some shit, remove it. Or, put another tattoo around it so it kind of gets concealed. Or, I don't know, just fucking cover it up and never let anyone see it. Because, eventually, that little nerdy ass little, fucking little pig squeak motherfucker, like 5'2", wearing glasses, looking like a nerdy little bitch, trying to look like a tough guy, like wannabe motherfucker. It's just like, nah, a motherfucker like that is just waiting to fuck around and find out.
How can you say that? You're Jewish! How can you cheat your own people? Who is that Jew? We're Jews! He was against Jewish.
We're all Jews here, right?
Yeah, so how are they saying that?
Because they believe in God.
Jewish, I'm standing here.
I don't want that.
Literally, I mean, she's like, dude, why are they standing here? And literally everyone's like, because we don't want what Israel's doing, and blah, blah, blah. Like, literally berating her for, like, every reason under the fucking sun. And she's like, but you're not Jewish, how dare you? What? Like, literally having a fucking wino meltdown over here, like the fucking weird NIMBY that she is. Like, what? Is your little son, out in fucking Gaza right now, bombing the shit out of it? Out, with the IDF or some shit? Because I know how a lot of you weird pro-Zionist motherfuckers here at home always have, like, your family members out there with the IDF and shit. Or these motherfuckers tend to be themselves, too.
That is our country. How dare you say that about our own people?
Like, the weird racist fucking nationalism fervor that she has, dude. How can you say that about our own people, implying that Israel is, like, an ethno-state? Like, I mean, what does that sound like? It's like, Here, let me rewind in history for a little bit for you and tell me what it, seems like, just for comparison's sake. Let's go back to, I don't know, let's go back to like 1940 or some shit. You got like, like some Germans, like some protesters in France. Granted, frankly, this probably would never happen. The Gestapo would just, immediately remove them. You guys see where I'm going with this. It's like, what, you got like, some anti-war Germans. They're like, hey, why can't we just do this peacefully? Diplomacy, at least bare minimal shit, right? Or whatever. And then you got this weird Aryan broad over here being like, how dare you say that about the German people? Oh, you're not German, how dare you? Nein, you're not German. What? How can you say that about our peoples? Nein. It's like, I mean, what's the fucking difference at that point? Because that's like how unhinged and how fucking far these people are willing to go. Like when it comes to the Zionistic fucking fervor. It's like it might as well be legit like fucking Nazi fervor at this point. Oh shit, she's trying to fucking like, slap a phone out of somebody. Oh, she's about to fuck around and find out, dude. Oh, please fuck around and find out. Please fuck around and find out. I love how it's always the Zionist that tends to get violent first, by the way. I always love that. Well, they're taking pictures not funny because you're acting hysterical and acting like a fucking weird bloodthirsty maniac wanting to fucking, like, bemoan, a bunch of Jewish folks that, like, oh, how dare you, like, betray your people, you're not Jewish, and all this other shit. Like, I don't know, it's because you're being an anti-Semitic piece of fucking shit. Like, I mean, like, you deserve to have fucking pictures taken of you, and you're in a public space, in a protest. So, if you don't want pictures taken of you, then get the fuck out. Why did you even show up in the first place, you dumbass? I mean, just on the virtue of you being there, you should expect to have your face out there in public, potentially having a picture or video taken. Just being background, like, footage, basically, or background picture shit. Because I know, like, every time I go to protests, there's an odd chance that, I'm going to be in the background of a video or a picture, and that's okay. I don't care. Actually, I think it's kind of cool. Be like, oh, yeah, I was at the protest. Oh, shit, I see myself in the background. Here's me. For me, I think it's kind of cool, personally. It's like, whatever. It's like, oh, shit, there I am. Oh, cool. But whatever, like, who gives a fuck? But this bitch apparently cares because, it probably looks bad on you on the media and to your friends and family and maybe to your workplace and your coworkers who might see you as a hysterical, fucking weird, bloodthirsty maniac. Now everyone's taking pictures of you. Why are you taking pictures of me? And then literally more people show up phones and cameras around her. Oh my god, get fucked. How are you guys like this? What the fuck is wrong with her, dude? Look at her, man. She's literally about to fucking break down and, like, melt into utter fucking tears or some shit, dude. Like, she's gonna have a literal mental breakdown, bro. Dude, I only saw, like, 30 seconds and shit, like, which was from earlier. I saw that stuff, like, because I saw an angle of it, I think from the guy who was saying, I'm Jewish too. I think it was from his angle, because his clip was on Public Freakout. That's where I saw this. It wasn't a whole fucking video, but obviously, there is this at least. I didn't realize that they literally have surrounded her and everyone's recording her now. And, like, woman, have you thought about maybe, I don't know, bailing the fuck out, taking your L and just leaving? You can literally leave. How can they do this? Because you're making a fucking ass of yourself. It took probably the hubby to literally escort her out and get her the fuck out. Oh my god, she had her child with the wait a minute, wait the fuck up. I did not see that. No. She brought her fucking toddler to this. You irresponsible fucking wretch of a mother. You fucking horrible cunt. Instead of, I don't know, fucking off and staying home or going to the local park in your fucking neighborhood, you decide to fucking take your child to be traumatized maybe by this shit or whatever. Just because obviously your kid ain't understand what the fuck is going on. That kid's seeing you having a mental crisis when they're supposed to rely on you as a fucking parent. What the fuck this cunt in every way until Sunday, dude. Holy shit. What a horrible wretch. What a horrible mother. It's like, you can't just like go anywhere else with your kid. You have to bring him to this, you piece of shit. You can't like have the hubby stay home with the kid. Because I'm assuming that's the husband there that, you know, is like taking her away.
Don't hold back. That's how you really feel.
I mean, honestly, like, I initially saw this clip earlier today about this woman being like, what the fuck, how dare you? You're not Jewish, but like talking to Orthodox Jews and being like, how dare you're not Jewish and yelling at them and shit. You know, and, you know, it's like, how could you say that about our people, blah, 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 and all sorts of shit. And like, and I only saw like a little clip of it from on Reddit earlier today. So this is like the fuller video, and like her husband, I'm assuming, pops over. It's like, hey, look, just come on, let's go. Like, and as it rolls back, I'd never noticed this in the initial clip, but she had her fucking toddler in that little, like, you know, little rolly strollers and shit. That entire fucking time, it's like, why did you bring your child to that? It's just like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, I get if you're maybe just taking a walk into town, but if you see some activity going on and maybe you're going to get heated, be like, oh, well, okay, let's just go this way instead. Or just turn around or something. What? And then she, at one point, was like, why are y'all taking pictures of me? Because you're acting hysterical, you know, and being a pretty irresponsible, horrible mother in front of your kid and in front of everyone else. And and making an ass of yourself.
You're being a nut job in public, that's why. I could get this on, like, world's stupidest videos or something like that.
Well, on the internet, that's usually on Public Freak Out on Reddit. You can find plenty of shit on there. But yeah, it's just like, honestly, that just fucking sent me as soon as I saw that kid, dude. Because that just shows how much of an irresponsible, horrible, fucking selfish and self-centered cunt that she really is. And shame on her. Shame on her for this shit. Oh my god, that fucking smile like that. Rapist fucks. Oh my god, what if... Oh, Jesus, they are so fucking insane, dude.
What about them grabbing a mic? One girl gets all the hot chicken and rice
What do we all look alike? Because you're a fucking racist. What the fuck is that guy rambling about? What the... Okay, then. I don't know if you understand anything that you're saying there, buddy. I heard you, but okay. You started it. Oh my god, they sound like fucking high schoolers, dude. Not even that. They sound like fucking elementary schools. Oh, why do we all look like? Cause you're racist. Fuck you. You started it. Dude, this is like literally elementary school shit, bro. And I love how, like, it's literally all the weird Zionist nutters that are fucking acting like that. Like, everyone, like, on the more pro-Palestinian side of things, they're like, yo, we're not being bubble. They're actually kind of trying to explain themselves, but they keep getting shut down because you started it. What do you? I know you are, but what am I? You know, they're elementary school shit. It's like, oh my god, they literally have nothing else. They can't fall back on the same bullshit over and over again after all these months. So now they're just reverting to fucking elementary school shit. Like, I mean, it's kind of pathetic. What? Is it that guy yelling it? Yeah, it is. I don't know if that is an OSHA violation there, sir. I mean, is there anything else besides just these people just yelling? But, well, it sounds like shit could kind of get sense over here. Oh, hey, there's that kid again. With his weird dorky hat. I like how these two oinkers are just like, man, we gotta sit in the middle of this goddamn bullshit. I don't give enough of a fuck to be here. I just want a donut. Like, dude, that is exactly what this cop right here is thinking. It's like, I don't give enough of a fuck to care about this shit. I just want to go back to the precinct and have a few of those donuts that are still left there at the cafeteria. I swear to God, those are gone by the time I get back. I'm going to piece of this motherfucker. This bowl and China shop. Tell you what, dude, brother. Like, I mean, you wouldn't have the southern accent. You would have a New Yorker one, but whatever. I can't really, like, do a New Yorker cop besides, like, oh, we're going to take you into the precinct. Oh, like, that's pretty much about as far as I could go. This guy over here is kind of like, I'm a little intrigued by what's going on, but I'm still a little fucking annoyed that they're yelling at each other and screeching. It's fucking getting on my nerves, but I kind of want to listen. Oh. Like, this guy at least seems somewhat, like, interested in a weird way. This other one just wants to go back and eat the last, like, 6 donuts in the fucking, like, 24-pack that they got.
Your job! As allies! Anti-capitalist!
Well, I guess I was kind of interested in what was going on there for a minute, but then it just like, boop, switched around. Boo! Yeah. At least the main, shit was mostly with this chick, which she is just absurd. Hilarious, but absurd. And honestly, that last little bit when I saw her kid there, like, that kind of sent me. I was just like, what the fuck, dude? That right there would be, like, some genuine bullshit. Like, just straight up. I still can't get over that part. God damn it. Six. Hey, buddy. Sukov, bro. Yo, buddy. Ellie, hey. 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 Sukov. Oh my God. Shut up. Get over here. Hey. Smack that booty. Booty smack. Booty smack. the booty. Stretch it, booty. Oh my gosh. Stretch it, stretch it, stretch it. Alright, go on. Move along. Move along. Go on. Here, go to the bathroom quick. Double. Ooh. Oh. Okay, where's there we are. Skeezy Rex. Really? Why animals active in like the middle of the night?
Pretty much so anymore, yeah.
Gotta readjust that fucking sleeping schedule. So do I, but more for him than me.
Well, you're almost active in the middle of the night too, so.
Not as much. I'm usually kind of chilling by this point because fucking more active during the day because of work. The only time that really is kind of true is, you know, Friday and Saturdays because I have, you know, come home from karaoke anyway, so those are my more later evenings. Ooh, that felt good. Ooh. Oh, that felt nice. Now let's see what kind of little Cal Kalinske videos are going off or not. I'll see. I haven't watched any of them, you know, in a minute. I'm gonna probably wait until he turns off. Okay, now I did. Because I'll start. So it's gonna be like, hey, wrap it up. Why must he always be doing random bullshit in the background? Ay. Dios mío. Right here. Here's a good little kind of video. I haven't seen yet. Texas bans abortion seekers from driving on the roads. I'm not surprised because they're a fucking weird rogue state anyway, but how would they even enforce that? Like, what, make every road, like, make every road a toll road, and then, like, use, like, the banking information, of, like, the individual to, like, see if they have, or at least attempted to maybe seek an abortion? Like, how the fuck do you enforce that? I guess we'll find out.
And Texas has been a bit of a mess lately, if I don't say so myself. In fact, a lot
Can we get General Sherman down there?
of these red states have been doing horrifically evil policies. Let's call a spade a spade. A lot of these states are saying, not only are we not going to raise the minimum wage at the state level, we are going to ban cities and localities if they want to raise the minimum wage. If it's a blue city in a red state and they want to raise the
How can you even enforce that? What the fuck?
wage, not going to allow it, we're going to ban it. We've seen them say, hey, all the heat rules and laws, if you're working outside and it's hot, you get X amount of time indoors in AC to cool off. That's gone. We're not even going to allow you to do that. They're bringing,
which is necessary, by the way, to at least have like these heat illness laws and shit, because heat illness prevention is literally a lifesaver for people and shit. Like being able to have the ability to have easy access to water and AC and like a place to cool down and rehydrate is, especially for work that is like outdoors and stuff, is absolutely fucking necessary. Like it can't just be like, oh no, meh. Like it is literally necessary for one to literally fucking survive, let alone like work.
The child labor in a number of different places. We've covered all this stuff, man. Well, we got another one. Texas towns try to close roads to abortion seekers. What? Dismissed as grandstanding and extremist by critics, such laws are legally dubious and almost impossible to enforce. Yet that hasn't stopped their proliferation across conservative locales in the United States. The highways passing through Amarillo connect Republican-led Texas with New Mexico, Colorado, and Kansas, where abortion is still legal. Quote, we're experiencing all these horrors like abortion trafficking. Mark Lee Dixon, good name for this guy, the founder of the group Sanctuary City.
Mark Lee Dixon, sorry, what? Because, yeah, he sounds like a dick.
For the unborn, Jesus, told AFP.
Wait, what?
This guy, the founder of the group Sanctuary Cities for the Unborn.
Yeah, he sounds like a dick.
Told AFP. The term sanctuary city typically refers to liberal towns that offer certain protections for undocumented immigrants, but is increasingly being used by conservatives seeking to restrict abortion rights at the local level. Some cities have voted to outlaw abortion within city limits, even if the states they're located in already prohibits the procedure. Such is the fractured landscape in the United States since the 2022 Supreme Court decision overturned the federal right to an abortion, leaving
Yeah, so far for those states' rights, right? Because now, like, even if, like, other cities and municipalities, or even if the states themselves, say, hey, abortion is legal, like, anything in that boundary could say no, and basically just, like, make it prohibitive. Like, I mean, like, this is what you kind of get with some of this bullshit. It's ridiculous. And also, in a lot of ways, not even really enforceable, because, yeah, you can't really enforce this shit. I suppose, like, if abortion is legal in a state, then yeah, it maybe like hypothetically a county or a town could try to restrict it and impose their own restrictions. But like at the end of the day, like a lot of these people could just go to another county over where it ain't restrictive. It just goes at the state standard and just get one there. Like that's not enforceable. Like because you can't make like local or state police enforce that shit, and plus there's no criminal penalty over it anyway. Like, and it's really only the other way around, where it's like if you have a city or a county that wants to try to reinstate abortion, after it's been fucking, taken off the books because, fucking, the state wants to prohibit it. Like, that's the only time where it actually gets restricted.
States to draw up their own regulations. Conservative Texas, the country's second most populous state, has one of the strictest bans with no exceptions for rape or incest. By the way, there was a clip we covered of Rogan a while back where he said, like, people in Texas treat freedom like it's a religion. That's what he said.
And they do. And it's kind of fucking, like, bites them in the ass because, like, they are also, like, so hypocritical on the idea of freedom. because they want to restrict, various different people's freedoms while at the same time boast about it like it's some sort of like, prophetic, like, innate, thing of God or some shit, and yet refuse to ever actually like adhere to that idea. Because the whole idea of freedom is not meant to restrict anyone else's freedom. Like, like it's like the whole principle of like, freedom and liberty ends, as somebody else's autonomy. And it's like, as soon as you restrict this shit, it's just like, then it becomes like, like contradictory. But yeah, they think, oh, we should have the freedom to restrict it. Like they, misconstrue it as some disgusting fucking idea of authoritarianism instead of like, like instead, because like instead of like, trying to actually like adhere to the idea of freedom, like they'd rather like, poison it with this idea of fascism.
You repeat this. Texas has one
because that's basically it's like what Texas is. It's just they're literally probably outside of Florida, probably literally unironically one of the most fascistic states,
with no exceptions for rape or incest. A lot of freedom they're giving you there.
Such freedom, yeah. Freedom to be an incestuous rapist, or some shit, but not the freedom to have the abortion.
You can't even legally smoke weed there. Freedom. A lot of freedom. Medical exemptions.
Much freedom. Freedom to have public roads. Oh, wait. A fat chunk of the roads are, private toll roads.
Taking into account the mother's health have been challenged in court as being too vague after doctors, afraid of going to prison, refuse to perform the procedure even when their patients face life-threatening conditions. This is the reality, by the way. Even if you make exceptions for life of the mother, they literally say you have to be bleeding out and dying on the table before we do the procedure. This is the reality of having a restrictionist abortion policy. Still, Dixon said there are loopholes that need to be closed. There's an unborn child that is being taken against her will across state lines to be murdered. Abortion is murder.
And there is also like, the woman's will being taken against her, when it comes to this shit, when it comes to like, maybe if they want it. Like, you can't just say the will of the mother is being taken against them by, aborting the baby, when there are women out there that don't want to, be pregnant nor want to have a child, maybe yet or ever, doesn't matter what the reasoning is, and, want to, have an abortion. And frankly, I mean, there's a broader argument about like, other, means of preventing that type, preventing a pregnancy beforehand shit. But for a state like Texas, it's very restrictive, like having birth control medication or like, things like that, or accessibility to things like condoms and shit. Like those things, are way more restrictive in places like in Texas versus somewhere like Oregon or something. So it's just like, I mean, for some people, they don't have that fucking access, and it's like, and it gets hard, to try to prevent a pregnancy. And when that happens, it's like, and you already are in a state where it's already hard enough as it is to even get that, like, what, you think it's going to be easy to try to get an abortion and shit? And they have to rely on basically literally, potentially risking their fucking life and almost dying to, get that procedure. I mean, it's psychotic and it's insane. Because it goes beyond, like, some sort of, like, moral quandary. Like, if anything, the moral quandary is like, like, what about the life and the, autonomy of the adult in this situation, which happens to be, the potential or not potential mother in this case. Because, like, you already have a life that exists and is alive, and then you have one that hasn't been born yet. Like, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, even, when it comes to that moral quandary, like, what's better? Like, the life that already is alive and their right to life, or the one that hasn't, gotten that opportunity yet. Frankly, I'd rather rather preserve the one that is already alive, because they can have another chance. They have another opportunity to have a child. It's not like the end of the world, unless they're infertile or something like that, because there's a lot of people who are like sterile and infertile that, that struggle with having kids. And sometimes they want them. And sometimes they don't, and they think it's a nice little lucky blessing, which, whatever. I mean, it's like, at the end of the day, people got their reasonings on whether they want to have a child or not, and where's the freedom and liberty to make that fucking choice? Especially in a shithole like Texas, or any of these fucking states that restrict this, accessibility. It's like, where's the freedom in that? There ain't. There is none.
The 38-year-old told AFP, about a dozen other jurisdictions in Texas have passed so-called abortion travel bans, the work of religious extremists, says Harper Metcalf of the Amarillo Reproductive Freedom Alliance. The proposal in Amarillo would allow private citizens to sue anyone transporting a pregnant woman seeking an abortion rather than having local authorities enforce the ban.
And how would they even know that? Like what? Like, like have vigilantes, like, be up, like doing like little pit stops or some shit, interrogating people. It's like, got a pregnant woman? Hey, you getting an abortion over there, bitch? Excuse me, you better answer correctly, honestly. What the fuck did they expect? Like, I mean, even if they, like, unless they literally go full Nazi Gestapo fucking checkpoints, out of city limits shit or something like that, like, I mean, there's no way to enforce this.
There's a controversial new legal approach used in other abortion-related legislation that seeks to sidestep potential judicial hurdles. In other words, make it more of a civil trial than a criminal trial so that we'll allow it. Oh my God. Yet it's unclear how Amarillo's law would actually work, given that it would impede on Americans' right to free movement. Yep, but remember...
But freedom, though, right? What about the right of life and freedom and liberty, though? But hey, freedom movement and, like, the freedom of the autonomy of an individual's body, yeah, no, fuck that shit, though.
It is a religion to them, right? It's a religion. These ordinances were never made to be enforceable. They are meant to sow confusion and to create fear and uncertainty, and keep people from talking to their neighbors and their...
If anything, a sense of paranoia, too.
Depends about when they need help. Yeah, that's the reality. It creates a chilling effect. That's what it does. And it scares people into not even trying to solve their problem.
If anything, it scares them into compliance to the state. Oh, but I thought, like, the radical left was all about, like, trying to, like, make people compliant and, obedient and, like, try to fall into this whole, like, interesting how, like, a lot of these more far right, like, more conservative leaning states like Texas, tend to be obey the state and obey our fucking edict and doctrines or fucking get punished or, instill mass confusion and hysteria and this whole sense of gossip and talking back behind your neighbors and avoiding, conversations with them and shit because you never know if one of them might want an abortion or not and you don't want to rat them out, but you might because, you might get a little money from it or something. Like, it's a whole fucking disgusting, narrative and shit of just like, obedience or, or repercussion type of shit. It's not necessarily obedience or death, but it's definitely like obedience or face strong repercussions because everyone's watching.
Month, the city council weighed the measure but decided to postpone any action.
So far for that limited government, too, that conservatives always love to crow about. Like, where's the limited government in any of this? Like, this sounds like an expansion of government restricting people's freedoms and liberties, so where the fuck is, the bemoaning of this? Never hear about it from them when it comes to this shit.
Another look at it in June, though it could get punted again to November. Here's a community that wants to be a pro-life community, and I know not everybody feels that way, but the majority does, and your city council is a pro-life council. By the way, they're so pro-life. Remember when they passed that universal health care bill for all of Texas because they're so pro-life and they don't want to see anybody go bankrupt for medical bills or die because they can't get medical treatment? Remember that? Oh, that's right. They didn't do that.
Because they're psychotic evil fucks, of course.
Didn't abolish medical debt, which is something some of the Democratic states are now in the process of doing. They didn't do universal health care. They didn't do a payment to families that's like the child tax credit where, hey, you have kids, we want to make sure they're okay, here's some money, here's some welfare spending. They didn't do any of that. They're against all of...
Which, if you think, they're going to be so pro-life and so pro-child and so pro, the right to the life of a child, they will support, like, tax credits, different social welfare programs and entitlement programs to parents and families. Like the WIC program, for example, or like, food stamps even, which could also be broadly, to any individual. Like, they would actually expand these programs because that shit predominantly helps families that, especially ones that are raising kids. Because a lot of that, that shit tends to go to the kids' upbringing and shit. That's kind of the main reason why, well, not the main reason, but at least one of the reasons why we have a lot of these fucking programs. Or at least the main reason, especially when it comes to, like, the WIC program. Because that was built specifically for that reason. Like, so, I mean, if they really wanted to, like, talk about, like, the right to the life of a child and blah, 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 and the sanctity of that, then they would actually, they would advocate that shit. instead of, trying to restrict, the fucking freedom and liberty of everyone else. But they never cared about that now, did they?
Pro-life in the womb, but the second they get into the real world, go fuck yourself. Look, this is what we're looking at now. Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, a lot of red states are letting their freak flag fly. They're going full authoritarian. They're cracking down as much as humanly possible. You have these horror stories coming out. People who need an abortion but can't get one, have health complications, or have to travel super far in order to get one. Now they're even trying to stop you from traveling. Right? Here's your religion of freedom. Doesn't look very free to me now, does it? All right, guys. That's
never was about that.
The show. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel.
Kyle, I've been doing that since, goddamn fucking 2015, my D. My G. My D. My D? What? My G. I haven't subscribed to his ass since fucking, I don't even know when, bro. Yeah, at least around 2015. Probably at least, fuck, bro. During the summer of 2015, shortly after I graduated, actually, yeah, so probably, oh my fucking god, almost a fucking decade of my boy. Almost a decade of watching my boy. Holy shit. 2024 now. Watched him around the summertime. So about, 9 years. Maybe not exactly to the T, but probably, I'd say 9 years ago, around this time-ish. That's when I first started getting into Kyle. Can't tell me to subscribe when I've been doing that for 9 fucking years, boy. You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. This is probably some hardcore sexy Kyle vibes. I'm not even gonna lie. I've seen him, from a lesbian softball coach, but honestly, he's ascended to one of the national, international lesbian softball league, coaches, dude. He's ascended. Ascension was made. And you know what? I kind of like the aesthetic. At first, that blonde, bleached, bleached blonde, bad bilge body kind of thing going on. I was kind of a little skeptical about it, but I'm like, you know what? I just kind of dig it. I kind of dig it a little bit. Because there was kind of a little bit of a frat bro vibe, there for a minute. Because I remember Paul mentioning about this, I think on the last Sunday Nuggets, and when he mentioned it, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I kind of see that. Then I see him now, I'm just like, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Initially, I kind of thought the frat bro thing was kind of going on now, but, I guess not really as much. Now that I think about it, actually, since I see some of those older clips, it's like, yeah, he seems a little bit more frat boyish, from back then. I think it was just because he had his own thing going on and wasn't married to Crystal yet. So I think that's why he had his own little, libertine way of dressing and didn't really give as much fuck. But yeah, well, let's see what else is going on for tomorrow. Ain't the fucking watching him again? Are we serious, dog? That goddamn doggo. Yeah, damn doggo. Why is the doggo the way he is? Goofy little shit. Man, what a goofy little shit. It's like, why? Why, doggo? Why be a goof? Oop. I think I found a little something else to try out. See if I can find a timestamp for this. Ooh, cool. There is. Sweet. Sweet. Good. I'll just put that there for now. Ugh. Ooh, fuck is that squeal? What's that squealing noise? Jesus Christ, that is really kind of annoying me. Bah. I think it's a fucking water heater. Really? Bah. Thing is annoying shit. Bah. I don't even think there's a reason for that to be like squealing off right now. But to be fair, I think that well, it's stopped now. But that goddamn thing makes random ass noises. Like, I'll admit, half the time, I swear, this fucking water here will like explode or some shit one day. It's gonna be one day I'm just gonna be sitting here and all of a sudden you'll just see like and hear like a big gigantic like microphone destroying explosion. A bunch of like, you know, just the flash of an explosion, and all of a sudden I'm just like gone. And like half the house is gone or some shit. Just sitting over here and just a big explosion happens. I don't think it'd happen with the water here though, but a part of me does kind of think that though. Is it possible for a water heater to explode? I wouldn't think so, but I always got that feeling where it's like, man, with the weird ass sounds that those fucking things make, I mean, it's like, I kind of feel like that they could probably just like, just explode. Because I've always thought that. It's just like, every time I hear a weird ass noise out of that damn thing, because I swear that thing is probably older than me. And I'm just like, now I look over, I'm like, is that about to blow up? Because I swear, like, I'm skeptical about that son of a bitch at this point. It's probably last long as it did. I mean, if how sold's me, then I know for sure that that thing is either just as, if not older than my ass. So it's just like, makes me nervous. It makes me nervous whenever it starts making random noises. At least it like fucking natural gas thing or whatever. Because if so, then yeah, there is like a strong chance it will probably blow up. But at least, you know, for all intents and purposes, you know, it ain't, so. But still, I hate how it makes those weird noises because I there's a back of my mind, dude. I'm just like, well, this is it. It's about to blow up and sayonara. Boom. Just a big boom. Idiot. Yay. Hey, Streamlabs is so fucking schizo about this. Last night, I couldn't even get my screen up before it fucking malfunctioned. And today, it's just totally fine. Man, make up your mind, Streamlabs. Anyway. Let's look at some flat earth. Oh, what the fuck? I just actually started looking at what this guy was wearing. What the fuck is he wearing, dude? It's got Abe Lincoln. I don't even know what jacket this is, bro. What is he wearing? What? Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa, dude. This looks like if that doctor from fucking goddamn Back to the Future literally just like decided to like pick up meth and became a hardcore patriot, and this is essentially where he decided to land it up at. Because like, what the whoa, dude. What is he wearing? What is going on? What the fuck? Asking if the earth is round or flat at a Trump rally. Oh no. That's what's happening. Oh no. What the fuck is this person wearing? A cowboy hat with a MAGA hat on top of the hat? What the hell? Okay. You know what? I need to spring a link real quick before I even delve into this. You know what? I'm kind of glad my bladder decided to speak out really quick because I don't know if I'm ready for this quite yet. It's like, oh shit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, hello, buddy. Alright. Flat Earth, round Earth. Flat Earth all around us. Let's find out. Oh shit. It's probably going to be comically bad, isn't it?
So, does anyone else just kind of feel like everyone is going crazy? Because I feel like there's so many.
Yes and no. I just kind of feel like the crazy has been amplified more and more as the days go on.
Examples of people just doing the most absurd things imaginable that I don't know what's real and what's fake. And what I mean by that is I don't know if somebody genuinely thinks the stupid thing that they're vocalizing or if they're just saying it to get views and clicks or get aroused. But I want to show you a couple of examples here. So
for public humiliation.
You have the good liars. You know, they like to talk to Trump supporters. And they just go around asking a bunch of them if they think that the earth is round or flat. I don't know how surprised you're going to be by some of their answers, but regardless, let's listen.
Is the earth round or flat? Or is flat? Do you think the earth is round or flat?
I know we didn't go to the moon.
I know we ain't gone to the moon. Oh my god. We're off to a great start. The crackhead Back to the Future scientist, patriot freak, was like, no, we're on a flat one. This guy's like, well, I know we didn't go to the moon. Oh no, we're off to a great start. Oh no. Oh no. Like, I guess, like, that answer doesn't necessarily mean that it's round or flat. You could just say that, we just never went to the moon, which, of course we did. We wouldn't have GPS and satellite. Oh my god, okay. Like, we wouldn't have the ability to have, like, advanced spatial technology, like, and what we got now without it. Like, there's more computer processing power in the fucking phone nowadays versus, like, the computer processing power of the fucking Apollo computing systems in their fucking, spacecraft, okay? Like, come on, bro.
We didn't go to the moon?
No, we didn't go to the moon.
Why do you say that?
Because you can't get out of the atmosphere.
Round or...
What? Yeah, you can. What?
I'm not really sure. You're not sure? Could be flat?
Could be.
So he's agnostic about it. He's like, yeah, I guess it could be, I suppose.
Round or flat?
This guy's literally wearing two hats. Oh my god, he's wearing one backwards and wearing one. Oh no, what the fuck? Yo, why are a lot of these weird Trumpers wearing two hats at once? What? Is that like a weird thing they're doing now or something? What the fuck is going on with that? There was one from earlier in the background and now we got this guy. What the hell?
Well, you know the answer to that. Can you tell me what you think?
Please answer me, please.
No, because I want to know. Tell me. Because
I believe the Earth is round.
From NASA pictures, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know of CGI, right?
Oh my god. He didn't even want to say, yeah, it's flat. He wanted to just be like, well, what do you think, huh? Well, he wanted to debate bro him, bro. Oh my god, this guy's trying to debate bro him. Holy shit. Dude, what in the fuck is he wearing, by the way? Oh, dude, I'm honestly kind of mesmerized by a lot of this, to be honest. Because I want to commentate on, like, every tiny little thing, but there's, like, so much that I don't even know where to start. Like, oh my god.
CGI, yeah.
So, I believe in the Bible, in Genesis, under the dome, and plainly.
What? Nowhere in Genesis is there ever a dome. Look, I know a lot of these weird Christian fucks don't read their Bible, but oh my god, this guy literally doesn't at all. What is he talking? Dude, we were literally the other night looking at fucking Genesis. There was no mention of a dome. My dude, there's no mention of a dome. What are you talking about, bro? You know, I don't want to because I'm really half tempted to look for Genesis in every fucking chapter, just skim through it, just on the virtue, maybe. I would not, but I'm not. No, I'm not doing it. Not biting this one. Ain't biting the hook on this shit. Because, like, I just know there isn't a mention of a fucking dome. What? I would like to know the exact fucking chapter and verse there, my G. You got one? Because you can't just throw that shit out there without mentioning that shit. I know you Christians always love to mention chapter and verse, when it comes to these things. And honestly, that's kind of the key factor, whether something might be in the Bible or not, is whether they actually cite a verse. Like, like John chapter 12, 13 or something, right? Like, I mean, like, if they cite a verse, then you can at least, say that they at least did read the Bible a little bit. But if they don't cite anything, chances are they have not fucking read that shit. And if they did, it was really because their pastor read it to them. Not because of them actually reading it themselves.
Told you there, under a firmament, dome. Says, it's flat as a pancake. It's the earth round.
Flat pancake. Oh my god, dude, the southern in that motherfucker is insane. What? Flash pancake, tell you what, brother. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, yo.
You heard it here, folks. In the Bible, Genesis, it says, quote, the earth is as flat as a pancake.
I really want to know where he got that from. Because I don't want to skim for the whole fucking thing in Genesis, dude. Because it's just all, like, whack-a-mole bullshit.
Okay, so this is at the Miami Trump rally. I am inclined to watch a little bit more. This is 17 minutes long. Well, how about this? If you want to see this, The Good Liars on YouTube. I'm not subscribed for some reason. Let me change that. But, okay.
Well, YouTube sometimes will legit just unsubscribe you, and sometimes will give you an error if you try to resubscribe. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, Mike refreshed and he was unsubscribed. Because I know Rose, like, one of my mods, actually, funny enough, keeps getting unsubscribed. You'll still get, like, notifications and shit, but for some reason can't resubscribe, even though, like, every time he tries, he will get an error message, or they'll say that he is, but every time he refreshes, he's not. It's like, I think it's probably a YouTube glitch, and hopefully maybe they might have fixed it, but I mean, I haven't had that issue myself personally, at least not that I'm aware of. But I mean, I'm willing to believe it because I know in the past there has been channels where I've been unsubscribed from, and shit like that. So like, I know that it is an issue that YouTube has had. So maybe there's like some glitch where it literally went like bonkers with it or something. I don't know, but either way, I know it is a genuine problem and multiple people have talked about it. So.
There's another example of somebody just going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So this was all summarized by Mr. Christopher. So he says here, only in America can you use racism as a strategy to get fired from a job and grift into right-wing media for better employment. Now he says this because, so this is a trad wife TikToker, and
You're getting me.
We'll watch some of this. I'm going to try to stop it before she says what she got in trouble for saying. But let's just listen to a little.
I'm assuming it's like the N-word and a few other slurs and stuff like that. I'm assuming. Uh-oh. I love how a lot of these trad wives will like look like they're wearing trad wife wear, but yet are doing so somewhat immodestly, because you know what the fuck she's doing when she's wearing like this little apron but no top on, outside of like some tiny little bikini strap little top, like, which basically makes it look like she's just wearing an apron with nothing else on. She kind of knows what the fuck she's doing. I mean, you know, most of these little TikTok trad wives and shit, you know, always do this shit. And oh my god, she has a fucking little boob lamp. She has a boob light. Oh my god, dude, she really is a trad wife. Oh my god, that's like an old ass style, like, you know, fucking overhead light, dude. Dude, my house has these little boob lights. My room used to, but the boob part of the boob light, you know, ain't there anymore. So now it's just the raw lights itself. But whatever. Honestly, it's easy to replace them that way. I don't have to deal with the bullshit with the boob light. But dude, still, she got a boob light. And yes, I call them boob lights because I don't know what the official name is, and I don't care. It's probably a dome light, but whatever. It's a boob light to me because they got that like little nipple screw that you have to unscrew to take the top off so you can replace the lights. So I mean, you literally got like that little like nipple in the center of it, so it's literally a boob light. I don't know what to tell you. Wrong. It's not. Wait. Wrong. It's called a skibbity light. A skibbity light. Skibbity light. A skibbity light, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit! God damn it!
So you kind of know what we're dealing with here.
Opinion of some dumb whores, and.
What about dumb whores? Wait, hold on, what?
So you kind of know what we're dealing with here.
Opinion of some dumb whores, and
a little bit of olive oil. Let me dump this entire bottle of olive oil in this pan because I want to look like I know I'm cooking, even though I probably don't. I don't know. What is... Okay, now I'm honestly wanting to psychoanalyze what's happened in this video. What? And also, what the fuck is she pouring in? We can't even see what she's pouring it in. Is she just pouring it in like some pot and not even cooking anything? Like, what is she even trying to do?
Immigrants fresh off the boat looking for.
Oh no. It wasn't about racism in the sense of black people. It was migrants. I can already guess what she was probably saying. Oil it up, oh yeah. Yeah, let's oil it up with a little bit of xenophobia. Now that I got a nice little half a box of box wine in me. I mean, it's like, I kind of want to do an impression of her, you know, talking about the migrants, being like, oh, these damn illegal alien, what? Yeah, I want to kind of, like, go off on, you know, like a little bit, but I don't want to do it, you know what I mean? Like, on one hand, I want to, because intrusive thoughts, edgy, raunchy fuck over here, but, like, at the same time, it's like, it's like one of those things where it's like, that's skirting the edge a little bit. Because I can already tell what she's about to get into. I already know. It's like, as soon as she started talking about migrants, I already fucking know where she's going to go with this. She's going to go on a rant about, you know, like, again, I mean, I guess just for this particular context, she's going to be like, oh, well, though, damn well, man, you know, all this other bullshit. I'll just leave it at that. You know, she's going to go off on one of those tangents. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, boy. Racist white women, am I right? Dude, for real. Like, and they come in all weird, like, little stripes. They come in, like, weird track-on variations like this. You got, like, the weird, hyper, neoliberal, fucking suburbanite, you know, NIMBY type. Like, you get, you know, like, you just get an archetype of these weird bitches in every fucking flavor, bro. And each one of them is just as gross as the last. It's like, and this is probably, like, not, like, the peak of that racist white woman archetype, but it's close to it. It's getting there. It's like at least like top 5 for sure. I guess bottom 5 if you want to really be accurate with this. But like, it's up there for sure. It's getting close. It's skirting the edge, skirting the edge of like being the worst. But at least, top 5 competitor for sure. Top 3? Maybe. Zukov, shut the fuck. Dude, man, Zukov is being a little barkety boy tonight. What the fuck? Little boofball over here.
Card. Yes, they are probably gold diggers.
Okay, so she's basically
probably gold diggers. Wait, whoa, that took a different turn. These migrants are probably gold diggers. What? I mean, look, I will be honest about this. There are like certain like minutia like elements of like people who legally will come over to a country for like a visa and stuff and be like, ooh, I want to find like, a nice, rich, upper middle class leaning person or whatever to like maybe marry or some shit. Like, I mean, it's not like that shit doesn't happen, but it's like a very small minutia of people that exists out there. You know what I mean? Like, not every motherfucker is doing that. Like, but there are people that, do that, in the sense of being like, hey, I can get an easy, life, so to speak, if I just, like, travel here for 3 months and, chill here for a little bit and find, like, a nice little upper class, like, fucking banker or some shit that makes, like, a decent, nice 3-digit salary or some shit. I mean, it's like, it's not like it doesn't happen. But the idea that is like literally the absolute of what the fuck is going on is just absurd. Absurd. It's like, that's probably like literally 1% of people that are coming over here. And a lot of that is usually temporarily because they could just bring those people over because, well, they got a lot of money. Or they can easily naturalize and marry, that person, at the other country and probably just fucking retire with what they got now and just like live off of it forever, type of shit. So it's like, I mean, and honestly, I hear that a lot because I actually do have weird, funny enough, personal anecdotes that kind of do validate what I'm talking about a little bit. One of my friends at his former workplace at a gas station, like, legit had a Filipino girlfriend that they would, like, video chat with each other all the time and all sorts of shit. And at some point, saved up enough money to literally go down there and meet her in the Philippines and actually, got her to come back for a little bit and all sorts of shit, like. And honestly, there was like this little inside joke, and even I kind of played up on it, where it's like, oh, he's about to get murked. He's about to get whacked out there. Like, he's about to get, like, extorted and, like, be held hostage or some shit. But no, that didn't happen. It was all legit. Like, and as far as I know, they're still together. I don't know if, like, he moved over there or she moved up here or whatever. I don't know what happened from that sense. But, I mean, it's like, obviously, considering despite working at a fucking gas station, apparently can, like, kind of flex a little bit, when he was visiting down there. And he was even saying that from what I understood. He was like, yeah, I was kind of actually able to kind of flex a little bit and kind of be like, not super bougie, but kind of like, hey, I could take you to a really fancy place that she always wanted to go to, but never could afford it type of shit and blah, 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 and pay for the whole thing and all this other shit. And it's like, damn. I mean, so it's like, it's not like it doesn't happen, but it's like, it's a rare fucking thing. Like, it doesn't happen all the fucking time. And honestly, it's like, in the rare times it ever happens, it's usually just because of, like, internet/social media interactions, which that's how that initial relationship with my anecdote at least started. Like, because they were video chatting each other all the time and stuff because they met on, I think, like, on one of these fucking platforms, like Facebook or some shit or something like that. I mean, so what? Hey, people got their fucking hustle. As far as I care, you know what? That's some hustle. I mean, I respect the hustle sometimes. At least when it comes to that type of hustle, I respect it. Whatever. Hey, like a way to kind of like, better their own life, whether they move here or not, and, stick that shit out, and that's how they do it. No, whatever. They're on their grind set. I'm on mine. Whatever. Ain't harming anyone else necessarily. And why revoke that opportunity from people? If they want, like, that's as far as I care about it. That's why I find it so silly about these, like, goofs, like this trad wife a little bit, that want to make, like, such an uproar over it. It's like, You're on your hustle, and if it ain't harming you, then what's the problem with their hustle? You know, it's like, I mean, we all got our own personal hustle, you know, so to speak. You know, so it's like, what's the fucking issue with it? Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, even if you don't inherently agree with it, because I'm not, like, totally in favor with, like, you know, oh, like, just find, like, a little, like, sugar mommy or sugar daddy and just, like, you know, fucking get pampered or whatever. Like, I'm more of a blue collar guy with it, like, you know, with that type of, you know, hustle game and shit, but whatever. At the end of the day, you know, if it really generally ain't harming no one else, and if anything, you're kind of, like, sucking, you know, off a little bit off of some rich guy and making him splurge out a lot on your ass, instead of holding it up in, like, some weird shareholder stock portfolio or some shit, then you know what? I mean, is their hustle really that bad? I mean, it's not my personal gig, but I could totally get it. I mean, if anything, you know, I could kind of respect it. I mean, you know, funny enough, like, I mean, for example, like with Trump, right? Like, Melania kind of looked in it that way. It's like, hey, I could get a bunch of inheritance and a bunch of fucking money just, like, sucking a little bit of money off of this motherfucker, this little orange fuck over here. But obviously that ended up becoming a major regret, I think, for her a little bit. But I mean, you know, honestly, between Barron and Hirsch, they're like the only, like, Trumps, so to speak, that I actually generally feel bad for. I'd at least just kind of, like, put that out there, because, like, there's been a few little things that leaked out about Melania being like, oh, I hate these Christmas decorations. This is why we have to do every fucking year. This sucks. It's bullshit, and I hate it. This bleh. You know, and just, like, hating every little aspect of all this other, like, political jargon bullshit at First Lady she has to do. She literally vilified every fucking second of it and hated it. Like, and I don't blame her at all, honestly. Because she was looking to get that little, like, you know, hey, I got a sugar daddy, easy ride type of thing. And it just, like, fucking shat the bed, unfortunately, because she didn't realize what she was truly getting into. And Barron, you know, like, I don't know, like, I kind of feel like he will actually kind of turn out maybe like a alright. And also, he's just a gigantic fucking tank of a man, dude. Like, he went from, like, this little short, you know, little shrimp pop, you know, back in, like, that 2016, like, victory thing that Trump did, and he was, like, propped out. He went from this tiny little dude to this, like, just tank of a man. It's like, where in the fuck did this growth spurt come from? It's like, whoa. Like, he's like a foot taller than Trump, dude. It's like, Jesus. Like, the dude is a fucking gigantic unit redwood trunk of a man. It's like, whoa, bro. It's like, holy shit, where did that come from? And also, he never has, like, been political at all, from my understanding. Like, he's never mentioned anything about any of that at all, and it seems very distant from his broader family. So I feel like, you know, once he kind of gets of, like, political age, so to speak, I feel like he's probably going to be kind of distant from everything, you know, when it comes to, like, Trump and his bullshit antics, because it seems like even growing up, he wanted to be distant from it, because he just wanted to, like, I just want to grow up and just, like, hang out with my bros and stuff and, like, play video games with my friends at high school, bro. Like, fuck off the shit. I don't care, man. Like, I think that's kind of, like, really his, like, motif a little bit, so I don't know. I kind of got, like, yeah, he's got, like, a little charm for him, you know, honestly, so I don't know. I kind of hope that, like, he ends up turning out being, like, one of the good Trumps. The outcast Trump, so to speak. There's a few of them, so I kind of hope he ends up being one of them. Because I'll just kind of validate my feelings about him being kind of, you know, like, hey, might turn out aight. Because I kind of hope for that. Because the guy seems like he'd be kind of cool kid to party with a little bit, honestly, I'm not even going to lie. Because you know that kid has probably been partying since the age of fucking, like, 17 or some shit. Like, you know he's been able to, like, get some favors to get, like, you know, some brewskis or, like, the finest liquor, you know, for the parties and shit for his high school buddies and stuff. Like, you know he had them connects, dude. You know that kid's probably, like, a little bit of a partier and shit. Especially with how much of a beefcake he is. Like, he can get his way with anything, especially. He can just flex, like, hey, Trump's my, you know, dad, and he's president, bro. So, excuse me. Even if you don't give a fuck about that shit, like, he could still flex that as a card. Like, and you know he would. I think a little bit of that, like, kind of Trumpian ego would still kind of flex in there a little bit, but I feel like he would use it for good. Just so he can, you know, just have a little fun and just kind of be detached from it all. Which, you know what? I would not blame it at all. But anyway, we're kind of stonlocked from this weird trad wife. What else is she going to say?
Ranting about immigrants and whatnot. And then she drops a racial
And
slur.
also, is she gonna, like, put down that fucking olive oil bottle? Like, cause I swear, she's been literally doing nothing but dumping that, by the way, and holding that.
Out of nowhere, just like casually. This led to her getting banned from TikTok. It led to her getting fired.
It's like everybody wants
And
to
now she is using this controversy, likely rage bait, to turn it into a career.
Probably on the Daily Wire.
So this is her interview from InfoWars, because of course they brought her on and like, hey, let's talk to the girl who said the N-word. That'll be cool.
And so, let's be real, there's not a lot of racism in this country. There is racism.
Okay then. What? Are you sure about that, lady? Are you sure? Considering that you literally did a racism on TikTok and got banned and got fired for it, because, yeah, good, fuck your racist ass.
Other countries, but I won't mention that because we're talking about America right now. But in America, you're pretty damn lucky to be, born in this country. And that's my opinion on that. So
you're pretty damn lucky, and yeah, my opinion on that. Whatever, I'm not even gonna elaborate on it. Are you sure about that? Oh my god, dude. The fucking, I hate to use it unironically, but the actual fucking privilege of this bitch to, just, say that type of shit, and just, casually just not even have a iota of fucking self-reflection on that, just is impeccable to me. Because, hey, I'm a white guy myself, right? But, and I can recognize, yeah, I'm, not a racist person. I, obviously detest that shit, and, yearn to even look at the white moderate that, is willing to, whitewash a lot of that shit and be like, shut the fuck up. What do you, don't fucking, debate, bro, this fucking fence right bullshit, blah, blah, blah. One of those types, and it's and even then, it's even if maybe in your own personal life or in your own, experience, you don't necessarily see it or experience it or any of that shit, you can still recognize it's a fucking thing. And honestly, I sure should have seen it in my own personal life as well. And also, a lot of that type of depression isn't just inherently towards, minority groups as well, but predominantly hits them especially. Because, the whole type of element of depression, it expands broadly to people who are impoverished as well, and to people who are the most oppressed among, including the LGBT community and, trans community, etc. So it's it's a very expansive thing where maybe you don't necessarily have to see it, but you can acknowledge that it's a fucking thing at the very minimal, and sometimes you can observe it if you actually just kind of, look a little hard enough. Or at least be aware about it enough. Because it's easy to kind of overlook, oh, well, cops doing their job. It's easy to overlook shit like that. But if you actually kind of, look, why are they actually doing shit like this? And actually kind of question it a little bit, you kind of realize that, there's a whole broader fucking oppressive game to it. You think it's kind of like a little coinky dink in the sense that, when it comes to, maybe these pro-Palestinian protests at these campuses, they get heavily brutalized and oppressed, and then, you see an average Joe Schmo, whether a homeless person or a black person, in whether, Seattle, Philadelphia, Chicago, wherever, getting brutalized by the police, you think it's coinky dink that it looks pretty eerily similar in a sense, whether it's in a group sense or individualistically. Because to me it ain't. Because it speaks to a broader fucking issue, and it speaks to a broader element of this systemic, shocker, systemically racist fucking element of our, system that still lingers on, that is willing to fucking, expand broadly now, especially these days, into other forms to, continuous parasitical fucking influence on the idea of, law enforcement and shit like that. Or when it comes to the judicial system, or when it comes to, what freedoms are, more protected from certain groups when they protest versus others when they protest. See also, I have black friends. How's that racist? And what's my name in your language? Those are some other kind of key things. Like, because it's one thing to have, like, black friends, but it's another thing to actually, like, maybe, I don't know, fucking listen to them a little bit, you know, and actually, you know, maybe hear what they have to say if they might be a little, like, you know, kind of, like, maybe not comfortable with, like, some shit you're saying or whatever. Or, like, the how's that racist? I don't know. Even, you know, I will even grant this. Like, even if someone does ask that question, like, if they're at least willing to be open to actually listen to the other person and be like, well, here's why, and actually, you know, like, consider what the fuck they're saying and be like, okay, all right, you know, then I'll at least grant that. But, you know, for a fact, so like 99% of the time, it's never that type of shit. Because I'll grant, like, there's been a few times where we're like, oh, wait, was that racist? Like, how was it? I want to make sure, you know, just for future context thing. Like, it's always you know, like, there's a maturity level with that as well. Like, when it comes to a lot of those questions. Because it's one thing to actually, like, you know, maybe ask these things in merit, like, in a sense of, like, wanting to make sure you kind of correct yourself, so to speak. And, you know, because you don't want to unintentionally make that same mistake, you know, because you weren't aware of that before. You know, but at least with the what's my name, I will grant I never heard of that one. What's my name in your language? Because like, I've just never heard of that before. That like because that would be such an odd thing to ask somebody. I guess I don't know because wouldn't it just basically be the same? Like because I know my name in different languages, like in German, French, or anything else, it literally would just be the same. Like it would just be the same, maybe slightly pronounced differently because of the accents, you know, and shit of that language. But beyond that, it would basically just be the same. So I don't know. Like I find it very confusing with a question like that, and I've never heard it before. And honestly, if someone's so white that they ask that, I might honestly die of laughter. Because like, why are you asking that for one, and for two, like, is that supposed to like, you know, butter up that person? Typically to pronounce if their language sounds. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, because, like, that's essentially about it. And because, like, my real name is a very, like, you know, Germanic / European, like, Anglo, like, esque name, like, I mean, most languages, at least European style languages, would essentially say my name, for the most part, the same, outside of the slightly different accents or, like, connotations that are in, you know, those different languages. Like, I mean, so, for example, your Japanese, your name in Japanese is Iganaru. Inganaru. I kind of like that, actually. Or at least for the online name, yeah. I mean, because also, like, at least for Ignar, like, it's a very Scandinavian / Germanic name. You know, more of an older one, because you never really see that around as much. Outside of, like, Einarson, or, like, Arnyar, or, like, Einar, or something like that, like, or Igor. Like, you might see, like, you know, a variation of Ignar, but you never really see, like, Ignar as an actual, like, name someone has anymore. It's kind of partly why I chose it, anyway. Because it's, like, more of an older Scandinavian / Germanic name. But, you know, like, it's fun to translate name in Google Translate. It will even speak it to you. Yeah. That's also kind of why I like it, because, I mean, it is interesting to kind of hear what the difference is with Ignar in other languages. Because it is recognized, because obviously, like, in these languages, like, back in the day, people named Ignar did probably, you know, visit or travel or met these people and probably have a variation of that name, you know, in their lexicon broadly. So, not all of them, but at least a good chunk of them. So it's always kind of fun, you know, to see which ones, you know, kind of have like a variation, you know, of Ignar. There's a lot more of it for my real name, or, you know, like broadly, you know, with the first, middle, and the last. But, I mean, well, not so much for the last name, but at least a lot for the first and the middle name, though. I'll admit, Rose sometimes will kind of blurt it out, at least for my legal middle name. But I always like to use that as my first name anyway, so I always, you know, so I'm already kind of like, you know, fucking with people when it comes to my legal name anyway. And naturally, a name sounds cool in Icelandic. Well, of course. In fact, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some people in Iceland that are named Ignar. Because that's like outside the Faroe Islands. I think like Faroese and Icelandic are the closest languages to Old Norse, that exists in the modern age. Like, at least when it comes to, like, the dialect, over the years and over the centuries and shit. Because, like, the Icelandic and Faroese languages haven't really changed as much, since Old Norse, was like a language in comparison to a lot of other Germanic languages. That's why, like, honestly, if someone already knew Icelandic, it's actually kind of easier to learn something like Old Futhark and shit like that, when it came to Old Norse, because there's a lot of commonalities within, like, like when it comes to speaking the languages a little bit. Not completely, but there is at least, a lot of commonality, though. Especially with, like, like all those type of, like, vowels and shit like that. Anyway.
People can take a word out of context, and they love to do that. And
Okay, I didn't play the clip because I'm not going to do that. But she was not taken out of context. She just straight up said it with her full chest, confidently, and she like didn't even pretend to be shocked that she said it. It wasn't an accident. Like, she just said it. She just said it.
so they have to have a racist. So I'm a perfect racist for them. You know what I mean? So
I'm a perfect racist for them? Well, hey, at least you admit that you are a racist.
I think it's just willful ignorance, people taking things...
You literally said the N-word. And she's like, well, they're just using me as a scapegoat to pretend like racism still exists. You just said the N-word for all of your TikTok audience to see. You're going to pretend like racism isn't a thing. You are evidence that racism is very much still alive. Not just casual racism in the social sense and cultural sense, but institutional racism. Of course it's still real, and the fact that you're denying racism is racism in and of itself, but she's too stupid to get that.
Because she happens to be a white suburbanite, weird, conservative freakazoid anyway, so... I mean, even if she did probably learn that in school once upon a time, she probably had too many box wines, in her system to remember that.
The context, and they have to have a villain, so...
Who the fuck is this guy? Oh my god, you know what? Isn't this the guy that, like, had the Confederate flag on his laptop at one point? You know what? I think I know this dude. Holy shit, he's got, like, an Amish beard now? What the fuck? This is the guy that, like... I think he's like the hardcore, like, neo-Confederate South of Rice Again Christian weirdo. Either that or he's... Is either that or, like, some other guy. I think, like, the actual, like, legit, like, co-host of Alex Jones. It's one of the two.
I'm gonna be the villain for the day, that's fine. I volunteer. It's like everybody wants...
And she's volunteering because she thinks that...
I'll volunteer as trivia because everyone needs a racist to fucking dunk on, right? Anyway, I need another box wine. Dude, oh my god. I mean, look at her perplexion, with this. It's like, oh my gosh. Everyone needs a racist to dunk on. Like, she literally is just rolling her eyes. Oh my god, this fucking prissy bitch, bro. Ugh. Dude, honestly, her presence is honestly kind of starting to piss me off. Her presence annoys me. She sure gives off Chubb vibes. Oh, yeah, for sure. And NIMBY, like, I live in an HOA gated community vibes. Like, she gives off literally every vibe that just literally irks the fuck out of me, out of, like, one of these white liberal suburbanites. Well, she's not even a lib, but, I mean, she's, like, one of the, like, conservative suburbanites, but, ugh.
She can launch a career off of this. And she's admitting it. She tweeted this out.
Thanks, Black community, for helping launch my new career in conservative media. Oh my gosh, she's gloating it. Y'all played your role like the puppets you are. And you're not a racist hoe? Excuse me? You just call black people puppets. Like, yo. and you're gloating that you're about to get probably a fucking, contract and, a fucking show on the Daily Wire, basically, or some shit. Like, oh my God. This is some bold shit, honestly. She's got some fucking, clit of steel on us. I will respect at least that. She's got some clits of steel on this one. A clit of steel, to just be so brazenly racist and fucked like that, like this. Like, I mean, goddamn. It takes, a legit, unapologetic, hardcore racist to be like, I don't give a fuck. To just, really go out there, dude. I mean, bro, played your role well like the puppets you... I mean, dude, what the fuck, bro? I mean, oh my God. That is so fucked up, dude. I don't even know. I'm just, in shock. What the fuck? Oh my God. What a wretch. What a witch. What a wicked witch of the West, bro. Oh my God.
I think she's actually been banned from Twitter.
Actually, more like a wicked witch of the South.
And if you get banned from Twitter, let me just say, you've done some...
That is honestly genuinely impressive because there's literally unironic Nazis that are being doing legit anti-Semitism and being like, the Jews are losing their power. That's why Nazis are coming back. And beware, once we fully have power. Blah, blah. Dude, Twitter is literally unironically, pretty much co-opted by Nazis. And 4chaners and 8chaners and shit. So, if you get banned from that, then that's saying something.
Up shit. Nick Fuentes is allowed on Twitter. So if you're getting banned on Twitter, on Elon Musk's Twitter, you fucked up. But here's what she says. Thanks, Black community, for helping to launch my new career in conservative media. You all played your role well, like the puppets you are. Outrage.
Hold on. Wait, I want to see his face, when it drops.
The puppet you are.
Dude, I saw those eyes bug out for a second. I don't think he initially read it up until this point. Because he just, went... Oh. I did the same thing. I was like, what the fuck on that shit, too. Because, that's just straight up unadulterated vanilla extract, vanilla gorilla racism extract right there. Straight up. That's some milk pig vanilla gorilla extract. If there ever was any.
Outrageous.
Diabolically outrageous.
Outrageous. And I love how, if you want to get a career in conservative media, you just say something
racist. There you go. That's all it takes. Either transphobic or racist, but these days usually racist, and it's starting to win out. It feels like between 2018 to 2023, you probably could have gotten away with the transphobia, but these days it's starting not to sell as much unless you're in England. But the racism part is still selling a lot. So that's pretty much all you have to do as a conservative grifter. Just be a transphobic racist. That's it.
Terrible. You be terrible, you say something racist.
You don't even have to be
She's
charismatic.
Not wrong, because that does happen. Look at Kyle Rittenhouse. He killed 2 people after showing up to a Black Lives Matter rally.
Oh my God, dude, I hate the fucking fake cry that he did. Was it when he was found not guilty because the judge was a Trump judge? And you know what? I, respect the fact that this boy right here, is convicted of his convictions and it's emotional and blah, blah, blah. He literally was buttering him up and shit. And there was some infamous clip. I think it was when he was found not guilty, outrageously so. Fucking crying or some shit. Yeah, he cried on the stand. Yeah. Yeah, so it wasn't when he was found not guilty. So it was when he cried on the stand. I forgot when it happened, or at least, in the broader case. But yeah, it was crocodile tears. He went, Like, he literally did that. I'm pretty sure he probably put, like, a tiny little Tabasco, like, on the corner of his eyes, you know, before he went up there, like, in a little packet in his pocket, just so he can just, like, you know, produce some tears, just so he could do that bullshit. Because, like, oh my god, bro. Like, I mean, it was some fake-ass shit. It's like, that motherfucker literally went out there looking to kill. And even the fucking business owners that he supposedly was protecting the business from weren't exactly very keen on what he was doing anyway. So it's like, and all these fucking Republicans and weird supporters of this motherfucker, like, literally are just like, oh, well, you know, they'll cherry pick the whole situation and be like, oh, no, they actually did, and all sorts of shit. And it's like, if you really look at the details of the whole situation and the facts on the ground, it's like, nah, like, everything points to him being in the wrong. You know what? I don't even care if one of the victims, you know, of his shooting was, you know, probably, you know, a pedophile and shit, considering, like, you know, his record. You know, the guy that I think he was, you know, chucking a fucking skateboard at him or something. Like, I don't give a fuck what that guy's record was. Like, it doesn't merit a fucking killing on the street by some fascist, you know, vigilante kid. Like, I mean, it just doesn't. You know, that is for the fucking, you know, judicial system to decide. And, you know, so, like, and honestly, it seems like that was already, like, a thing that was resolved anyway, from what it seemed like, from what I remember. I don't remember all the details to it, I mean, to be honest, but it's just like, either way, it doesn't merit that shit. I mean, it's like, I can totally get when it comes to, like, you know, some shit, like, when it comes to a pedophile or whatever, fuck, and all sorts of shit. Like, I can understand the fucking fervor of being like, well, who gives a fuck? Fuck him anyway. They had it once come. But it's like, shouldn't that be for the fucking law to decide? I mean, that's why we have law and order, right, conservatives? Isn't that right? Isn't that what the whole idea of law and order is about? Oh, suddenly, you know, you want to change your mind when it comes to, you know, a narrative that you support, like hunt your local pedophile and shit. If you want to do that, report them to the fucking police and they'll deal with them accordingly, because guess what? At the end of the day, they will never last a fucking month in prison. Most of those motherfuckers never last, you know, long at all. They get beaten to a pulp where they're, you know, fucking outcasts and basically literally a punching bag for the rest of their fucking life, or they eventually literally get shipped and killed. Like, I mean, most of them never fucking live, you know, to, you know, survive prison. So it's like, I mean, if you really, you know, like, care about, you know, taking them down, report them to the fucking police, because I guarantee to you, the prison system will deal with, you know, that shit on their own terms. Because they always do. Say what you want about the heinous shit that some of those motherfuckers might be in there for, legitimately, but there's always one thing that you can grant, you know, some of them at least. They will never stand for shit like that. I see plenty of these videos of dudes who are, like, full-on fucking, like, cartel members, murderers, all this other shit that are, like, in prison for life and all sorts of stuff. So, you know, they already got nothing to lose. But when it comes to, like, you know, when they find out someone's a PDF file, they all team up together and be like, you know what? This guy's done something way extra. They done, you know, the exceptional, even under our fucking, like, street, you know, criminal rules. You're harming a kid. You know, and so it's like, even amongst, you know, the most heinous, you know, in the prison system, they still got that fucking rule. That's why they never last long. I mean, that's why it's like, hey, if you really want to, like, you know, see the punishment on the, you know, on someone like that, just let the law handle it. They'll go in prison and the rest will be history after that. Say what you want about it. I mean, I don't necessarily condone it, by the way, but it's like, that is just kind of the truth of what happens in the prison system. Like I said, I'm not a fan of it, but it is something that does happen. So it's like, if these conservative types, you know, want to fucking, like, you know, take out these pedophiles in the community and shit, one, they should look in their own fucking churches. For two, maybe even their own family members. And for three, it's like, let the law fucking handle it, because after that point, once they're in fucking prison for the crimes they committed, and everyone else in the prison system finds out what they did, you know, then the rest is history. Even if they still technically live, the fucking daily or weekly beatings that they're gonna fucking get and shit like that, you know, is gonna make up for everything, essentially, for all intents and purposes when it comes to their emotional spite against it, which, again, I could totally get. Again, I don't condone it, but that's just kind of how the American prison system works a little bit of shit like this. Now, even, you know, I know people that used to, you know, be in prison and shit that, you know, mentioned, like, yeah, that does happen. And there's even been like, people that have been out of prison that, asked questions, have asked questions about that and said the same. Like, it's kind of like a unspoken rule, a little bit, amongst, some people in that shit. Because there's just no exception for that shit. Which, hey, I mean, I ain't gonna fucking judge that inherently. Outside of, like, not the best execution, so to speak, but, hey, I ain't gonna fucking stand in their way. Why would I?
Date them with guns, and now he's, he's propped up as this hero. So it's just so gross, and this is very transparently her doing and saying terrible things just to get a rise out of people. She knows what she's doing. This is rage bait. I don't believe anything that she's saying. I think that she purposefully is trying to be derogatory and racist, so that way people pay attention to her.
I mean, I do think she actually believes this shit, but she was probably, like, really wanting to just, like, I just want to, like, say my piece and my workplace and blah, blah. And a lot of my family already ostracized me anyway because I can't get to them. Like, I just need an outlet. Like, I kind of think she does generally believe this shit, but she's going to take the grifter arc because she just needs a fucking outlet of people that are going to confirm her biases. Like, so many of these, like, conservative, like, racist fucks, tend to get, like, ostracized or, like, cut off from their family or, like, from their friends and shit like that because of their insane beliefs. And eventually, well, eventually they'll try to find an outlet. And sometimes that is literally trying to be a grifter or trying to find some sort of a seeking of attention. And she probably, honestly, found a goldmine for herself. Shout me out. Also, like, fuck it, why not? Shout out to Max Mix. Boy popping in out of nowhere, yeah. There you go. I even did a little fancy tune with it. Just for the fuck of it, because why not?
That's exactly what she's doing. But on the subject of, like, people just trying to say things for attention, this exchange that I saw honestly made me want to Minecraft myself. So this is Ed Krasenstein, for those of you who don't know. I don't understand why Ed Krasenstein follows me. I hate him. I almost find that as an insult that he's following me. But anyways, this imbecile here, he made a tweet that's very stupid. The response that follows this is dumber. By the way, Ed Krasenstein, this is the individual who wrote a book about Mueller. It was like a children's book about Mueller.
Robert Mueller? He wrote a children's book about Robert Mueller? That sounds like the most unironic lib shit I have ever heard in my life. Oh my god. That is actually embarrassing. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Yo.
Being a superhero during the Russiagate years, it's just...
Oh my god. He made him a superhero. No. Oh, that is actual peak cringe right there. Holy shit. Oh my god, that is diabolical.
I cannot stand this person because this is a grifter. But listen to what he says here. If you could misgender someone to prevent a nuclear apocalypse, should you misgender them? Answer with a concise yes or no answer.
Huh? If you could misgender someone to prevent a nuclear apocalypse, would you misgender them? I kind of feel like I need an elaboration on this scenario. Like, is the scenario that I'm one of the officers that has like the key in the nuclear sequence shit, and it's like, all right, officer, or like lieutenant, or some shit, but instead of like saying that, like maybe it's like a trans woman lieutenant, and I'll be like, all right, sir, all right, lieutenant, sir, and did that, and that's the way to prevent the nuclear apocalypse, because it'd be like, did you just misgender me? Excuse me, it's actually, Lieutenant Ma'am. Excuse me. Like, you know what? I mean, in that scenario, sure, but if it's literally just, like, I'm on the street or, like, at the bar, or whatever, but like if I don't misgender someone on that virtue, then they're like nukes are gonna fly. Then that's just absurd and comical, and I'm not even gonna entertain that. Like, what's the fucking scenario under this? Like, because I feel like that kind of matters under this. And also, like, most trans / non-binary folk don't really care if you accidentally or unintentionally misgender, like, the first or second time, as long as you're actually trying to be respectful and not do it in the future, so to speak. Like, because from every experience from, every NB / trans person I've ever met, like, even if I accidentally misgender them, they usually are like, oh, hey, by the way, it's just, these are my pronouns. Just... even if it's a reminder thing, and usually they're always chill about it. So it's like, I don't know, like what's the context of this shit? And even then, is there supposed to be like some other like nuclear meltdown if I do like the misgender thing? So it's like a mental nuclear meltdown versus like a literal nuclear meltdown of like war or something? Like, I don't even understand what the fuck this whole scenario is supposed to be, dude, outside of just like a dog on trans people. It's so stupid. Like, what the fuck is this supposed to mean, man? God, bro, what is wrong with like neolibs and conservatives, man? Like, what is wrong with them? Are they broken? Is there something about the brain that just like straight up broke since like 2020 or some shit? What happened? Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, seriously, I'm actually now starting to wonder this. Like, cause isn't like the Krasenstein brothers, like, cause there's like two of them, isn't there? Or am I thinking of like, another pair of twins or some shit? Cause I think like there's like twin brothers or some shit that are like Krasenstein or something. I think this is one of them, right? I'm pretty sure this is those guys. Like, they're just a bunch of weird fucking neolibs, and it's like, and now they're going into weird like J.K. Rowling neolib turf arc or some shit. Like, what the fuck is happening here? It's just so stupid. And like, did like Lord Gimbly or some shit like come out of nowhere with this?
Are we 12 years old? Are we 12? Like, what is this question? Like, it reminds me when I was like 11 or 12, and me and my friends would sit around and be like, hey, for $1 million, would you like swim through a pool of diarrhea or some dumb shit like that? Like, it's childish logic. Like, you're trying to find some way to justify misgendering somebody, so I guess you can make it seem less serious or something like that. But this is what, like a 40-year-old? In what world would you prevent a nuclear apocalypse by misgendering someone? It's so...
I mean, the initial scenario I concocted, like one of the fucking, troops, or like one of the officers that has like the key to like the nuclear button or the nuclear key to unlock the button or some shit. Like, one of them just happens to be trans, and and you misgendered them, and that does cause them to just like be like, excuse me, and just like not twist the fucking key when you twist the key, so thus it kind of like defuncts the whole fucking thing and some shit. It's like, you ready? All right, let's go. Excuse me? You were supposed to turn the key. Oh, shit. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I mean, that's the only scenario I could think of. Beyond that, I really don't understand it. I feel like this whole weird, stupid question could have used elaboration, and even then, it's just a stupid, dumb question anyway.
Bizarre to me, and I genuinely am perplexed by the thoughts that go on in some people's heads, right? But
no
of course,
shit!
Caitlyn Jenner chimes in. And she's like, yeah, please call me Bruce or anything you want to avoid the nuclear apocalypse, LOL. So she dead names herself.
Dude, Caitlyn Jenner is such like an Uncle Ruckus, like self-hating trans person that she's like, yeah, you could dead name me, it's okay. Well, you know what? I mean, you're the one who said it. It's like, why? Like, and even the response, Lamau, sure thing, Bruce. I don't get this shit, bro. I don't understand these fucking weird ass, like, pick-me's, like these Uncle Ruckus types and shit, like Caitlyn Jenner or Blair White or whatever the fuck. I don't get these motherfuckers, man. I mean, I kind of do because it's all about the money, but, at the end of the day, because they're just earning their paycheck and they prefer that more so than, like, just being happy with themselves, I guess. So, I mean, I don't know, man. But still, it's like, what the fuck? Ugh. People are unhinged.
And then says, oh, yeah, of course it's legitimate if, we're avoiding a nuclear apocalypse. And then he responds saying, LMAO, sure thing, Bruce. Why is everyone so fucking stupid? And finally, somebody's like, this is such a weird question. Like, why would that ever happen?
No shit.
Right. It kind of sounds like you just want to misgender trans people, and you want to find, like, some reason for it.
I love how the response is also, good question. Yeah, it is. It's a better question than your fucking initial, like, weird hypothetical, you dumb fucking twit. It's like, yeah, that is a good question. Unlike my question on whether, like, misgender someone might prevent a nuclear apocalypse. Yeah, that is a good question, actually. Like, fucking what, bro? Yeah, it actually is a good question, because why would that ever happen, and why would that ever be a scenario that would even be a possibility, even, let alone, like, even a fucking, like, snowball chance as hell or anything. On top of that, it's like, again, if you actually, like, touch grass, you weird little pissant, like, you would realize that, like, most trans people, like, again, as long as they're being genuinely respectful and not trying to be a dick about it, like, if you accidentally misgender once or twice, in a blue moon or some shit, they're not going to be like, how dare you! Like, usually they're all like, oh, hey, by the way, pronouns are this, just reminder. And that's about it. And as long as you're like, oh, my bad, and that's all, and that's pretty much all where it goes, then no one cares. There's never, like, some sort of, like, meltdown or anything. It's only when you end up being an asshole and a dick, and, especially even a bigger when it comes to that type of shit where you're like, oh, really? That's what your pronouns are? Well, mine are, fuck you. How about that? It's like, yeah, of course, they're going to probably be like, well, you're fucking big and go fuck off then. At that point, yeah, they're going to be a little heated and be like, well, fuck you then. Duh. Especially with stupid-ass questions like this. Like, oh, if you could prevent a nuclear apocalypse, would you misgender somebody? I mean, even I think trans people themselves would probably be like, yeah, as long as I don't have to live in the literal Fallout world, and live that, but in reality, sure. Like, yeah, I obviously most people are probably going to say sure. Unless they're a weirdo and want to live in that weird Fallout reality. But whatever. Like, but even then, it's like, it's still a dumbass fucking question. And all it's there that is just to basically be like, well, isn't it kind of funny to misgender? That's all it's there for. It's just so dumb. It's like, if you just want to, like, be a turf or some shit, then just fucking, say it with your chest, bitch. Quit being a coward.
Yeah, wasn't there a controversy not that long ago where there was this hypothetical question that folks brought up, right-wingers brought up, when I say folks, to be clear, where they're like, okay, if there was, like, a bomb that was going to go off and the only way to defuse it was you saying the N-word, would you do it? And I think that Lance described the situation best, where it's like they don't want to just say the N-word and say terrible things, but they want to be commended as heroes for saying said terrible things. It's just so bizarre and unserious, and it's rage bait. Like, that's what it is. Like, it's this dude saying, oh my god, hey everybody, look at me. LOL, aren't I edgy? Aren't I clever? It's so embarrassing that you have grown adults, like, engaging in this discourse. It's not just a Twitter problem. This is an America problem.
I mean, it's not just an America problem. I mean, this is, like, I think broadly a social media problem. Because, like, a lot of these social media platforms aren't willing to actually, like, crack down on the proper things, like bots or, like, just like, legit spam or actual, hate speech that they so profoundly, in their TOSs, are fucking against and shit. It's like, I mean, there are legit things that could be cracking down on, but instead they would rather ban, like, certain little phrases because the algorithm detects that it might be, harsh, like, the word nuts, when it comes to, like, sending a super chat being like, hey, work is nuts. It's like, can't say that. That happened with me. It's like, or, just like, even with the light chaps on YouTube being like, saying certain things where it can literally be schizophrenically arbitrary, where it's like, oh, we'll, like, allow some of this, but not this, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you can say so honestly, like, sexually raunchy stuff a lot of times on, in these YouTube chats, but when it comes to, like, anything else, like, not really. Like, because honestly, there's, like, a lot of different political takes and shit like that legit will just get censored. It's, like, so stupid and ridiculous. Like, I mean, if they really wanted to do a proper crackdown on shit, one, they would just kind of leave it to the content creators for the most part. Like, I think that would just be a way better metric of, handling it. And also, like, they would at least give a basic fucking standard that at least, uphold to that, like, when it comes to, like, certain elements, like, genuine, like, bigotry and stuff like that. I mean, even if, there is, like, a little gray area when it comes to, like, trolling and shit, it's like, I mean, there is at least a way to, weed that shit out, to where it's like, you can at least, look at these accounts that are just like trying to do like, N-word spams, in chats and stuff like that.
No problem. Where everybody's just so fucked up for various reasons that we're engaging in this. Like, this is the discourse. Would you misgender somebody to stop a nuclear apocalypse? No, we should just deserve. If a nuclear apocalypse comes down to misgendering someone, then I think we just deserve to all go bye-bye, right?
I mean, like, I feel like, it's such a broad question, it's hard to even answer it. And even if we were to take it seriously. But you know what? At the end of the day, the fact that it was even being asked in the first place, shows that we probably deserve it. I don't really blame him.
Just end it. We don't need to stop it there, okay?
Wrap it up. Let the cockroaches have their time.
No.
Wrap it up.
Okay, don't allow the misgendering. Let the nuclear apocalypse happen. Let us all die. Put us all out of our fucking misery because I can't handle it.
Take a sip out of the thermal. Damn. I thought Paul Zigo was about bring on the nukes, but Mike Figueredo over here is like, you know what? Let the nukes fly. Bring on the nukes. Bring on the nukes. Oh, bring on the nukes.
So insane to me. By the way, thank you so much to Independence for the tier.
Some more of the server. There is more.
The one who's not in.
Oh my god. Let's watch a little bit of that rally from the Good Liars real quick.
This says Trump 2020 make liberals cry again. But Trump's the one who's not in office. So
wait, Trump 2020. Wait, so he's wearing an old t-shirt. Should it be Trump 2024, not 2020? Huh? Huh? He's wearing an old t-shirt. Dude, he's wearing an old shirt. Oh my god, that's actually funny enough. Like, I went up to work earlier today, and just kind of say what's up. Kind of hang out with one of my coworkers for a little bit when he got off, and in the parking lot there was literally a Trump 2020 sticker on someone's truck. Of course, it's like an F-150 or some shit, some shit like that, and it looked fresh as fuck. Like it was recently put up there. It's like. Is the MAGA merch, at least for like bumper stickers and shirts and stuff, starting to run out and they're just having to go back to like 2020 merch or something? Because like, I mean, I'm starting to weirdly enough see like Trump 2020 merch coming out, or at least, more of that recently, more so than 2024 stuff. And I've seen a lot of Trump 2024 shit lately. But at least in the past few days, funny enough, even with this video, it's like there's been a lot of Trump 2020 shit that I've been seeing. It's like, huh? Are they, like, where's that coming from? Is it just because they just have always had it up there? Or are they just starting to flex that too? Because, fuck it. I mean, we're running out of shit to wear or something. I don't know. Like, what is it?
And they were just crying at the Trump hearing. What's the date? Oh, 6 hours ago. So this is new. So this is, they want to make liberals cry again. You motherfuckers were just crying not that long ago. We watched the video.
Yeah, and you also have a 2020 thing on your shirt. So it's like, I mean, if you want to make libs cry, then why are you crying about the fact that Trump lost the election in 2020? You little pussy. Like, why are you crying about that, you little bitch? Like, you have a shirt that says "Make Liberals Cry Again" with a fucking Trump shirt that says "Trump 2020," dude. Who's more of a crybaby?
Are you all crying after?
Get the fuck over it. It's been 4 years. I mean, the fact that he's running now for 2024 and has all that merch out there, you know, just keep buying that shit because you're all a bunch of fucking weird little sycophants. I'll buy all that anyway. Just do it. Why do you? Is it just literally because like he's ran out of like 2024 merch or something? I mean, what's going on with that?
Liberals were happy about the 2020 election. So if there is a group that's crying about it, it would be conservatives.
He was first elected, and we were trying to, in 2020, we were trying to make that happen again, make them cry again.
But then he lost.
He lost, right, and now they're doing everything they can possible.
I love how he's rocking this shirt, and then he's tucking it in like all the way up to his belly button.
Stop him from even running.
Such a boomer move.
You had to say who's been
It
crying.
really is. It's the
about
way
the
to tuck.
2020 election. Who would it
It's
be?
the way to tuck in their fucking 20. Like, it's the way to tuck in their boomer beer belly, dude. Like, they drink 24 packs of, like, Coors Light or fucking Rolling Rock or some shit like that. You know, or at least before the Bud Light fiasco of Dylan Mulvaney, you know, Bud Light. And they want to hide their beer bellies, so they always have their fucking, you know, pants of, like, this crazy little, like, you know, utility, smartphone, fucking all sort of shit, wallet belt, fucking, you know, fiasco. You know, nonsense, you know, to kind of try to, like, you know, go right up to where their belly button would be. That's, like, trying to, like, you know, suck up their fucking beer belly, dude. Like, just so many of these old boomer farts do this, dude. Like, there's something about that, like, beer belly that they always are just hyper insecure about, which I don't even understand because there are so many people, especially twinks, you know, that are into, like, you know, beer belly bear daddies and shit, where it's like they can embrace that and would get, like, a lot of love. But it's like, no. They're insecure about it, so they have to have that, like, you know, the pants, like, right up to where their actual belly button would be, and just, like, you know, tuck in that fucking beer gut, like, and where their belly button would be is where most of that lower end beer gut is, and their belly button's just, like, right above it. Like, I guarantee if you lifted his shirt up right now, you know, keeping all that, like, you know, beer gut kind of, like, you know, established within, like, that belly button would just be right above that fucking belt line, dude. Guarantee you. Or at least, like, right on the belt line and just, like, you know, kind of tucked underneath. Wait, hold on. What question did he ask for him to just be like, hold on, I gotta rewind this. Wait, what just fucking... Why did he just, like, break? Wait, hold up, what happened?
Boomer move.
You had to say who's been crying about the 2020 election. Who would it be?
He's actually having a moment of reflection. If there's anyone who's crying about the 2020 election the most, who would it be? And he's like, well, liberals are celebrating it because it was rigged in their favor, so they would be enjoying it. So that would mean that, wait. That would actually mean that, oh my god, dude, he had a moment of realization. This is a moment of realization that he had. Where he's just like, oh my fucking god, bro. He just had a moment of, like, dude, the windows, like, like, that literally just, like, it rebooted his brain, dude. It happened. If there was ever a sound that his brain was happening right now, that would be it. But at first it would be like, dong, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, as he, you know, tries to reboot the brain. Oh my lord, oh my god. This is beautiful. Fucking beautiful. I never had an answer! What the fuck is that truck? Can you even see it? Oh my god! What? Oh my! Dude, I really For a moment, I was about to ask if you could even see through this, but as soon as oh my god! The Statue of Liberty behind the background, oh my god! Dude, now I'm starting to observe this fucking, I don't even know what on this guy's truck, and every detail I'm starting to discover is even more insane than the last. I am actually in awe, dude. Oh, the amount of copium. If Trump loses, the butthurt will be nothing like we never seen before. You know what? Dude, on one hand, I want to see the liberal cope, but on the other hand, I want to see the Trump cope. This is why I just feel like national politics is a Cirque du Soleil. Because no matter what, I feel like we're fucked either way. But no matter what, we're always going to have some entertainment depending on who's going to have to cope. And also, like, I don't know, like, I don't know, man. Like, dude, like, I don't even know. Like, what do you even do, bro? Like, with this shit. When this is, like, American politics in a nutshell. Seen buying coke requires no 4 years to Trump. I don't know, man. I mean, look, I don't know about our circumstances in American politics, period, anymore. Trump will definitely, look, at the end of the day, I will acknowledge that Trump would certainly be worse on many issues. But it's just like, at the same time, it's like, man, would the average motherfucker even notice anymore, considering how fucked, just our politics really kind of are, at least on a national level right now? I mean, it's like, because, it's just ridiculous. It's like Peepaw Poopy Pants and Orange Peepaw Poopy Pants. It's like,
I got him.
Obama is the one running the country.
Obama. Dude, this guy's voice. Right off the bat, this guy's voice. Obama. Wait, can we get that guy again? Hold on. That guy's voice, though. Obama. He looked like he sounded like he was about to cry. He sounded like he was about to cry, dude.
I got him.
Obama is
Obama. Dude, he sounds like he was about to cry just thinking about the era of Obama, dude. Oh my god, holy shit. He sounded like he was actually about to burst into tears just like reminiscing about that. Oh my god. Obama. Oh no.
one running the country right now, not Biden.
Do you honestly really think he's running shit right now? Oh my god. Oh no.
This is Obama's third term.
No, it's not. What? I mean, if there's anyone who, like, within the DNC apparatus that is actually probably, like, pulling some element of strings when it comes to an individual, it literally would probably be, Hillary. Because she is at least, like, an advisor to the Biden campaign to a certain level. So, I mean, that's at least confirmed. So, it's like, I could grant that, but Obama? Oh. And even then with Hillary, it's just like, I mean, she's, I don't know, like, she's always been, like, fucking parasitical element of, like, literally anything politically. But, like, even whether she is involved or not, like, her influence in politics, it, still sticks, with everybody else, with her essence to this day, essentially. And, honestly, Biden certainly ain't no exception to that. Oh, shit, what the F, barbecue? If you want to trigger them, put Clinton 1 LOL sticker on your car. Ugh. Dude, maybe I should find some stickers like that and just spread them around. Put them over, like, Trump stickers on people's cars and just, like, use that as a meme. Oh my god, that's, like, a very hardcore, like, liberal, diabolical thing, but you know what? I think that would be an exception I'm willing to take. Dude, that sounds awesome, actually. Dude, they would be like, what the fuck, man? Dude, that it gets so mad. Oh my god. Dude, it would be awesome. Dude, you know what? I love it. you know what? I will custom make these fucking stickers. I will get at least like 20 of them and just stick them around, you know, just for the memes. Clayton won 2020, lol, you know, or some shit.
How do you think that?
Because it's plain to see. Because he ain't got enough sense to walk out of the room without falling down.
So how is he actually running it? Is he in the White House right now, Obama?
He's in the White House. He's behind the scenes in the White House, yeah.
So Obama, all the pictures taken of him not in the White House most of the time, is that not evidence that he's not in the White House?
I think both of them.
Dude, every time this guy literally comes up with a fucking, counter question, they always are like, they have a moment that's at least like 2 or 3 seconds long where they're just like, don't, actually, oh my god. Dude, holy shit. That's the second time that I swear that like fucking brain reboot just happened. Holy shit, can we get a rewind on that? We're zooming in on this motherfucker. I want to see it. I want to see his face when that happens.
That he's not in the White House?
Dude, that those 2 neurons are sparking out. Yeah, that little was like the 2 neurons, sparking, but it was like, wait, I need to think about this actually. Dude, those are like the 2 neurons, like the 2, neurons of critical thinking that just like sparked, initially. It was like, you know what? I didn't even think about that. But he repressed it. He killed it before he fucking sparked, into his full form, bro. He killed it though.
I think both of them's in the White House, yeah.
And I'm on it, like he had to fucking kill it and didn't do this shit. Oh. He had a moment though. He had a moment. There was this brief moment. The spark was there. The spark was there. There was. That's why it honestly frustrates me the most about these motherfuckers. Is that every now and then when you can kind of catch them and kind of beat them in their own game a little bit, and when their brain breaks, there's always like that little spark of like, oh, I planted a seed. Yes. And it might become a sapling. Yes. But then every now and then, sometimes it'll be like, but then every now and then they'll be like, oh, no, just, and then they just kill it. And it's like, oh, no. It's like, you're so close. And then you went so far away. No. God, I will admit, that is the most frustrating shit about, like, trying to play and see with some of these motherfuckers, I will admit. Especially the most TFG ones, because, like, you kind of expect it, but it's like, hopeful optimism says that you can try to get them away. It's like, man, whenever their brains break and they have to like think about it for a second, you always think it's like, oh, is this the moment? But alas, sadly it isn't.
I love how just asking a basic question.
This guy literally looks like the most stereotypical fucking Elmer Fudd grandpa I've ever seen in my life. Why does he also look like a real estate agent that retired like a decade ago and still like, got like a fat stock portfolio? Oh my god, dude. I know this archetype, dude. This is like the retired real estate, white collar, fucking, dude that is like, using most of his retirement to like, put a lot of that in stocks and do stock investments and shit. That's this guy. And I guarantee you that most of it, at least half of it, is in gold and silver. Straight up, dude. It's just straight up.
Will mentally incapacitate them and they just like, they're stunned completely.
Honeygreatagain.com. I'm Todd, the owner of the company, and we travel the country.
Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Dude, tell me I just didn't nail it. I don't know what the fucking company it is, but dude, oh my god. Dude, he's fitting the archetype even more, bro. Holy shit, this is getting too accurate. Bro, I can sniff these motherfuckers a mile away, man. Holy shit. Bro, oh my god. Oh, no.
We donate.
What? Is that? Wait, you see like a honey farm? What's happening here? Wait, what's going on here? Why is there so much like spibble going on your shirt? I didn't even notice that until what? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. What is with these boomers? What? Dude.
The proceeds to different organizations. We're here today for the J6s. We're in.
That is his fucking nasal drip. Oh my god, that's the nasal drip. Oh, dude, he's dripping from the nose. That's what's going on. Oh my god. Oh, no. That's not what's going on. Oh no. Please tell me that's not what's going on. No. That little like. Oh no. No. Oh no. That's what's happening. He's got the nasal drip. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Bro. Sometimes they don't break their brain, like when Walter Maston said to them, "Yeah, don't you hate it when the way flags in your face and yammer about the ideology, the irony never registers with them." That's kind of the sad truth about a lot of them. Yeah, it was at an LGBT protest. Yeah. I mean, I watch Walter Maston a lot. And yeah, because I remember that clip, and where it was like, yeah, he had a bunch of, like these counter protesters talking about like, oh, they're flags and ideology, blah blah blah, and then he would like not mention the LGBT, specifically, but would mention about like, yeah, you got these people who have their flags and wear these hats and blah 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 that show off their ideology, and he's specifically talking about the MAGA chuds, and they never fucking ever just realize that. None of them ever realized, like, he's talking about us, isn't he? They never noticed that, and they never realized that shit. Same here, too.
Inside the gate.
What an amazing cause. Honey, make honey great again, where you can support January 6th insurrectionists. It's so crazy because, if you want to be like an entrepreneur in the right-wing world, you could immediately get success if you just like grift off of Trump. If you want to open up a donut shop, you could be like, well, these are make donuts.
Or just the idea that's like made in America, veteran owned, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, there's so many fucking ways to grift these people. It's not even funny. It's so fucking easy, dude.
Great again. And then just conservatives will flock to it like stink on shit. It's so ridiculous, isn't it?
Mike Lindell.
Long videos come around. Jake Dunks on is doing making a video about why is everything fascist to the left? That sounds fire, dude. After at least whatever little bit that he's watching here for Mike, we'll check that out.
Everybody in the country uses us for fundraising,
So we're outside the Trump rally now, and why are you here today?
We are here.
Hang on, is this a Baby Yoda shirt? They have so many variations of Trump shirts, by the way, but this is
Oh my god, they got Baby Yoda in MAGA gear? Oh my fucking god! No! Look, I'm already done with the fucking Baby Yoda merch. I already thought it was annoying in the first place. But this... You know what? I take everything I said about the Baby Yoda merch, now that I've found out this exists. You know what? I take it all back. I take it all back now. Everything I said about this Baby Yoda shit, I take it all back. Because you know what? This is the biggest sin upon man. This is a sin upon sin of man. Like this, what? Dude, oh my, he's wearing a fucking MAGA hat, bro! Dude! No! Why? Leave it to the MAGA chuds for me to defend Baby Yoda. Oh my fucking god. I'm actually speechless right now, actually, honestly. Like, I don't even know what to say.
Yoda with a MAGA hat, Make America Great 2020. So it's a little bit outdated. He needs to update his wardrobe. But what is...
Wait, that's another 2020 shit? That's another 2020 fucking merch? Dude, these MAGA chuds are literally going back with this 2020 merch. I personally saw this earlier today with like a Trump 2020 bumper sticker on a truck. Now, like with this video, there's been more than one instance of Trump 2020. I've seen even a few stickers on, places around the neighborhood of Trump 2020 and 2024, funny enough. So it's just like, where's all the 2020 shit coming from? Why are they going back to that? Is it just because rigged election? Like, are they just going back to that shit again? They're just rehashing old shit?
What is the relevance with Baby Yoda? Is Baby Yoda like...
His name is Grogu. Well, you know what? In popular layman terms, he's Baby Yoda. He's Baby Yoda, my name. In my eyes, he's Baby Yoda.
Big Trump supporter? Grogu storming the Capitol and we didn't see it?
A couple reasons. We're here to promote an awareness of that Donald Trump represents a higher calling for the United States. And we're here to represent that higher calling. It's not necessarily Donald Trump personally, although he's
not necessarily, but it kind of is.
Oh, hey, Arun, nice to see you, man. Welcome. We're just watching some very enlightening intellectual heavyweights talk about Donald Trump.
higher calling. What does that mean? In other words, that this country was founded on the principles of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, which is
everything that we're against.
The founding fathers came from a totalitarian, oppressive regime where freedom of religion, freedom of speech was suppressed.
And what are you holding here?
What we have here is a painting that I did back in 2017.
The fact that this guy's using his artistic skills for something so sad and embarrassing is so sad and embarrassing. You couldn't use your artistic skills for anything better. Because, look, I'll grant him this. Like, look, he's a good artist. I'll grant that. But to use it for this sad fucking MAGA grift bullshit, like, dude, oh my god, I feel so fucking sorry for you, man. Why are you doing this, bro? No, don't do that. Especially with the talent that you got. Come on, bro. Don't be doing this shit. No. Dude, like, Trump would literally crush artists like you, bro. Like, come on. What are you doing? What are you doing, my man? I just feel bad for this guy right here. Because I'm looking at that art piece, and at one hand, I'm like, ugh, that's kind of cringe. But at the same time, I'm like, fuck. I mean, honestly, like, this is at least, like, talently made. So it's like, god damn it. It's like, why are you using your talent for such sad, grifty, foibles, man? It's like, come on, dude. Come on, man. Video length is only watch about 20 minutes of an hour video. That's why I say skim. But the dude Jake is dunking on his total dumbass. Well, I'll at least check out a little bit of it. I mean, like, we're not going to check out all of this either, so. Well, at least, see what else, Mike, checks out here, and then we'll look at that. Kind of glad that I at least, got this far, because, like, man, I feel bad for this guy. That's why I kind of sometimes feel bad for some of these fucks, because I guarantee you they're just, like, gullible saps that are trying to find an outlet to, like, with their shit, you know what I mean? Like, whether it's, like, artistic adventures or trying to find, like, some purpose or whatever, and then they just get fucking swindled up in this sad bullshit. It's like, man, and they get so committed and just fucking delve in this rabbit hole. It's like, it's kind of really, I mean, there is, like, a segment of these type of people that I really do just kind of feel bad for, and I kind of pity in a way, because, like, man, like, if only you had better critical thinking to get it out of this shit. But at the same time, it's like, it's not necessarily the end of the world. I feel like there is an ability to get some of these people out of that shit, but it's like, fuck, bro. It's like, when I see this, it's like, how? It's like, in a way. I guess for this guy, I could kind of see maybe an opportunity, because, I mean, he really does have actually, like, decent talent. Like, I mean, I will grant that. Like, in a vacuum, like, I mean, look, if he is honest that he painted this, look, it does look good for, like, just artistic, talent-wise. Politics-wise, it is fucking dog shit, okay? But at least, for, being a painting, it's really detailed, like, like, got a lot of really different shit going on in the background and all sorts of stuff. I mean, it is a detailed, artistic piece and shit, but like it's just it's just shitty. I mean, and at least when it comes to his politics. So it's like, I mean, he could be using his talent for something so much better. Just so much fucking better. And I just kind of think about like how many like people like him, just waste their opportunities, over this like sad shit because it just gets swindled up in this gullible bullshit, which is just damaging to everybody, especially to people like them in a sense, because when it comes to the artistic mind, it's like, what, you don't think Trump's gonna crush a mind like you, because he will. It's like fuck. I also love it when shows dunk on anime. Like that said, looking at perfect be a hornet's nest. The leaders of the Proud Boys got ratioed by a bunch of weebs after trying to claim people will watch anime or PDF files. Well, the thing is, that's kind of like, projection on their part, because a lot of right-wingers that do watch anime tend to also justify that PDF file stuff. Like, average anime, advocates or, watchers and shit like that, the average person isn't like that. But a lot of these, like, right-wing / libertarian weirdos, like, they tend to have kind of like an underbelly about these things, where it's just like, there's like this sense of like, ooh, it's like this whole like 1,000-year-old entity in a 14-year-old body or some shit that's actually kind of attractive or something. Like, they always have like some weird like loophole around this shit where they can try to justify it. It always comes from their neck of the woods, but never from like the average weeaboo or otaku, MAGA, or manga fucking enjoyer or some shit. It always kind of comes from their weird end of the spectrum. It's always interesting in that way.
To show my support for the 45th President of the United States of America.
I see we've got Trump, we've got Eagles, we've got a bust of George Washington.
I mean, honestly, now there's like a more detailed look at this fucking portrait. I mean, it really is like a very detailed art piece. I just wish it wasn't for such a fucking shitty political message. Because, I mean, I will grant at least, the artistic talent in this, but everything else about it is just kind of shitty.
Got a white horse here.
Yes, well, George Washington's white horse, as you can see.
I love that the pose that Trump is doing here is the same pose that Uncle Rico had to do in Napoleon Dynamite. Remember when Napoleon's neighbor made pictures for him for his sales job, and he's like, that's what it reminded me of. So random, but
Some anime have source material in it, but I don't go as far as call anime fans PDF files for like in the hornier animes. Anti-anime folks call what I said cope. Well, I don't really believe that myself. There is like a weird underbelly about like that type of shit with like anime and shit, but like the majority of anime, especially the stuff I see and watch, like it's not really there. There's a lot of like horny ass like animes for sure, but I mean, unless you're like really trying to seek it out, like I mean, it's not just there for the lulz or whatever. Like most animes, especially a lot of people that normies or even like general anime fans tend to be into, like it's not really there. Like at least as far as I'm aware about it, because like unless you're trying to kind of seek that type of shit out, because that stuff definitely exists, within the anime sphere. But it's like unless you're trying to purposely seek that shit out, like most people, which obviously aren't going to, like I mean, it only really takes people who are into that type of shit to really kind of like know what the hell it is.
George is riding the horse here, and Trump is
at least in the sense of being into it,
in the center of all of this.
So what is it? So what does it say?
Trump's tweets matters.
And what does that mean?
Trump's tweets matters. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, people didn't like his tweets, but we personally, the Trump rally people, we think his tweets matter a lot, and wish he...
His tweets are like deranged and absurd and nonsensical, when he was okay, I can't. You know what? Where's that link? Where is it? I don't even know if I can even keep up, bro. What the fuck? Yo. All right, we're just gonna have that right there. We're just gonna let that sit there for a minute. I swear, I just enjoyed the whole teen human trying to fight off a monster thing. A monster girl. Wait, what? I'll admit there are a handful of anime that I would judge folk over. Rosario Vampire is one. The entire show is a teenage ancient monster panty shot galore. I see, this is why, unless you're like kind of out there purposely trying to get into it, I know you're not, but it's like, I mean, you know, unless there are people who are outright trying to seek this shit out and push that shit endlessly, like, which makes everyone else kind of semi-aware of it, like, there's, no. Like, there ain't no way, you know? Obviously, you're aware of it because, you know, you probably have heard of it because of that shit, and, you know, we're kind of maybe curious because some weirdo probably, you know, try to get you into it, and you're like, no. Actually, probably not. Because that shit, like, I mean, because honestly, that's like one of, like, many animes that are almost, like, identical to that. Like, just straight up. And it, I will admit, it is kind of weird, freaky, spooky, and creepy, but I will also grant that not all anime, in fact, honestly, the majority of them aren't like that. Most animes I grew up with have fuck all to do with that shit. Story's also decent. Dude is in love with the vampire girl, and she protects his secret that he's actually human. You actually watch this? You actually watch this anime? Oh. Oh. Years ago? Alright, fair enough. I'll grant that. In my hornier days? Hornier days? Alright, fair enough. Alright, I'll grant that. Fair enough.
Within the tone I think that this title was intended, and it's why do leftists call everything fascist? It's just so dumb. Why do leftists call everything fascist?
Which, hey, at least as a leftist myself personally, I don't. I just call, you know, what is actually fascist. I just call a spade, you know what I mean? Not everything's fascist. Sometimes things are just like hella lib. Sometimes things are just kind of conservative. Sometimes things are just very religious, you know, based and shit. Like, not everything's fashy. I hate how, like, you know, these fucking, like, conservatives will do that. Be like, oh, leftists always think everything's fascist. It's like, no, I don't. It's like, I mean, or no, we don't broadly. We just, you know, call a spade when it comes to shit like this. And if it makes you uncomfortable, that's your fucking fault, not mine. So, or not ours, broadly. So I was like, you know, fucking here, do it.
Straw Man is the title, of course. I guess we'll start out with not every, like, it's always
liberalism could be a moderating fascism, though. Oh yeah, it certainly can. Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, you know, honestly, I'm one of the biggest, you know, like, well, maybe not the biggest, but I'm like one of the more, like, you know, vocal, like, you know, vocal lefties out there, at least, you know, that, you know, wants to talk about that shit, or at least, you know, mention that. You know, it's like, because, like, I mean, because it really, yeah, that certainly is, I think, you know, a problem. Especially when it comes to, like, you know, neoliberalism and, like, the NIMBY, like, you know, idea of, like, these HOA gay communities and having, like, you know, the most impoverished and homeless and the destitute, you know, no, I want them to be advocated for, but it's also not my neighborhood. Get the fuck over there in the red-lined other side of town in the Sunset neighborhood, so to speak. You know, that's where, like, the whole redlining type of shit, and if anything, like, where segregation, at least at its worst form, you know, kind of comes from. I mean, and yeah, no thanks to a lot of, like, these liberal moderate types. Or at least we'll run cover for fascist allies. Yeah, of course.
Everyone you disagree with is a Nazi. To which my reply is,
Jake spent some time setting himself up. I'd skip when the dude said Duncan. When he's well, do you know a timestamp for it? Because if he's kind of like kind of prepping a little bit, then I guess I'll just skip. Okay. Oh, it's the same video. Okay. We'll go. Oh, he's reacting to a Vosh video? The initial dude is reacting to a Voosh video. Oh my god, oh no. So we're reacting to a guy reacting to a video reacting to Biden. Oh no. Oh no, it's one of these meta reacts. Oh no, so it's Vosh reacting to Joe Biden, with this guy reacting to Vosh reacting to Joe Biden, with actual Jake reacting to this guy reacting to Vosh reacting to Joe Biden, with me reacting to this guy reacting to actual Jake reacting to Vosh. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, it's one of these. Oh my god, it's a meta react. Oh fuck. Oh Jesus Christ. Could have warned me about that. Oh no.
We're 44 seconds into this. I don't know how you can just be wrong all the time, you know?
We're a civil society, and order must prevail. Throughout our history, we've often...
Okay, you know how the most annoying people on Twitter like to say that liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism? This is what they mean, and they're correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with you.
I remember this video.
Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest.
So this is like unironically fascistic rhetoric. It's no different to what the right did with BLM.
The Senate is...
I agree. So Dev here, let's assume Dev isn't a nefarious actor who likes courting.
Okay, so far we haven't heard the guy yet, and I feel like we're just kind of like, yes, all right, okay.
He's into his audience, and it is just a happenstance that Nazis like to hang out in Dev's mentions and within his audience and watch his stuff because they both don't like the left or something. And let's go with the steel man of Dev being like good faith, and he's really just a liberal who's riding with Biden and doesn't understand why lefties look at him.
The guy's avatar is a fat dude. That's when he starts. Wait, so... Oh, that guy? Oh, this? I mean, if it's already like a lot of prefacing, might as well at least try to get to the meat of it. If there is any. Let's see.
There's fascist.
None of these have any likes.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold up. All right. There actually was a little bit. I'm just going to go back. We'll do that. Okay, there we go.
Anyway.
Like scratch a liberal thing right now.
Nonetheless, I'm not fully satisfied with my previous attempts to answer the question, why does the left view everything as fascism?
That's crazy, because that's not what's happening.
And so I'm going to put the topic to bed once and for all. There's a Twitter account aptly named Everything is Fascism, which outlines how, well...
Damn. They outline it. There's a Twitter account that says everything with a fucking stone toss comic?
You got some stone toss in the background. Literally barely over 1,000 followers, which this is like a very small account, if that's the case. According to the left, DMs are... so, wait, I guess it's meant to be a troll account?
Well, Dev is not a Nazi, okay? He is not a Nazi. Follows you, right? Moots.
Well, everything is fascist.
It's right-toy parody.
At least
according considering the fucking Stone Toss comment in the background, I kind of figured.
Activists. It's all the usual nonsense we've seen time and time again. Cottagecore is fascist. Tattoos are fascist. Calling someone a moron.
Wait, what? Okay, hold on. I guess we're going to have to pause this for a second every time. Hold on.
Nonsense we've seen time and time again. Cottagecore is...
Cottagecore is fascist soda colonial trash? I don't even know what that is.
Tattoos are...
Tattoos. Okay, since we're making a list, the fleur-de-lis and the spiderweb tattoos are also fascist symbols. This sounds like a random-ass cherry-picked fucking, weird-ass goddamn fucking, thing of a tweet. And also, considering how many likes are on the tweet anyway, probably, wasn't a big popular opinion, but I mean, the guy cherry picking it says like tattoos across the board are fascist or some shit. It's kind of ridiculous and absurd. And also, isn't it technically the fleur de lis kind of like related to like Joan of Arc because she used it as her symbol against like the oppression of like British colonialism at the time during the 100 Years' War and all that shit? So isn't there technically like a symbolism of liberation around that idea? And like, so I don't even fucking like. I just find this fucking ridiculous and a little silly in itself, but whatever. Koshcore is very colonial style, but more modern. Israeli folks love this shit, by the way. Well, I don't know much about Koshcore, so I mean, I can't really say one or the other. But if that's the case, then well, fuck him, I guess.
Fascist. Calling someone a
I do agree with the sentiment. Moron is a specifically ableist slur of a history of being used against intellectual. Oh my god. I mean, just stick with the idea that, like, retard's a defensive slur, because, yeah, I could grant that. But, like, with this shit, like, moron. Like, I mean, alright. Whatever. Like, this weird cherry pick shit, doesn't, mean much. Like, oh, all the left is fascist because I cherry picked random tweets online. Because I'm a fucking Twitter addicted fucking freak. Urgh. It's like, oh my god, yeah, you want to fucking medal because you found, like, some fringe post online on Twitter, which has a like, and that's it. And 70 views on it, too. Like, give me a break.
On his fascist.
Who are these people? 70 views? Did you just keyword search fascist?
Seen time and time again.
Would argue disabled, sir. At that point, then, I mean, like, I will actually, kind of say that that's getting a little ridiculous. Because, like, I mean, what else am I supposed to call someone who's, like, a fucking idiot, especially when it comes to these rightoid weirdos? Like, this dipshit saying, everything's fascist from the left perspective, blah, 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 blah. Like, what else am I supposed to call him? A very, intellectually, stunted individual that happens to not know better. It's like, no, I'm not going to call him that. In fact, honestly, I would call this fucker, like, a legit moronic fucking dumb fuck. Not just straight up a moron, but a moronic dumb fuck on top of everything else. Like, I would go even further with it.
And some kid you disagree with on the internet? Cottagecore is fascist. 1 year ago, it had 16 likes. What do you... No one's talking about this stuff. No, like, Cottage...
I agree with you. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, it's like, I mean, I could kind of get the broader sentiment about it, but, like, but it is an insult to intelligence, which is, I don't care in this case if the dude's like this. Well, yeah, which I think is why, at least when it comes to, I guess, like, that broadly, I think it's a little... It can get ridiculous in a way. I mean, I understand if you're especially talking about someone who's, like, legitimately disabled and you're like, oh, fuck you. But if, like, someone's just being, like, a rightoid dipshit or a conspiracy theorist nutter or whatever the fuck, or, or just kind of being an idiot. I mean, as long as you're not, like, going full on hardcore, but being like, well, you're just a fucking moron or some shit, then, I don't know, whatever. Who literally gives a shit? Who cares at that point?
There's fascist settler colonial trash. Like the aesthetic of colonialists? I mean, yeah, it kind of is. I don't really disagree, necessarily. I'm not mad about it. I just, it is kind of that. But it's also cute. I think it's fine if you like cottagecore. I don't care.
I'm saying the twist is technically right. I mean, technicalities don't necessarily win the game, don't it? I mean, I get it. I mean, but, at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily win the game. Sometimes it can, but not always.
Fascist. Tattoos are fascist.
Since we're making a list, the fleur de lis and the spiderweb tattoos are also fascist symbols. I don't know if that's true. Spiderweb tats? You just have a...
I don't even understand how the idea of spiderweb tattoos being fascist either. Like, that just doesn't even make sense. You'd think it would actually be kind of technically collectivist because of, like, the web of, and symbolically, I could kind of think of it as, like, a web of intersectionality of, like, different groups being kind of connected in this broader web of the common struggle or some shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, if anything, I could kind of think of, like, a more of a libertine symbology to the idea of a spider web or something. I mean, but see, I never heard that. Yeah, same here, and that's why I kind of find it like kind of silly that this dude is cherry picking all these random things, which are pretty obscure considering like the very minimal views. Like this is probably the most viewed one here, but yeah, probably because people are like, what? You know, kind of looked at it and just kind of like stared at it for a second, being like, huh? And didn't even bother to react to it outside of 6 people and maybe 62 people liking it. And one person quote tweeting it, probably saying that they were an idiot or something. I don't know. I've heard rumors of that being an anarchist hat. Yeah. I mean, you've also heard of, you know, like I said, for, you know, in the past, at least, maybe not necessarily these days, but at least, you know, historically, the Fleur de Lis kind of being used as a sense of liberation, you know, and shit. Like with Joan of Arc, for example. Granted, more of an ancient, like as symbolistic, meaning to it, but still, it's just like, I mean, these symbols, at least as far as I'm aware, aren't necessarily seen as like fascistic, let alone like authoritarian or colonial or anything else. I guess the fleur de lis with colonialism because of the French Empire and all that shit, I could grant that. At least the fleur de lis, I could at least grant maybe like a more of a neutral thing, depending on how you view the symbolism around it, you know. But a spider web tat, though?
Spider web.
Calling someone up.
But none of these don't even have likes, man. No one's even, this has 1 like. And it's from January. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you cherry picking this stuff from? Like, at least be like, hey, look at this popular argument that people are making, you know? Why don't you appeal to something that's happening? This is why he's so stupid, man. What if I go, in the name of liberals, what if I go, like, peruse Nancy Pelosi's fucking takes and blame you for them? You know what I mean?
I think it leads to take it over by fascists. Well, sure. I can grant that. I mean, and also at the same time, I mean, it just kind of shows that how much they, you know, a lot of these, like, more, you know, like, right-wing, you know, morons, you know, have to fucking, like, cherry pick a lot of this shit when it comes to, like, the left calling everything fascist. Like, I mean, it's like, you have to cherry pick this far, you know, with the stuff, like, you know, with tweets or talk about how the, you know, like, certain specific tattoos are fascistic or some shit to have, like, 13K views, but, like, you know, 6 comments and like 60 likes, and then this one has a like. I mean, it's like, where are you cherry? Like, it really does come down to, like, where the hell are you cherry picking this from? Unless you're perusing Twitter all goddamn day, there's no way you're just just perusing Twitter and you just suddenly stumble that on your homepage. There ain't no fucking way. I'll watch like 20-30 minutes of this. Well, I guess we could skim around more far ahead. See what else this moral has to say. Uh-oh. Morality scale? Oh no. What's going on here? What's going on here?
Be a good person. You could just live that way.
Wait, hold on. Let's go like right here.
Talk to some progressive.
Is this what you look like?
Minded people, and certainly most socialists. You'll find that a lot of
this is an accurate representation. Good rep.
Them have a disdain for the concept of good and evil. They'll say that's just the old, oppressive, moralistic, traditional nonsense that we need to shake off in order to be truly free. Good and evil almost sounds trite when you look at it through a modernist lens, you know? But despite this, these people...
Because it kind of is. Because, like, there is kind of a subjective take of what people kind of view as, like, good versus evil, so to speak. And also, at the same time, like, people have their own perspective about what is, like, quote-unquote, evil versus good. Like, I mean, some people think, you know, like, the idea of consuming drugs is kind of inherently evil. Like, you know, because you're, you know, succumbing yourself to, like, the, you know, demonic, you know, devilry that is, you know, consuming drugs, and that's evil, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, like, people have their subjective weird positions about what that is. So it's like, yeah, it is kind of trite when you think about it when it comes to that shit. What's good for you is evil to someone else. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like, what, you know, is good for you is kind of like, you know, it could potentially be evil to someone else because they see it as, like, an ultimate sin, so to speak. That's kind of why, like, a lot of Christians, especially, have, like, such weird hang-ups about this type of shit. Or you got people like Jordan Peterson that have, like, weird hang-ups about, like, postmodernism. That's why I get this shit all the time. Because, like, they can't, you know, just accept the fact that, like, you know, yeah, what is it evil to you is, like, maybe good for someone else. Like, I mean, because, like, hey, guess what? Weed, for me, for example, is, kind of a good in the sense that it kind of helps with mental health and stuff. It makes me not feel so sick in the morning and shit. Like, because I kind of get those issues every now and then. Not all the time, but sometimes I do. Like, I mean, there's, like, different, it's kind of a medicinal herb. And if anything, if you actually look at the Bible, too, funny enough, it's like, if God, put all the herbs of the land of the earth, for man to use, like, then wouldn't weed, marijuana be one of them? Because it's a herb of the land. Duh. So it's like, but to a lot of, especially right wingers, they think that's like an evil. It's like, or like a sin to even consume. It's like, how? What? Like, it's absurd. It's ridiculous. Contrary neighbors say it might be good for the king, but evil for the soldiers. Yeah. It's good for geopolitics, but not for the peasants that have to fight it. Even if you could convince a lot of them to say that it is like, some good just, fight for them to use. I mean, sometimes in rare cases it actually kind of is. Because, like, if you have, like, an unjust invasion of, of people, there is, like, a sense of, ethical good, to, like, rally the people to, fight to defend themselves. So, I mean, but at the end of the day, that's why it is a subjective thing, isn't it? Because depending on how you, perceive, these different scenarios, like, I mean, you might have a different idea about what is good versus evil. I mean, but that's in a way kind of why it's a little trite, but I mean, I mean, but at the same time, it's kind of, why, you kind of have to understand why it is a little bit, because everyone has these, very different perspectives about what that is. That's why we got, like, weird Zionists. I think they're on the right side being genocidal psychos, and you got, like, Russians out there, or like the Russian government broadly thinking they're justified in their invasion of Ukraine and all this other shit, right? Like, I mean, or like the moral / legal justifications of the Iraq War and stuff, back, 03. It's like, I mean, all these different things, are all like subjective moral goods that are, meant to be pushed, on others to, think that, like, oh, you're actually on the right side if you follow us and our moral objections about X, Y, or Z. I mean, it's all, or, it's always like, it always comes down to that type of shit. It's like, who's like really the moral, true, ultimate good? Like, who's the objective good? And maybe there really isn't one. and no one really necessarily wants to accept that shit. It's like, maybe there isn't inherently a good. We can only just, like, kind of give ourselves a standard to be able to, like, just at least try to fucking respect each other and give, like, basically, law of the land to respect each other and, go from there. Because, like, I mean, at least, from what it seems like in my mind, because, we ain't going to go anywhere if, unless we don't at least give a basic respect to our, fellow man, and shit. Our fellow brothers, sisters, when it comes to humanity.
Will absolutely behave as if good and evil exists.
So ethical and unethical exists. Yeah. He's like, why? What citation? Prove that something's ethical or unethical. And then I say, well, well-being is good. And genocide.
Situational good that exists, objective good that's impossible. Same with evil. And that's kind of what I believe. That's why I think, you can kind of give, like, a baseline, like, basic respect of, people and shit like that, but you can never really achieve, like, the ultimate objective good, because there really isn't inherently one. Like, I mean, because, obviously when it comes to, like, hey, murder's bad because I don't want to be murdered, so let's, like, I mean, obviously there's, like, the standard of, like, approach of it, but, and I guess on that line, there is, like, I guess, a baseline objectivity to it, I suppose, just from that level. But that's because we as a society agreed that, like, these are things we should not be doing to each other, type of shit, Like, it all kind of came to, due to a consensus. And even then, there's always, like, loopholes around that, especially depending on where you are in the world. Because some places, like, there will be, like, fucking, like, lynch mobs, or, like, straight up killings, or vigilantes and stuff like that will, take advantage of, things like that and be able to get away with, like, that type of shit. So, whether it's, like, killing other folk, or like, taking the law in their own hands, or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's just like, or just, acting out, and using the system itself to, justify their actions. I mean, it's like it happens all the fucking time. Not just in the U.S., by the way. It happens globally. I mean, like in every country, you can find, situations and, times and like, articles where shit like this has happened. Maybe not necessarily this year, but, it's like in the last like 10 years. I mean, fucking every country's probably at least has like a situation where this at least happened once or twice. Especially, I mean, but in their logic, I'm evil. Yeah. And in my opinion, yeah, fascists are evil piece of shit and psychos and bigoted, hateful fucks. It's like Obi-Wan said, it's all your point of view that determines everything. Well, yeah. And that's kind of what, at least, for me, is why I, try to, bring some value to the idea of at least trying to, like, break away from their perspective that they, were, brainwashed and propagandized in. Because, I mean, like, the guy that making this channel, or, like, some of the people from that, like, Good Liars, clip from earlier, it's like, yeah, a lot of them might be TFG, but especially from my own experience, like, there's a lot of folks that, might fall into that a little bit, but they're not, like, all the way gone yet. And there's, and there's at least, an element where there can be a bridge made, but there just has to at least be, just a little bit of effort with that. Well, not everyone, has to necessarily do it, you know what I mean? But, like, there just has at least, be enough of at least a try, so to speak, or I guess like a do, in a way. I guess, to quote some more Star Wars stuff, it's like, do or do not. There is no try. For a little bit of Yoda up in that bitch. Because, I mean, let's gotta try it, or at least do it, and hey, if it doesn't completely succeed, or if there's at least a seed planted, then hey, at least it's something. It's something, You don't necessarily have to succeed every time for, for at least, something to come, out of it that's good. Boy, he's a right toy that likes anime. What, this guy? I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, there is kind of a weird overlap of right-wingers that do love anime and shit. His own name is censored. Really? Damn! Short Fat Otaku. Oh my god, that's actually his name, Short Fat Otaku. Oh my god, bro. Man, he's just trying to, like, let it out, bro. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Dude, that... Oh, wow. Yikes. Oof. Short Fat Otaku. Damn. What the fuck? Oh, my lord. Oh, Lord of mercy. Here, sprinkle it real quick. I'll be back. I'll play maybe a little bit more of this to see how much I can take. How much more I can take, especially with our boy Jake. Ain't no bean, no fuck fake. About to put this bitch in the oven and make him a bake. Sukov, oh my god, you lazy bastard. Can you move? Oh my god, look at you. You lazy little thing. Oh my god, you lazy munchkin. Can you move? I have to pick you up. Come here. Oh my god. You won't move. Come on. Let's go. Jesus. Little boo boo boy. Little boo boo boy. Jake ratios this guy so hard. On Twitter, he got banned. Oh, Jake, damn, dude. Based? Question mark. A little boo boo boy. A little boo 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 boy. A boo boo boy. A little boo boo boy. You're just so cute. Look at you. You're just so cute. I can just squeeze you until you popped. Oh, this was a little bit of... Lazy little bones. Lazy bones. Short fat taco dog whistles Nazis. I'm sure he will in this video at some point. Oh, I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised. He already kind of is anyway. Because one of those dog whistles is that, like, Hitler was actually left-wing, and thus, like, you know, that's actually cringe. So, Nazis were actually kind of bad in that way. Not because they were far right. Because we are. Unlike them. Wink. It's kind of like a dog whistle, because they actually are, like, kind of Naziistic in a way. But they will always use, like, well, why did they have National Socialist in their name? You know, they'll always use weird cop-out bullshit like that. Boob. Little boob. A little boob boy. Are you just nothing but a boob? I know at some point you gotta give the Nazis for bouncing over to a window. Are you fucking kidding me? I actually did say that. If you have a timestamp on that, oh my god, that would be kind of like diabolical, but...
It does not promote well-being. How can you prove the genocide? It made more well-being for those that survived the genocide and benefited from committing genocide. Yes, that's not good. That's not well-being. That's not what well-being is. That's what he's arguing.
They've simply changed the names for these concepts. Instead of good and evil, they say leftist and fascist. And they use these words as a...
No. I don't think every leftist is a good person. There are leftists who, like, sexually harass and assault people. These are people. There's liberals that do that, too.
It's as if, like, you know, human beings are probably capable of doing shit like that, regardless of their kind of political spectrum. I mean, it's like, that's kind of the shocker of it all. Like, I mean, despite whatever... Okay, alright. Jesus. It's like, despite whatever your politics might be, it's like, you know, there is a possibility that shocker, can be kind of a piece of shit. Just like you big little booty butt bitch. Booty. Booty smack. What you gonna do about that? Booty smack. Booty smack. It's almost like politics doesn't make you a good person. Exactly. I mean, Jim Jones has some, you know, if you actually kind of look at his political philosophy, it wasn't actually necessarily that terrible, but if you actually look at Jim Jones as a cultist, he was an utter piece of shit and a scumbag fuck. Shockers, as if his politics don't make him a good person. You know? At least as an example. I mean, because weirdly enough, I actually have listened to, like, various different sermons of his, and it's like, at times, I'm like, kind of base. But then, you know, you kind of think about it like, oh yeah, he did kind of like literally try to like make everyone do masters. Blah, blah, blah. You kind of realize like who he is, and it's like, politics don't make him a good person now, doesn't it? But there's plenty of other fucking weirdo cultists, like, you know, Charles Manson, who, like, you know, thought there was going to be a race war because the song by the Beatles, Helter Skelter, was made and also shit. Jones used the lefty stuff as a shield. Exactly, yeah. I mean, if anything, you know, sometimes a lot of the politics tends to be kind of like a shield for more of their sinister alternatives, you know, like, or ulterior motives, you know, so that, you know, tends to kind of be the case for a lot of these individuals. Granted, maybe more so on the right, but hey, it happens on the left too.
They're bad. Actually, yeah. Cool. This isn't correct. It's just a straw man. This video is made of straw. He queen.
Really? I never would have thought of that.
He can't even leftist land, not a leftist, liberal landlord.
If they're speaking about morality, not politics. The more good you are, the more left you are. The more evil, the more Nazi.
I don't necessarily.
That's not how things work, but okay.
I rarely think that's true. I just think if you're a good person, you're going to tend toward agreeing with leftism. Like, you don't have to be a I don't mean convicted like a felon. I mean, like, you don't have to have conviction in leftism to be a good person. You could just live that way, live well, and, like, you're a good guy. You're a good lady. Good.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like anything, you know, good morally is like left, but anything good or bad morally is obviously fascist and Nazi-like. It's like, no. Honestly, there's a lot of things like that I tend to, you know, think that can be kind of like, you know, negative that isn't inherently like right in nature or whatever. I guess it did. But it's like, I mean, at the same time, that doesn't inherently mean that like everything good is like, you know, left in nature or some shit. I mean, probably more often than not, likely. But, you know, I mean, just like on its very virtue in itself, I mean, it depends on the specific context of what we're talking about at that point, right?
Hell, it doesn't really matter. You're just normally, like, you're not going to be a good person if you're a fascist, that's for sure.
Well, no shit for that. That's an obvious.
Like, not all good.
As fundamentally a good person as possible, just unlikely. Yeah, sure. Or they might at least be like a decent person on some things, but, you know, kind of gets overshadowed due to, like, you maybe like their right toy elements of xenophobia and whatever the fuck, right? Like, or the tests, you know, of the homeless people or some shit, you know? So, like, I mean, you know, because a lot of right-leaning people that, especially, you know, that I've met, usually tend to have, like, you know, honestly, like, decent values on some things, but always tend to have, like, these really, like, oh, you know, kind of like, oh, shit, that's fucked up kind of ideas that, you know, will be kind of propped up in a way, and, or at least, you know, they will, like, believe, and it's just like, ooh. It's like, well, that kind of overshadows everything good that I first initially thought about you. Damn. You know, so, and honestly, that happens a lot. I mean, because I've heard it from some of my family members, from people at the bar and stuff. Like, I mean, I hear it a lot, and it's just like, it's like, well, guess I should at least, you know, let it stir in the head for now, just so I can digest it, so I know how to approach it later the next time it gets brought up. But it's like, hey. It's like sometimes some of the shit that I hear from some motherfuckers, it gets pretty wild from school, and it looks past my common values because I got in a fight to protect his sister several times in school. Yeah. And if anything, weirdly enough, that is an element of bridge building that he had with that person. And they probably thought that, like, hey, you know, for a commie-leaning individual over here, individual situation, you know, it's just like, you know, hey, he actually isn't that bad of a person because he actually stuck up for my sis, you know, a lot of times. You know, so it's like, you know what? Seems like kind of like a cool guy. And honestly, shit like that is legit bridge building in a way. Like, I mean, I've had my own opportunities for stuff like that, and I try to at least kind of, you know, jump on that, you know, whenever I see an opportunity for that. Because, like, I mean, you know, as much as it doesn't seem like it, like, you know, that actually is like a really great prime, you know, opportunity to make him kind of at least potentially at least kind of like think about, you know, what you might have to say in the future. Like, legitimately. You know, they might still disagree right off the bat initially with the, first couple conversations, but they're at least going to hear what you say and consider that in the future and be like, okay. Maybe he actually is, got a little something, to what he has to say. I mean, because I've had that in the past, and it's like, sometimes it works, sometimes it don't, depending on what the issue is, but, I mean, shit, the fact that, that does happen shows that the seed can be planted. I mean, and, it's like, sometimes, just taking, like, the upper chin, especially with, like, it, like, kind of absorbing that shit, at least for the first couple times, like, sometimes I think, can have its value. Doesn't mean you have to absorb every fucking little thing, like, especially if they're being, like, overtly bigoted, being like, oh, these goddamn trans queers, or whatever the fuck. It's like, you don't have to fucking, like, go to that, but if you got someone who's like, well, look, trans people are fine, I don't really give a fuck, but the sports stuff, if you got, like, someone who's got, like, some hang-up or some shit, I mean, there's still at least an opportunity with something like that. Like, I go to his ex knocked her up and was trying to get her to have a miscarriage. Ooh. You legit told me, I don't care if you're a commie, you protect my sister and that makes you okay. It was more, I'm not going to let someone hit a pregnant girl in front of me. Oh, dude, yeah. Dude, I'd be the same way, bro. You know what? Honestly, he'd make a friend for a long time out of me, personally. I'd be like, look, hey, we might have some disagreement in politics, but I'm willing to have, like, friendship with you, honestly, because, look, I, on principle, think that's fucked. And, it's like, and I don't want to see that on anyone, even if I happen to disagree. Because that's fucked shit, man. Like, I mean, I don't care what people's politics are. It's like, if that type of shit, was going down, like, I would protect that person because, like, look, that's fucked. Like, I mean, that just ain't, that ain't cool in my book. That shit politics ain't trans and gay, dude. But the thing is, I mean, when it comes to at least that experience that you're talking about, like, that is an actual genuine opportunity to be like, well, look, I know you feel this way, but, like, here's, like, some stuff that I know, or, like, and here's, like, maybe an analogy that can be used and stuff. Like, I mean, there's an opportunity there. There's legit, like, an open door to be had with, with an opportunity like that. Because if he thinks you're okay, then he legit will be more open to listening to you. Like, I'm being serious with that. Like, he would. I mean, obviously, it's hindsight, it's whatever, but, it's one of those things where if someone, even if they disagree with politics, give you that sense of trust where they're like, hey, look, you defended a family member or a close friend of mine or whatever, you're okay in my book, you gave me, like, a sense of respect, whether directly or indirectly, then they're way more willing to kind of, like, be open with you and, like, talk to you about that stuff. Funny enough, actually, I was talking to my coworker earlier tonight before I came back home, about this type of stuff, kind of like the straight rule of basic respect, so to speak. And it's just like, we're kind of funny enough talking about the kind of similar theme of this topic. Because, like, I mean, I was even mentioning, it's like, I've even seen people, like, at least the street rule side of these things, where it's like, I think it's kind of a little bit quirky, might be a little queer or whatever, blah, blah, but you know what? It's kind of okay in my book. He's kind of cool. Blah, blah, blah. In a way, almost willing to overlook whatever flaws they have because of, like, a sense of, quote, basic respect, kind of thing. And in a way, like, that whole, like, kind of general rule, like, that, just gives, someone like that basic human respect, like, I mean, does really kind of open a little bit of a bridge of an opportunity to, like, at least give a chance to talk with people, at least they give them, opportunity to hear you out. Or, and at the same time, I mean, when it comes to that, you kind of have to hear them out too. A lot of it might be the same generic shit you always hear all the time, especially when it comes to the most unhinged fucks on, like, online, whether Twitter or dipshits like this short, fat otaku dumb fuck or whatever, it's like, I mean, at least in that element, it's a little bit more direct on a more, like, personal level. Like, it's from their, voice and from their mind. Ish, I guess. Got hard brothers owned just like a decade ago, decade and a half, 12 years. Oh, wait, we're trying to smash a little bit. The sister was cool and protect her anyway, even if she wasn't. Well, like I said, it's all hindsight anyway. But still, I mean, it's kind of a cool. I mean, at least for me, I'd say it's like a good learning experience to show that, like, hey, if someone gives you that, like, some respect to, like, hey, despite whatever beliefs or whatever feelings were in the past or however I presumed you were cool, like, that is an open door, an open bridge that is really valuable. I mean, genuinely. Because at the very end of the day, at least that guy got your back. It's like if you ever kind of need like a, hey, I need a little help, kind of thing, that dude's probably got your back in, type of situation. So it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, at the very minimal, at least you got someone that you can probably rely on when it comes to, having your back, at least in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's in like a fight or maybe trying to fix up a car or some shit, whatever it might be. And those type of connections are pretty valuable sometimes. She also was present when Shane broke into my house. She was his daughter. Ooh, his son was fucking loathsome for what he did to his sister. I imagine. I mean, because you've told me that story about that, and I not shocked at all, to be honest. Besides, that guy sounded like a psychotic, meth-headed fuck anyway. Apparently, probably because he was. Still friends to this day. Hey, that's pretty dope. Well, they still got the connects and shit. Actually listed as a godparent. Oh, hell yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty dope. I mean, hey, it seems like even after all these years, that kind of connect, worked out a little bit. At least in the sense of being able to still be friends even after all these years and all that shit. So, hey. As far as I'm concerned, that seems like, all in all, kind of a dub. Because honestly, at the end of the day, like having, friends like that, can be pretty valuable. I haven't spoken to him in either of them in years, so. Yeah. I'd say, like for the hell of it, reach out and see what they're doing. Be like, hey, long time no see, how y'all doing? Because to be honest, I tend to be kind of bad at communication, for me personally. So I always like have that thought in my mind, I'm like, I should reach out to this person, but honestly, I never do, and I feel bad about it. So it's just like, I always at least try to encourage others to be like, probably reach out, because I'm terrible about it. Because her brother, she has that boyfriend super controlling and really doesn't like hearing her bro's conservative rants. Well, fair enough, I guess. Because honestly, like, I'm kind of the same way with, like, some of my family, at least in the South a little bit. Just because they tend to be pretty conservative-leaning, and it's like, I love them. I like to, talk with them sometimes, but, oh my god, they always will, like, do some godbothery stuff or something like that, and I'm just like, oh, no. So I kind of don't, like, talk all the time with them. Like, at least, it's more frequent as I probably should, just because, like, sometimes just, like, stuff like that is kind of like, ugh. I kind of like, will roll my eyes too, but it's just like, alright, cool, yeah. You shared a certain Elliot meme about how we can't start a lawnmower, let alone a revolution. Does this guy know that, like, hand pusher lawnmowers exist? Because I had that growing up. We didn't have, like, one of those gas-powered lawnmowers. We had one of those, like, pusher ones where, like, the blades are connected to the wheels, so... it worked just as well as a regular lawnmower. Like, legit. Actually, funny enough, I actually tripped onto my back porch once and fell on top of one of the blades on top of my head. And no one was there to help me, so I had to, like, fucking, like, be like, ow, ah! And I was like, and then eventually at a certain point, I just kind of went into like, all right, well, no one's helped me. Fuck it, I gotta do it myself, and just eventually just like, I don't even think I've told the story far enough. It's not really a lengthy story, but and I had to like, fucking like contort myself and like get my like little like, it never like pierced the skin. Funny enough, it just kind of left like a weird little bruise that kind of swelled around it because I was stuck there for a while. So I just kind of like kind of unjolted myself. Eventually, like kind of turned around and pushed up on it and got up, went off the back porch and just holding my head like, ow. And then went into the bathroom and then kind of like, took a mirror and looked back and it just kind of looked like there was a welt there, honestly. So luckily it wasn't bad, but I was just like, well, that fucking hurt. Thanks, Mom and Dad, for checking up on the kid, yelling in the back porch like, ow, my head and all this other shit. I had to like literally fend for myself. Thanks. At like the age of fucking like 8 or 9 or whatever. Also shared a meme, but your generation can't even decide if they want men or women. Is that like, a dog on like, sexual preference stuff or some shit? Or like gender expression? Because like, maybe it's because like I guess for the liberal gummy bullshit, whatever, we haven't necessarily decided like whether we want gender ascension or just like a billion pronouns, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, because, I mean, in my mind, like, gender abolition / gender ascension or whatever is like, just let everyone have their own individual identity. Who gives a fuck? Just like let people actualize who they want to be and all that shit. And, then there's like, the billion pronoun metro where it's like gender's, like basically probably still a social contract, but there's like 1,000 of them though. To kind of like make up for, just saying, fuck gender anyway. It's like, I kind of prefer the, like, just fuck gender across the board in the sense of, like, gender ascension / abolition. Because, like, honestly, who cares? Let people just, like, actualize their own identity for what they want. And if it happens to be trans, NB, whatever else in between, or whatever, I don't care. It doesn't harm me, it doesn't affect me, so why should you? I just don't care either way. Exactly. That's why I tend, even for my own, like, gender expression, so to speak, like, I tend to be more fluid with it a little bit. Sure, I'm comfortable being male presenting and all that, but, like, if I was a woman, intersex or trans or anything else in between, I'd be fine with it just as much. Like, I mean, honestly, like, if I had, like, pussy and boobs versus, like, a dick and balls, or, like, all the above, or a combination of any of that shit, it would not matter to me. I would be like, all right, well, whatever. I wouldn't care. Like, if we had kind of, like, the cyberpunk, like, do as thou will, type of shit, and you can do augments and all this sort of shit, I would do that. I'd be like, all right, let's do, like, a little augment, like, vagina down there, for the fuck of it. Let's do, like, some augmented titties if I want to, like, protrude them out. I could do that if I want, and if I don't, then they can just, like, like, kind of, like, augment their way back down to, like, regular male form or some shit, like, do some cyberpunk shit. Like, have, like, an augmented dick where it can be, like, whatever aesthetic, style, or shape and girth size, depending on my mood, It's like, if I want to, like, become the horse, like Vosh or some shit, I could just, like, just have that bad bitch. And if I just want to be like, whatever, I'll just have my regular old, shebang, it's like, just kind of go down and do this regular old thing, It's like, depending on the mood. Because, why not? Fuck it, you know what I mean? Like, as far as I care, it's like, why not have, like, that, endless options for renewal. Endless options for renewal. Endless options for renewal. Endless options for renewal. I'd be way more flirty if you had it, Uzi, not gonna lie. Well, I do. It's just a bussy instead of a pussy. That's the difference. You assess a bitch under that male exterior. Well, yeah, I know. I'm a sassy little femme bitch, underneath. I know. I got a little, like, sassy, little femme side under me. I like Danger Hole more. You like the Danger Hole because it has all, like, the teeth and, in the jaws that would just, like, it consume. It consume it all. Just mutilate it all. Danger of a Child is hot. Well, you got the Paul Siegel treatment, where you're kind of sterile. So how would that work? That'll be more likely for me, and honestly, it ain't for me. Like, I'm just like, nah. I don't mind the raw dog thing, but we're gonna make sure there's like some extra precautions before that happens. You know what I'm saying? I make sure there's some precautions before that type of situation happens. Not entirely so. Well, I mean, considering that you've done the raw dog, for like your entire time and never had an issue, seems like it's not really that much of a problem now, is it? Maybe you needed a sister like Paul Zigo and had a lot of CBT because the sister you never had never punched you and kicked you in the balls enough. Because unironically, like Paul actually probably like legit could blame his sisters kicking him in the nuts over and over again as a kid to his infertility. Legitimately too. I mean, it was like bad enough, but like that was like, no pun intended, the extra kicker. That was into me like that. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Venom. I should have expected that. It's like how I have like the Texan Southern boy at heart in me. It's like, you got the fucking, Southern Alabamian boy at heart in you. It's like, God damn it, dude. I keep forgetting that sometimes. Son of a fuck, dude. I thought it was going a different direction. No, it wasn't. Oh my God. Well, of course your fucking degenerate ass was gonna think that. Oh my God. I know, Paul is flinked around with a cousin, but that was not, the sister and the cousin are different, okay? And it was by marriage, not by blood, but I still question Paul about that. I still question him about that. That's still a little like, bruh, why? Why though? Why, Paul? What the fuck, Paul? I still can't believe he actually honestly has admitted that story multiple times. Oh my God, he hasn't told the story in a long time, but dude, there's this story where he was kind of, flicking around with one of his girlfriends, and the girlfriend's Chihuahua, I don't even want to go with. You know what? That's a Paul story. I don't even want to try to rehash it because I know I'm gonna get some details wrong. But dude, that is a Paul story that is absurd. The girlfriend Chihuahua, fiasco, dude. Like, dude, that story in itself is just. Dude, that was back on the ideology days before that channel got nuked, because I know I would be able to find it if it, wasn't for that. Because fuck, dude, it's out there, and it was out there in the ether at least. I know Groho let her pug liquor as a warm up. Dude, what? Oh my God, dude, there's something about these white bitches, bro. There's something about them, dude. Either they're being trad-cod racists or fucking, basically being like, hey, what the dog doing type of thing. Like, either they're trad-con, like, racists or they're dog-pilled or both. Like, what the fuck, dude? What's wrong with these white bitches? What's up with them? What is up with these white bitches? Jill's black. She's got the spirit of a white woman, apparently. Because, like, I've never heard of that. Black women are into this. Black women get dog pilled too? What the fuck? I thought that was only a white woman thing. Black women get dog pilled too? What the hell? That's okay. I'm just gonna assume, like I said earlier, spirit of white women. I don't know. Like that's new to me. What? I think I had enough internet for today. I think that's honestly the summary of that. Showing out with a bunch of white girls, though. So I'm right. Yeah, spirit of a white woman. Yeah, okay, yeah, so assumptions are at least somewhat correct. Oh my lord, dude. Yeah, enough internet for today, I think. Think we's good. Because I don't know where to go from there. Talk like one, too. So she literally was like the spirit of a white woman. Look, yeah, she was black, but you know what? She still had the spirit of a white woman. She hung out with all of them. Talked like one. Super chill, but literally acted like a white woman. So, I mean, she literally took the white suburbanite dog pill kind of thing literally in every way. And I'm just, wow. How many more are victims of such absurdity and depravity? It was sad, to be honest. I mean, considering that that's what she was doing. Dude, imagine if she had like a German Shepherd or something. You know she wouldn't just let the pug warm up. You know what I mean? Like, it would go... Dude, that would be a home run. You know what I mean? Like, you know if she had, like, the family dog any bigger than a pug, you know she would be trying to, like, go further, you know, with the white girl status. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know that would be going further. We gotta do a complete and total lockdown on white girls because their influence is apparently spreading. It apparently has spread. Really cool. Obviously, you're pressing a real self. She has one now, actually. I don't know if she has done anything like that. She has one? Wait, so she actually has... Okay, you know what? I'm sorry, but I think she might have... I'm just saying, if she... Dude, consider what you just told me. I'm sorry, bro. Chances are that dog has, you know, been fed the dog pill. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but that dog has had things happen to it. I'm just... Consider everything it told me, I just have to assume. I'm just going to be... Hopefully, I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully, that is not what happened. But you know. You just know. That there's a possibility that that has happened. And if it has, it happened multiple times. Probably on the weekly. I'm sorry. It probably has. I'm just being honest, man. Like, there's something about, like, that, you know, like, white suburbanite dog pill mentality, dude. Because it's not, like, you know, a racial thing. It's a mentality. That's why I say, like, you know, she has, like, the spirit of the white woman because she got, like, the white suburbanite dog pill, you know, vibe on her, dude. She just got absorbed into it and just went down that path. I mean, you know, you don't necessarily have to be white, you know, for that to happen to you. Sometimes, you know, it just happens. I mean, so she just fell victim to it, dude. She's one of those happily single chicks because she's secretly taken. You know why? Her first little, you know, romance was with the pug. Okay, I'm sorry, but dude, I already know where, like, her happily single with a big German Shepherd and in the past kind of teetered around. Dude, everything points to this, man. I'm sorry. Dude, the white suburbanite dog pill mentality is too real, and she fell right into it. She, like, took not just one, but the whole bottle. She chugged that bottle and OD'd on it, son. It's TFG. TFG for her, bro. It's too late. It's too late for her. I mean, it's happily single and will never mingle, okay? That's what's happening with her. Oh my god. I can't believe there are just people like this. Like, it shocks me, honestly. But, you know, she says she's ace now, actually. Why do I feel like that is a cop-out? Looking at her Facebook right now. Why do I feel like that is the excuse? I'm sorry, dude. For what, again, for what you just told me about her just, like, 5 minutes ago. And now you're telling me these other details. Dude, I feel like that is a little bit of a, excuse. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's a rare time where I'm like, I don't buy it, dude. That's just like, the cop out to be like, oh no, I don't want to mingle because I'm happily single because I'm not really into that. Because I have my little German Shepherd boy over here. That's why, dude. Dude, I swear. There's no other excuse. I'm so alert. A little bit. There is a garnish of that for sure. There's something like that going on. For sure. I hate to psychoanalyze her so hard, but my God, bro. I kind of want to, actually genuinely pry the brain a little bit. But, dude, she would be like, what? How do you know all this? Like, that would, but oh my God. Especially what you just told me earlier, man. It's like, I don't know. Now everything is just falling into place. It's like the perfect Jenga tower. She legit posted, why can't man love me like my dog? Called it. Why can't men love me like my dog? Nailed it. I nailed it. She is dog-pilled. Told you. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God. Did I not tell you? She actually posted that. Did I not just tell you? I told you she's dog-pilled, man. Dog-pilled. Oh my God. I fucking called it. You know what? That sells it. You know what? You know what? That confirms everything that I just assumed. I challenge anyone to say otherwise, okay? I challenge anyone to say otherwise. After my weird little vent about that for about the past 5 or 6 minutes, I dare you to challenge me now. Being like, no way, you're just kind of being a little over, presumptuous and blah, blah, blah. And remember, it's like, no, I was not. I was right the entire time because I could sniff this shit out. I'm a bloodhound, no pun intended with this shit. It's sometimes it ain't that hard to read a motherfucker occasionally, even in indirectly. Because, man, dude. Oh, my Lord. Why can't a man love me like my dog? Dude, that's the true dog pill fucking quote right there, bro. That's it. That's the kicker. That says it all. That says everything. Most I got was a kiss on the cheek in college. You know what? Take the W, though. Well, attract nerdiness and shyness, and this chick has all those in spades. Well, just know that you might get cucked by a dog. In fact, you were cucked by a dog, probably. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. I can't, dude, I can't even really believe I called it. I didn't even think she would actually have a post like that. I'll be okay with that. Buddy. Careful. In this one case. Alright, fair enough. Wait, so you'll be okay with being in the chair, just watching in the corner while she gets dog-pilled right in front of you? We were game buddies in college. Okay, you know what? There is really enough internet going on for me tonight. You know what? Yeah, alright, okay. I got this bowl perfectly ready for me. This is starting to get, a little, what the fuck? Oh my God. Gamer buddies in college. As long as I got some after. Well, all you got most was a peck on the cheek, so... She was getting some after. By a pug and then eventually a German Shepherd. So, I don't know, man. She was getting some for sure. Just not by her fellow man, wink wink kind of thing. Oh my God, this is getting fucking ridiculous. Are you sorry right now, Phil? Don't be doing that to me. think it was more of a brother zone thing. Maybe it was. But underneath it all, there's a dog, out there getting his bone. Underneath it all, she just had that dog in her. Oh no, she just had another dog in their wall. Oh my god, okay. Okay, now we're just starting getting really ridiculous. Took on her first date, but then everything got super family-like with her. Oh, damn. Last time I hung out IRL. Well, either way, it seems like there is at least a little bit of hindsight to it. Because let's say the hypothetical you did get with her, you would have found her, doing something with doggo. Being like, what dog doing? I only know all this because I walked in on it. Well, it literally already happened once. So think about if you were dating her and, living with her or something. You probably would have walked on it at least a couple of different times. Super chill chick. She probably is, but she is dog pilled at the same time. It's like, yo. Why? What the fuck? More so than the other dude. Oh my god. Gonna catch last little bit of spoil, I guess. I would have been like, yo, if you got those fucking urges, go to Bad Dragon for that. And even then, it's like, do I even want to be with you anymore at that point? It's like to me, I would already have like a conundrum. It's like, even like, because let's say I have hypothetically, I'm dating at least in my preference, like literally 10 out of 10, slam dunk, kind of type of person. When I find out that's a thing with them, like being dog pilled, horse pilled, or any of that, it's just like, yeah, that's kind of like the kind of like a little bit of a deal breaker, just a little bit. It's like she totally smashed to keep her away. And knowing Zukov, he's already kind of like a weird fuck about that. Like he has humped many legs, so it's just like, yeah, I'll make sure he learns his place about that. It's like, no, don't be doing that. He already does have male doggos, female doggos, people, all this. He's kind of chilled out with the people and humping legs, but not so much about like other doggos, especially male doggos. Pretty sure he's like gay for canines. I'm a gay 9 canine. There's over here. What's up? I'm a little princess. Wants love. Well, sometimes other dogs don't want his love. And I don't blame him. Get doggo loves. I do give him loves. I just don't give him those type of loves. I give him snuggles, scritches, and cuddles, and hugs, and hold him like a little lap dog, little baby, little fuck that he is. But that's about it. Might give him a little smooch on the cheek and just be like, you sweet boy. Do stuff like that, but that's about it. That's all the loves he gets. He gets platonic human love. But anyway, Red Rover. The stream doth may be over. Because I'm actually unironically kind of getting kind of hungry and want to get some food. So, anyway, I know you want me to stay, but I'm gonna at least go off for now. Where Team Rock is pressing off again. To have some food and all that fun shit, and go to bed. I just want to know, what should I watch for tonight? I should watch a film. What movie should I watch? Quick, what movie should I watch? Thinking like drama, maybe. Something like that. Some dramatic thing. Penis. Well, obviously, I guess I'm not getting answers here. No. Well, too bad. I'm hungry, so watch Sentai. Well, that would technically be a drama, wouldn't it? Like the Toku Shoutsu or the Toku Shotsu channel. I mean, it's actually right here. Actually, funny enough, they actually are showing a movie. Shogun's Shadow. There's one literally right here. And these are, same channel that, shows the Sentai Time Ranger shit. You know what? I might just check that out. That just might be the thing I look at. It's right there for me. It's perfect. So, at this time of day, it's usually a good episode. Well, I at least watch this film, and then, then I'll watch some Time Ranger after that. It's Time Fire reveal. Time Fire reveal. Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, if you want me to watch that, then I'm gonna get food and wrap it up then, so I can go do that. Anyway, by yourself, I know. And of course, I think I might actually fuck once, do a little vertical stream, on YouTube tomorrow. See how that works out. See what little individual situations come forth. But anyway, getting food, so a toodaloo, buckaroos.